logical, it's absurd, okay? And the reason why it's absurd and makes no sense is because it's not real advice. That advice was not given to the defendant, okay? Lou made that up for this case, for his testimony in this trial. It did not happen. But wait, because it gets even more absurd, all right? It's even more absurd because they're saying that Mr. Efron knew, he knew that that gun was fake when the defendant pulled it on him. So any even remote possible deterrent effect that that fake gun would have on anyone goes completely out the window when we're talking about Mr. Efron. Because Mr. Efron knows it's fake. I mean, with the defense logic, the defendant could have popped a balloon and it would have had the exact same deterrent effect on Mr. Efron as the fake gun. Did they prove to you? Did they prove to you at all that Mr. Efron knew that gun was fake? Mr. Efron denies it. He says, when I asked him about a prop gun, it took him back. What are you talking? Where does this prop gun come from? Okay? They told you he got that prop gun at a music video shoot in July 2021. We know the shooting happens November of 2021. Between July and November, did they show you a single instance where the defendant and Mr. Efron are together? A single instance where Mr. Efron could have received that information that this was a fake gun? Does it even make sense that if the defendant's going to carry a fake gun for his security, that he's going to tell everyone around him, hey, it's a fake gun, it's a fake gun? How does that make any sense? It makes absolutely no sense because it's not true. The truth is the defendant did not have a fake gun. He had a real gun. How do we know? Well, the first scene where the defendant pulls the real gun on Mr. Efron, what does he do? How does Mr. Efron respond? How does Ills respond? You don't see the very moment that the gun is first pulled on Mr. Efron. It's not captured on the video, they're just off camera. But what do you see when they come back into the frame? Mr. Efron's backing up. Ills is between them. Ills' entire focus is on the defendant, the man with the gun. Where's Ills looking? Is he focused on Mr. Efron, the provocateur, the one who's provoking this fight, who's trying to hurt his friend Rocky? No. He's got his back to Mr. Efron. He's focused completely on the defendant. What's Mr. Efron doing? Again, they want you to believe Mr. Efron looked at the defendant and said, put that fake-ass gun away. He never said that. What's he doing on the video? He's backing up. There's no video of the second that that gun is pulled on him from this scene. But there is that video from the second location. So I want to play that for you, and I'm going to slow it down for you. I will play it at 2 different speeds. You've seen this video over and over and over. You could probably, if you have any artistic skill, you could probably draw it out from memory. But I want to play it slowly. You know who the people are involved in this. What's the defendant doing? He's pulling the gun out, and you see Mr. Efron dive behind Ills. That's how Mr. Efron responds when the gun is pulled on him. Now this is really the moment. So I'm going to slow it down even more. We're going to go to 1/4 speed, okay? You can see the defendant already moving back towards Mr. Efron. Mr. Efron is nowhere near Ills. He's lunging towards Mr. Efron, and Mr. Efron is diving out of the way. Now this video, it creates a host of problems for the defense in this case. This is a moment where the defendant is turning around towards Mr. Efron, where he's pulling that gun out, where he's pointing it at Mr. Efron. And the gun comes out before Mr. Efron is anywhere near Ills. That completely negates their defense. Negates the reason why he says he had to pull the gun in the first place, to protect Ills. Negates Twelby's testimony that Mr. Efron was punching Ills. Creates a lot of problems for them. You can see the space for yourself between Mr. Efron and Ills. You don't need anyone to tell you that Mr. Efron is not attacking Ills. I guess the best that they could argue is that Mr. Efron was going to attack Ills. I don't, for that to be true, there would have to be a time machine involved. But the instructions, the jury instructions on that are clear. No, you cannot have a belief that there's going to be future harm. Doesn't matter how imminent it was. Doesn't matter if Mr. Efron was actually saying, I'm going to beat Ills up. I'm coming after you, Ills. Doesn't work. Belief in future harm is not sufficient. I want to go back to this. You can see the moment where the defendant turns with the gun in his hand, where Mr. Efron is, and where Ills is. The second problem with this, so other than negating the defense, right, that Twelby wants you to believe Mr. Efron is beating up Ills. That video further causes problems for the defense because nobody on that video is acting like that's a fake gun. They're all reacting to a real gun. Consider it from each of their perspectives. From the defendant's perspective, Mr. Mayers. If he's holding a prop gun and Mr. Efron knows it's a prop gun, that's what they're telling him, right? Why does he have to run towards Mr. Efron? Why does he have to move at all? Why does he have to lunge towards him? When Mr. Efron runs around Ills, why does he have to try to duck and dodge side by side to try to get a line of sight around Ills? If nothing comes out of the barrel, the tip of that gun, because it's a prop gun, not a real gun, there's no need to chase Mr. Efron. There's no need for him to move, period. The gun would make the sound. They're telling you that's what the deterrent is. So why does he move? He moves because it's a real gun, because things do come out of the end of that. And he's trying to get a line of sight on Mr. Efron. Consider it from Mr. Efron's perspective. They want you to believe at the first scene, Mr. Efron looked coolly at the defendant when he pulled that gun out and said, put that fake ass gun away. So when he pulls it out a second time, a few minutes later, does Mr. Efron look back at him and say, do I have to tell you again put that fake ass gun away again. No, clearly that's not what he's doing. What he's doing is reacting to, oh my God, someone just pulled a real gun off. And he's jumping around Ills, trying to put something in between him and the defendant. They're very close. He believes that's a real gun. He knows. His reactions are, that's a real gun. 12. Let's talk about 12's perspective. He says, when he testifies, I knew that that was a fake gun. That's, going back, I already knew that before the defendant pulled it out. But what does he do on the video? What does the video show? He's behind a wall. So he's the guy to come in here and tell you, we all knew it was a fake gun. When you see him, when you see his reaction, where is he? He's on the other side of the street, he's hiding. Why does he have to hide if nothing comes out of that gun? He's hiding because he knows, what we all know, it's a real gun. The third problem that that video creates for the defense, it negates this whole idea of defense of others, that the defendant had to do this in order to protect Ills. The defense of others instruction will tell you that it really only applies if the defendant used no more force than was reasonably necessary in the circumstances. The defense in this case needs you to believe that Mr. Efron was not just beating up Ills, but that he was savagely pummeling Ills. 12, before he's confronted, says Mr. Efron was throwing haymakers at Ills, mercilessly, savagely punching Ills. Why is Mr. Efron doing this? That's never explained. 12 has no explanation for that. In his opening statement, Mr. Tacopina told you that Ills' face was pummeled and that they were going to bring in pictures to show you just how damaged Ills was. Well, obviously that did not pan out. And obviously 12 was not expecting to be confronted with pictures or videos of Ills' face the day after this happened, showing not a single scratch on his face. Nothing. If what 12 was describing to you had actually happened, these savage blows landed on Ills' face, if that had actually happened, they would have brought in photos of Ills' bloody, bruised face, black eyes, busted lip, whatever it was, cut on his cheek. They didn't bring in any of that because it didn't happen. One step further, we actually brought in pictures of him to show there's nothing there. It absolutely did not happen. Okay. Before I go on, I want to address another thing that I'm sure Mr. Tacopina is going to talk about when he stands up here, and that is the injury to Mr. Efron. And some of you may have the attitude as you sit here, you know what? He wasn't really hurt that bad. Mr. Tacopina will, I can almost guarantee he's going to call it a finger scrape. And then you have on top of that, you have Lou blurting out that the defendant's going to go to prison for this long period of time. There's a reason why the judge sustained that, told you not to consider that. But it's interesting that Lou blurts that out when he's not asked a question about that. That's evidence, clear evidence of Lou just trying to get out information to you that he thinks is prejudicial to the people, to our case. I hope you understand that even though this one incident did not result in a serious injury, this is still a serious crime. that the potential for real serious harm was absolutely there that night. This was 10 o'clock p.m. on a Saturday night, a busy Saturday in a busy area of Hollywood. And your common sense tells you how bullets travel when they're fired. They don't always hit their intended target. And the potential for someone else to have been seriously hurt, in this case, is absolutely present. You had busy nightclubs, people getting out of nightclubs, cars, the whole parking lot full of cars. The potential that someone else could have been hit was there, it was real, and it's serious. And you know that when guns are discharged in busy areas, people die. We are lucky that's not this case. But it's still an important case. And I'm going to continue to point out how absurd some of the defense arguments are. And I will fully acknowledge to you that my tone can be sarcastic. Please don't take my sarcasm as any indication that this is unserious. There are definitely laws that you can argue with and say, I don't really know if this should be on the books. This is not one of them. Firing a gun off in Hollywood on a busy Saturday night, not one of them. And even if that's your perspective, you need to set that aside. That's not your role as a juror. The judge tells you what the law is. Your job is just to apply the facts to the law and make a decision. The only decision you have to make is, was it a real gun or a fake gun? Now, to that end, talking about Mr. Efron's injuries, you'll be able to read the jury instructions for yourself, but there's a whole host of things that we do not have to prove in this case. The law tells you we do not have to prove. That the defendant even touched Mr. Efron. Mr. Efron doesn't have to be injured in any way. The defendant does not even have to fire his gun for this crime to be completed. He doesn't even have to point it directly at Mr. Efron. The moment the defendant pulled that gun out, armed himself, and was capable of inflicting injury on Mr. Efron, that crime was completed at that moment. Again, you'll see in the instruction, I put the number of the instruction at the bottom for you so you can go back and read it yourself. The gun does not have to be pointed directly at Mr. Efron. There can be steps that the defendant still has to take before he inflicts injury. It does not even need to be fired. The evidence in this case compels you to one conclusion to that question I've posed to you multiple times now. Was it a real gun or a fake gun? And that is really that the defendant was in possession of a real gun. Mr. Efron recovered real ammunition from the scene, from a real gun that fired him. Everyone in the surveillance videos that I've played for you now, that I've slowed down for you, is responding like it's a real gun. When the defendant's house is searched by LAPD, they only find real guns and real ammunition. The defense theory in this case that this was a prop gun, there is absolutely no evidence to support that idea.
There's no evidence to support it's a prop gun.
That is Twelby and Lou who are telling you that it's a prop gun.
What's up, Howard?
Once you decide that it's a real gun,
see,
you're deciding that all those.
I told y'all, all they had to do is decide it's a real gun.
That they say should be rejected.
I told you.
And why did they lie to you? Because they know the truth. They know this was a real gun.
I told you.
So you can decide.
You only if it's a real gun, he's guilty. And the crime was committed once he took the gun out. I know California law because when I went to the airport, they told me I better put it in the trunk. That's what they told me. And I can't have the ammunition in the gun when I was in California. I had to keep
And
the
if you
ammunition
determine
locked
that
up
the
somewhere
gun
else and the gun in the
is a
trunk.
gun, the law compels you to one.
And I couldn't drive around with it in LA. I had to keep it in a hotel.
That's it. Not because you want to find him guilty,
Or
not
keep it
because
in the
you're gonna
trunk.
find pleasure in finding him guilty, but because the law compels you that once you make that determination, that's the only just outcome.
I knew
of
it.
the case.
I was saying it.
I know Mr. Takapina is going to talk about Mr. Efron, and he's going to talk
Hey,
about
Lachey.
all of Mr. Efron's statements.
I don't know if you all can hear me
Every single
because it's kind of low over this. I have to talk over it because I don't want to get dinged for this.
When he is given
I have to say a few things.
He's going to bring up points in time.
Sorry for the audio, but
about things that have absolutely nothing to do with this case.
I just wanted y'all to hear that. If you determine it's a real gun, now just me, you have a doubt though. You have doubt that it's a real gun. But is it beyond reasonable doubt? That's my question to you. If it's not, he's guilty. You have to take your emotion out of it. He's guilty.
Mr. Efron said to Mr. Sejani, "I'm already a millionaire." Oh, look, see.
But if you have a lot of doubt, just me, it's okay to say he's not guilty. But it doesn't mean he's innocent.
Go ahead and post news articles on social media. He said he was.
Bill, he's facing over 20.
I don't care about the police. I don't care what happens to the criminal case. I'm getting 30 M's. If I disappear, this case will be harder for the prosecutors.
How's everybody doing today?
None of those clips helped you answer.
I got to do like, you guys know what's her name? He got the biggest law channel.
Who cares? Mr. Efron said
Julie.
in the past he was a millionaire when he wasn't.
Lashane, what's her name? It's Julie, I think. She talks over it because they dinged her before, so you got to talk over it.
Mr. Efron wants to be paid because he was the victim of a real crime by a real gun. And some of the most important evidence that you heard in this case actually came from those recordings. Those recordings are very important because Mr. Efron does not know he's being recorded.
Hey, check this out.
Talking to his friend.
Let's say, Bill, you're in California,
He has no
right?
idea that this person.
Let's say we're outside, like in the street.
And then immediately turning their
Let's say, hey, Bill, let me show you my gun real quick. And I show you. That's a crime. You can actually call the cops on him.
Thoughts. He's not talking to the police.
Emily Baker, thank you.
He does not even know he's being recorded.
So I'm doing the Emily Baker style.
But what he says to Wally in those recordings is exactly what he told you here in court. I want to go through them because these recordings are important. So I'm going to play them now. And we're going to play a couple of them.
I truly believe they shadow ban me because they don't want the jury to hear me. Somebody told me that before. A judge told me that. He said I make too much sense.
100% wrong, and he got 12-year ills mixed up, bro. I'm not. You gotta understand, Rocky been on this high horse for a very long time. You feel me? He didn't have to do what he did. I don't have. He forced my hand.
Yeah, Bill, a chamber lock. Yes, mine had a chamber lock.
Why is Rocky going out his way?
Well, you have to provide that, or lock your gun up, Bill.
Whatever it is, but you gotta look at it like this. Why is he going out?
So how's the gun going to protect me in California if I got to have it in the trunk?
Text messages saying link up where you at, and all of this is.
Hold on, Mr. Robert. Let me go to the trunk.
Josh, him not doing right by Josh, and he spoke to Josh Mom and lied. You get what I'm saying? So I wrote with him about that. He hits up Bari later about that, but I'm with Bari. Bari got the phone on speaker. You get what I'm saying? This shit didn't fit well with me. So Rocky talks about me within that conversation.
Now, the reason why they're letting the jury hear this, because this doesn't matter. This conversation doesn't matter. What matters is it a real gun or not?
He goes in and says, hey, Bari influenced a whole week later doing that complex con shit. You feel what I'm saying? Just so happened I'm with Bari while Rocky hits up. Rocky says my name. You get what I'm saying? Real money, 12-year bills is at his house.
You can use it in your home, Ryan.
I heard Rocky bitch.
Somebody breaking in your house.
I don't fuck with him. Boogie feel me?
But you have to give them an opportunity to run out your house, Ryan. If they run out your house, you better not shoot
He
them.
was like a bitch because Barbie had him on speaker. Rocky don't know who else heard that conversation, but he know I heard him talk about me. And I told Rocky over the years, nigga, if you have a problem with me, let me know.
I am shadow banned, Jake. I am. Trust me, I am.
Boom. Next thing you know, I guess that was enough for him. He felt like a bitch because he knew I heard that conversation. I wasn't supposed to hear that conversation because Rocky I never heard him say first words or even have that type of energy towards me. You know what I'm saying? So now I know the real him. I tell real money. Tell that nigga fuck him. You feel me? Boom, boom.
Thanks for saying.
Related to him.
That'll be greatly appreciated, guys.
30 missed calls between him, Ills, and Rocky. Text messages. I'm staying at the Lowe's. I tell him, he calls me. I finally answer because I'm sleeping. Yeah. I answered him. He's like, where you at? With his flip voice. I'm like, huh? Where you at?
It's not looking good, but I'm still giving him a 50-50 chance. It can go either way. I think most people are going to have a hard time in here coming up with a verdict. What do you think, LaShane? Are you having a hard time, or?
He calls me. He calls me. I got all these text messages. Bro, these niggas is dumb. You and a couple other people heard this story. Rocky out here thinking it's all sweet, but his life is really. And
I know he has a family, but he didn't care about his family that night. He wasn't thinking.
Why take it to the guy? You feel me?
Who, me?
He didn't think though how the boys meet.
Why wouldn't I, bro?
It's gonna come down to John Lewin. He goes second. The defense is up next, and then Lewin is after that.
Everybody turned on me that day. What the fuck am I doing? Stay on his block and go shoot him up?
I dropped everything I'm doing.
In
And here it
that
is.
12 minutes, he tells the exact same details that he told you when he testified in this case. That's evidence they created. That's their person trying to trick Mr. Efron, trying to get Mr. Efron to say something damaging, say something that's going to undermine this case. Because
I believe Rihanna is there,
all
y'all.
he knows, he's recording these conversations for one purpose, so that he can turn them right over to the defendant. But what is Terrell saying? Everything consistent with what he told you. How this interaction started. Even that he blamed at him, that he shot him.
I don't think it'll be a verdict today, Michelle.
The same thing, because he weirded at me 4 or 5 times. I had to use Ills as a shield.
If it is a verdict, that might be good for Rocky.
Ain't trying to
A quick verdict.
Trying to end splash this shit, get some paper or something, or what?
Bro, it's too late. He told me he sucked a dick. Boom, boom, boom. I hit up John.
No, he wasn't in fear for his life.
He had nothing but time, bro.
I could see if it was all of them against him. He's the only one, yeah.
You feel me? He told John to start
Then
contacting.
he has every right to shoot.
The picture of bullets, send him the text messages of him, letting him know how serious this is. You know what he said? Nigga,
Yeah,
fuck.
retreating burglars, you can't do that in California. You can't do that here either in Virginia.
I set the nigga shooting at me 4 or 5 times. Well, I almost
If you
died.
shoot them, they got to stay in your house.
Now,
on your
I'm
property.
assuming, of course, the severity of the case, he's trying to kill me. So that's what he got to read. You feel me?
I feel ain't no way niggas could squat, like, you feel me? No paper, no nothing, bro. Like, you feel me? Like,
Bro, he's he's 33 years old. He got other men talking for him. He know what he did. You get what I'm saying? He had more than enough time. This shit happened 7 months later. He wasn't trying to reach out to me. He still didn't reach out to me.
I feel with legal shit, holding out of boys, so.
That's on him. I didn't want to go like that. I wanted to have a lawyer. When you get a lawyer that has nothing to do with boys, and Jabari is his friend, he might as well.
And if he's convicted, I don't want to hear anything about it was an all-white jury. I don't want to hear that. That doesn't matter.
He would have had enough people to block that if Jabari didn't say nothing, bro. Those was allegations. Jabari made it official.
Again, he's entirely consistent. The defendant shot.
Yeah, here in Virginia, you have to retreat first.
Same thing.
All I have to tell the police, I ran, and they chased me, and then I just opened fire. That's it.
About what happened
You have to say it in that
shooting.
on secession.
That that he
in order
reached
for him not
out
to go to jail.
That he sent him text messages, pictures of the fired cartridge cases. That he reached
Only
out.
thing they'll do is collect your gun and tell you they'll call you when you can pick it up.
Even how he was out
and you're free to go.
In this case, that Jabari made it official. That Jabari was the one who said that he had snitched and attached his.
Yeah, Ryan.
That's their evidence that they created. And it's entirely consistent with what he told you when he testified.
I just want y'all niggas to kind of end this shit and, you know, buy us.
And you know, he ended it when he shot at you. Who ends anything when a nigga shoot at you 4 or 5 times and you gotta grab another member to protect yourself?
Now, notice in the conversation, they didn't say anything about a prop gun. This is why they got me shadow banned. They're not talking about no prop gun.
That's called premeditated, bro. You feel what I'm saying? He didn't give me a chance.
Because it wasn't a prop gun.
I came to link him to see what the fuck the status was about. He pulls out. He tries to test on me.
Prop gun conversation.
He's a pussy boy. Give me an illness standing in between while he's trying to shoot me. He ain't give me no seconds, bro. She acting like that. And I got it all on camera. You don't want that, like, trust me. He's stupid. He did it all on camera, champ.
Again, consistent. I didn't know I was walking into a gun battle. I didn't bring a weapon. What does he do to me, though?
How come the guy said, well, you know it was a prop gun, right? He didn't say that because it's a real gun.
So it's really to get in the road, or you just trying to move on and shit?
Besides suing somebody like that, you feel me? Like, he got to face the consequences of with that because he wanted to be a gangster and run out his crib like that. That has nothing to do with me. You feel me? I did my part. If you look at it on my end, what else am I supposed to do?
Why not just ask for the bag or, you know?
I tried already, bro, and you don't ask for the bag because that's extortion, bro. When you got somebody that's shooting at you, you have to look like smart, bro. You got to understand I'm not no dumb black nigga, bro. You know what I'm saying? You ask for a bag without a lawyer, bro, it's called extortion. You feel me? You gotta do everything accordingly. Everything accordingly, or it's gonna catch up with you.
What's Mr. Sajemi trying to do? He's trying to bait Mr. Efron into giving some kind of inconsistent answer, but Mr. Efron's consistent the whole time.
The lawyers, when I went to the lawyers filed, gave the police the evidence, but you can't sue somebody with circumstances like that without criminal actions because it's such a heinous crime. When you purposely know what you're doing, that's a whole different ballgame. You get what I'm saying? And I'm still feel sympathetic for this man because I know that. I know what he's about to endure. But he told me, fuck off, go to the police. He told me this type of shit.
You're hearing his unvarnished, his unprepared thoughts. He's telling you, even
how come Wally didn't say in the conversation it's a prop gun? See?
Still knows he's about to go through stuff, but the defendant gave him no other option. Told him to go to the police.
I'm not the toughest nigga in the world. I don't know too many gangster niggas that's gonna come at Rocky. He's a millionaire, bro. That shit can come from anywhere. He decided to fire on me.
And that's why. Right?
A regular, ordinary person, the jury gonna feel that statement right there. They
like,
ordinary
who gets
too.
cold after somebody firing on you 5 times, bro? Nobody.
I said, why do folks talk on the phone? Well, Wally was
I
recording.
don't even want no message relayed like that because he had more than, bro. I had over years of Chelsea, bro. I'm not the hardest person to reach. You get what I'm saying? He chose to do that. Like, and you see when I just sent you the other day how he reacted off of me hitting up Johns and trying to figure out what we're gonna do here before I even hit up a lawyer or anything. You get what I'm saying? Yeah. Like, he don't want to hear nothing from nobody, bro, until like some people is like that. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Keep listening, Justin.
And I don't want
Your
to
doubt might
jeopardize
go
what you
away.
have going on and thinking that you spoke to me. Like, don't even put yourself involved in this shit, bro. Trust. Rocky will start looking at you funny, and I don't need you feeling like, you know what I'm saying?
yeah. It just trickled down to everyone, you feel me? Like, even if you don't, you feel me? Like,
That's gonna fuck up everybody's career who work for him.
I can't not do what I'm doing and think about everybody else. You know what I'm saying? Because I gotta worry about myself and worry about what the fuck happens to me. He wasn't thinking about nobody. Everybody's thinking like that, but then when it comes out, niggas are gonna really start hating him because, bro, why would you do that? Why would you put yourself out there to do something like that where it's unforgivable, bro? You get what I'm saying? Like, this ain't something like it was a fight, you punch me, I can sue you, you don't go to jail, bro, you fired on me.
Those recordings are important because the defense created them. Because Mr. Sajemi knew he was going to send those immediately to the defendant. And he recorded 2 separate phone calls on 2 separate dates. Said he sent them to the defendant. But Mr. Sajemi, although he tried to catch Mr. Efron saying something inconsistent, catch him in a lie, didn't work. When it comes to asking Wally, well, hey, what did you say? What did the defendant say to you about this? All of a sudden, he can't remember. Didn't record those calls. He's the mediator, right? But he doesn't remember a single thing the defendant said to him about this. Definitely doesn't remember the defendant saying to him, what are you talking about? This was a fake gun. He hears over and over and over from Mr. Efron that the defendant fired a real gun at him 4 or 5 times. So he's trying to catch Mr. Efron in a lie, but what does he catch him saying? I'm with Jabari, and Rocky talks bad about him. I tell Rocky I don't want to have anything to do with him. He calls me while I'm sleeping in my hotel room. He provoked a meeting with me. He and Ills called me 20 times. He told me he's going to come meet me at the W, and he fired at me 4 or 5 times. I had to use Ills as a human shield, or I'll be dead. He's unequivocal. This was a real gun. He tried to kill me. And after that, everybody turned on me. It's too late for Rocky to pay me and make this go away. I tried to resolve this quickly. I tried to reach out to Rocky. I tried to reach out to John, his manager. He left me no options. He told me to go to the police. So I got a lawyer, and that's what I did. Maybe we still could have kept this quiet, but then Jabari posts that post about me and outs me to the world as a snitch. Those recordings, I want to say they're about 25 minutes. If you listen to the whole thing, those are just snippets. Tried to give you a reasonable sample from them. But you listen to the whole thing, what will you not hear Mr. Efron say? I'm faking the whole thing. Rocky really fired a fake gun at me. You know, right? We all know. Rocky carries that fake gun. That's what he knew.
I think he's a little nervous, yeah.
None of that comes out of Mr. Efron.
He's human, he gotta be.
He tried to kill me. That's
Especially when John Lewin takes the stand, takes the center stage. Oh my God.
He was consistent.
You about to see something.
The details of the shooting. Since the very beginning of this case, he's been consistent. He was consistent when he knew he was being recorded. He certainly knew the police were going to write reports. He probably had some idea that the police were video or audio.
The defense has to bring it.
More importantly, he was consistent.
Now his defense attorney will bring it. He's good.
When he thought he
He'll
was
bring
in a
it.
safe space, when he thought he was talking to his friend, he's still consistent.
Hey guys, real quick, you know that lady that was going viral in Pakistan?
Then 9 times.
She's missing right now.
Okay. And he was on the witness stand for.
She was last seen. She was supposed to be coming back to LaGuardia. When she was in Dubai, men in black suits came and got her off the plane.
Can you imagine telling the details of something that happened to you 9 times and not having minor?
Anijah, she's missing.
I mean, it's completely
Whereabouts unknown.
natural.
She's probably locked up.
But Mr. Efron, was locked into his statement on November 8th, 2021. You could even argue that he was locked in on November 6th, the day of the shooting, because he started sending text messages to the defendant, to 12, to Ills, to John. He's locked in with all of them, telling them this was a real gun, sending them pictures of the cartridge cases. Focusing though on that important question of was this a real gun or a prop gun? When is the first time?
Yeah, she threatened somebody with a cigarette,
This is a prop.
saying she was going to burn them. That's illegal in
You heard in the
Dubai.
testimony from
Can't do that.
ASAP 12 and ASAP Lou that the first time this comes up, I guess, is August of.
But they'll change your vibration, trust
And
me.
they are only going to tell the defense attorney. So they held that all important information for over 2 years, almost 3 years. Before then, they're going to tell the details to the defense attorneys only. You found out that it was only turned over to us the day before jury selection started in this case. And then you found out that Lou's statement was actually changed about, oh, where the gun is now. That was changed the day that he came in to testify.
They do look nervous, Bill, because they got to nail it.
Defies credibility.
Because John Lewin is last.
That the idea that they would not be running into the police station to tell their story is absurd. So let's focus on their stories. ASAP Lou, I've already talked to you about how he's conflicted in this case, how he relies on the defendant for his financial, livelihood.
Yeah, Lou.
You should view his testimony as being very convenient. His story changes, and he has a perfect explanation for everything. He came in, he told you a story to explain away the evidence that would obviously point to the defendant's guilt. The primary piece of evidence that he needs to explain away, that Lou needs to explain to you so that you no longer see the defendant as guilty, was why was the defendant carrying a fake gun? Lou's going to answer that for you. And why did the defendant have a magazine for a Glock 43, which just so happens to be the same type of gun that's consistent with the gun that fired those two cartridge cases that Mr. Efron located.
That gun he had in his hand does look like a Glock 43. It does.
Bedroom closet.
Oh my God.
So how does he answer the question of why the defendant was carrying a fake gun? Again, we went through the whole thing.
You're not carrying no fake gun for protection. Come on, man.
And their only reasonable response to that is to carry a fake gun. We've already talked about how that defies any logic.
Somebody try to rob you, gonna pull out a fake pew-pew.
Even though that was Lou's advice, the defendant doesn't follow that advice completely because he has. He literally.
Really, Ryan said he was grazed in the hand, which is possible.
A real gun, which is in reach of his bed. Not much further away, he has a rifle and a shotgun. What he did not have anywhere in his house was a prop gun or any prop ammunition. Obviously,
He told them about the time.
if you were the victim of a violent
So they go
crime,
first, the defense goes second, and then the state goes again.
to this whole prop gun thing. Clearly, that's the thing the defendant also agrees with. Lou was very clear that the fake gun that he alleges that the defendant had.
No one mentioned it was
which
fake,
he
just
said he
me.
personally modified, was modeled after a semi-automatic pistol. That's
His lawyer have to bring this home now. His lawyer's good now. Tacopina is good. You gotta bring it home.
Not fully think this through.
Let's go, Tacopina.
Flush out the story before
Let's get it.
in to tell you. He had to tell you that he modified the gun by adding that.
This is where he earns his money.
Putting that magazine extender on, so that he could explain why that gun had those small things that Twelby could just so conveniently come in here and tell you that in the heat of the moment, when it's quickly pulled, he saw those two same features, that tiny piece of metal on the side that would hold it to your belt. And
Yeah, he used it for
so
protection.
their stories match, their stories line up. If you accept
He's a millionaire.
a fake gun that Lou just described, you would also have to explain why there are no fired fake prop cartridges at the crime scene. Because the gun that Lou described, this prop gun that existed, that's a semi-automatic prop gun, would operate just like a real semi-automatic pistol. And it would shoot those cartridge cases out the side just like a real gun would. So why are there no prop cartridge cases found at the scene? In his opening statement, Mr. Takakina made a big show of pointing out how 7 or 8 LAPD patrol officers scoured every inch of that street of Vista Del Mar. They walked up and down with searchlights, and they didn't find anything. They definitely did not find any prop-fired ammunition. Now, he obviously did that to argue to you that Mr. Efron planted those cartridge cases. But he actually discovered them at the scene after the police have searched it. So there's no cartridge cases. He comes back and he plants them. But he forgot that if the police are as thorough as he's saying, that they also would have found the ammunition from the defendant's gun. That painfully contradicts their own defense in this case. Do you want to, I got your notes, do you want to take a break now?
It's up to you. Is this a convenient spot?
I'm going to move into.
All right, let's take a break now. Folks, please be outside the courtroom doors at 10 minutes after 11. At this time, we will resume. Please don't discuss the
All right, so we could talk about it. When did they say they coming back? I missed that part. It's lunchtime. When they say they coming back? Well, so here's the thing. In the conversations that Relly was having with some of the ASAP members, nobody mentioned a prop gun. Nobody. Well, because if it was a prop gun, I said, yo, Relly, that was a prop gun. It wasn't a real gun. It was a prop gun. But nobody mentioned that because it was a real gun. And the jury, listen, he said something about common sense, didn't he? I told you who's going to say it. You don't leave your common sense outside of the deliberation room. You bring it with you. You do not leave it there. You bring it in the deliberation room. This is a circumstantial case. It's not a gun, but you can bring it all home with everything in its totality. No, they don't have a video of the casings being planted. Let me see. 11. Well, it's almost 11 o'clock on the West Coast. Maybe they are going to lunch, or maybe have a short break. Because the defense have to go next, and then the state go one more time to rebut. They have a rebuttal closing, and that's when John Lewin is going to come to center stage. And let me tell you something. I predict when he start his closing, John Lewin, there's going to be a lot of objections. Watch. It's going to be fiery. It's going to be a lot of objections. He was the only man to put Robert Durst away before he passed away, before Robert Durst passed away. Robert Durst beat a case where he beheaded somebody. He beat that case. That's how good his lawyers are. Robert Durst had some of the best lawyers on the planet, and he beat them. He sure did. And they were laughing, like, during the trial, like, you know, admiring each other. They were admiring them. Because, you know, they're old school, you know. They were near retirement anyway. And they just, sometimes they laugh like, man, this guy's good, man. Yeah, they got 2 goes at it. So Tacopina, ASAP Rocky lawyer, he is now preparing for the closing argument of his career. Well, he had other high-profile cases too, but he's built for this. This is nothing new to him, but he has a client that his liberties are on the line. Okay? If he blows trial today, if they come back with a verdict, say guilty, he don't walk home. He go in handcuffs. He don't go back home. They're going to take him in handcuffs for sentencing. He'll come back for sentencing, but he'll go away in handcuffs today and sit in the county jail. So there's a lot on the line here. This man have a career, right? He has Rihanna. He has children. Well, more importantly, he has children. And he's facing a maximum prison sentence of 20 years here. They don't play in California when it comes to firearms. Now, you might say to yourself, why are some states more laxed on gun laws, or more easy on gun laws, should I say, than other states? Well, the states where the Black Panthers were most prevalent, those are the states that have very strict gun laws, believe it or not. Prior to the Black Panthers, California had very relaxed gun laws. I don't know if anybody know that. But the Black Panthers were prevalent in Los Angeles, and many other cities, New York City, Detroit, and some other places, some other cities. So they heightened those gun laws because of the Black Panthers back in the 1960s. That's why. They weren't really prevalent in the southern states or Texas. So we maintain our, gun-friendly buying laws here. So that's a little history lesson for you. Because all those other states prior to the Black Panthers, you could buy a gun. It ain't matter what race you were. You could still buy a gun. Your grandparents carried guns when they lived back in the day. Go ask them. Or your great-grandparents. They didn't have problems buying guns prior to the Black Panthers. Even during segregation, they could buy guns. Did you know that? Of course. Because people had land, and especially out in Texas, you had Black farmers. They needed weapons, for different things. So as of right now, Trump is thinking about allowing your gun permit and your concealed weapons permit for you to be traveling to any state. And any state should recognize your permit. If he does that, that's going to be one of the major things he do in his, one of the major things he do. Because I would love to travel with my firearm to New Jersey. But guess what? I can't. If I take my firearm over the border from Delaware to New Jersey, once I get off that Delaware Memorial Bridge and it says welcome to New Jersey, I will go to jail if they catch me. I could stay in the state of Pennsylvania. I could stay there. But I can't cross that border to New Jersey. And now I'm officially in the tri-state area. No way. Even on the first offense, I'm facing 5 years. Even on the first offense. Okay? So I don't take the risk. Now in California, it's interesting. I could travel on the plane with my weapon, but it has to be in my carry-on. On my pack luggage. It has to have a lock on it, and the ammunition has to be somewhere else. Now, once you travel in the state of California, the firearm has to be in the trunk, locked up, separate from the ammunition. And it has to be in the trunk. Now, my question to you is, why should I even bring it? What I'm supposed to do for the robber? Wait a minute, Mr. Robber. Let me go in the trunk first. No, let me go in the trunk first and load up. And now you can rob me. So you might as well don't take it. Here where I live, I remember when I first moved here, I had one of my coworkers' son had a party at it and on their property. It was out in the country in King William, Virginia. It's near, just to give you a perspective, it's near, if you know anything about Virginia, it's near that amusement park. I can't think of the name right now, but it's right across the street from where Secretariat was raised, the horse Secretariat that won the Triple Crown back in the day. It was out there. So I'm at the party, right? Everybody had firearms. Everybody. Women, everybody. And they were showing it to each other. They said, yo, let me see your piece. And they were showing it. They said, yo, Max, where your piece at? I'm like, I don't have one. And they all looked at me like, you don't have a piece. And I said, no. They said you're supposed to carry it on you like ID. You carry your ID. Do you have ID? And I said, yeah. They said, are you on the run? I said, no. They said, do you have felonies? I said, no. So why you don't have a gun? They were really surprised about that. And I said, and I was like, I looked at my boy, Chris. I said, well, can I get one? He said, I could take you to get one today. I said, stop playing. He said, tomorrow I'll take you to get one. So I went to this spot called Green Top Hunter and Fishery. Hold on, it's a little static. Hold on, let me mute this. There's a little place called Green Top. So it's a hunter and fishery spot. They sell firearms, and there's a police officer as a guard in there. So when I went in there, I already knew what I wanted because I was looking online. I said, yeah, I want that one. He said, you sure you want that one? I said, yeah. He said, yeah, that's a nice pick. So the guy was like, okay, you want that one? I said, yeah. He said, I need to see 2 forms of ID so I could do a background check. Okay. I said, yeah. He said, sign here. So I signed there, and he came back less than 5 minutes. He said, would that be cash or credit? I said, excuse me? He said, would that be cash or credit to buy the firearm? And also, would you like to buy ammunition here? Now, meanwhile, the police is listening, right? Because they know I'm not from here. So he was like, do you want defensive ammo or do you want target ammo today? Because you could buy both of them today. I said, excuse me, sir, what is that? Everybody in that store started laughing. And the police was like, excuse me, son. He's like, where are you from? I said, I'm from New Jersey. He's like, okay, that's why. Everybody started laughing at me. You don't know what defensive ammo is, son? I said, no. He said, do you know what target ammo is? I said, no. And the police, he said, I don't mean to laugh. He had a gut laugh, and he caught a cramp. He was laughing so hard. And I was the only one that wasn't laughing. I don't understand. Everybody was laughing. It was a bunch of rednecks in there. We call them rednecks, but they were all laughing. And they said, we're going to pop your cherry today. They said, you came to the right spot. And they was like, we glad you came here. Because at least we could be the first people that in your life to say we educated you on what weapons are. And they were so happy about that. They was like, we glad you came here because we don't get your kind in here all the time. We don't get your kind that don't know nothing about firearms. And he said, we know the reason because in Jersey it's hard to get, isn't it, son? I said, yeah. He said, how long are you living in Virginia? I said, I'm here for the duration. He said, welcome to the state of Virginia. And we are proud to help you today. He said, son, defensive ammo is hollow points. And the reason why we call it defensive ammo, because them hollow points don't go through the target. They stay in the target. We call them showstoppers. And target ammo is the regular bullets. He said most people up north and other places, they use target ammo. We laugh at them because the person can get shot 8 times and still live as long as they don't hit major organs. And so he said, I was like, well, I like to purchase both. He said, okay. He said, would you like a gun holster or stuff like that? And then my boy said, no, we're going to order it online. He said, you want a bulletproof vest? And I almost hit the floor. I said, I could buy a bulletproof vest too. And then everybody, this old lady, and she was like in a walker. She almost fell. She started laughing so hard. She almost fell. She said, son, let me show you my piece. She went in her little purse and showed me her revolver. Like it's like old ladies like to have revolvers for some reason. So she said, look at my revolver. My husband gave me this. This is from before you were born. I carry this everywhere I go, son. So then I purchased a gun. I couldn't believe I was leaving there with a firearm. I couldn't believe it. So then I went and got my concealed weapons license. Now you can do it online, but before I just like to go in the gun range. They had a class. It was an all-day Saturday class, right? They teach you how to clean it. They teach you how to shoot it. They teach you how to line up your sights. They teach you what your dominant eye is, how you got to use your dominant eye and close your other eye and make sure, he said, when those sights are lined up, the target is blurry. That's how you know you got it right. So they taught me everything, right? So when I'm sitting in there, this old lady was in there. We was all just waiting in class. We all had our gun cases out. And this guy, me and this guy was talking. He was like, yeah, older people, they like to carry revolvers and whatnot. And she heard us talking. And she said, well, she pulled her case out. She's like, look, I have a revolver. And he was like, yeah, we know you're older. She says, not because I'm older, because I don't want to leave evidence. And we just looked at each other like, oh, shit. She said, why leave the gun casings around? Because when you shoot this, the gun casings don't fall. The shell casings stay in the gun. So I don't leave evidence, son. That's what she said to me. And he said it, but she looking at me and saying it. She said, so kill that noise about older women carrying revolvers. See, I don't leave evidence. That's what she told me. I was like, she said, don't judge a book by its cover. And I'm like, ma'am, I didn't say it. She said, I know, but you're not from here. I'm talking to you. I was like, ooh. She said, my husband is a former Marine. She said, he's a Marine, not a former, he's a Marine. I know about this firearm. So then she was next to me because at some point in the course, we had to do a shooting test. We had to hit the target. We had to do a certain test, right? Before they pass us. This lady was hitting center mass every shot. Every shot. And then she put the gun down and looked at me. She said, now do you judge a book by its cover? I said, no, ma'am. No, ma'am. We friends to this day. Because every now and then we'll have parties and we go to the shooting range and we have like a little party and stuff. They got like cookout and then sometime we'll come to her property. We'll all bring our firearms out there. She has like a makeshift gun range out there and we'll go shoot. And her husband, he said, son, you ever shot a rifle? And I said, no. They had this thing about popping your cherry. They all say that. They was like, oh my God, you about to get your cherry pop today. You never shot a AR-15, son. He said, let me introduce you to the AR-15. Man. And he had the sights on it and everything. And he said, hold it in your hand. Let me see your natural stance. Let me see it. So I held it. He said, you got a natural stance, son. He said, hold up, shoulder width apart. What's your dominant eye? He showed me. He said, okay. Now he showed me how to hold it properly because of the recoil. He showed me. He said, you're a big guy. You ain't got to worry about the recoil, but you got to hold it a certain way. And then he taught me how to fire it. And then he taught me some stuff about sniping because he know how to snipe too. So he was teaching me stuff like that. And it's not as easy as it sounds because there's math involved. Because did you know that a bullet doesn't go in a straight line? It goes according to the curvature of the earth. It's not in a straight line. I didn't know that. I thought it just goes straight across. It doesn't, especially if you're shooting at a long distance. There's a curvature you have to calculate. And then I remember when I finally hit the target, it was from like 200 feet away. 100 feet away. When I finally hit that damn target, I was happy. Yep. I was happy about that. But yeah, the bullet doesn't go in a straight line. It's a curvature. And I didn't know that. And it's like math involved. It was when you lining up the sights and the crosshairs, like if you off to the right, you know you're gonna have to line it up a certain way with the crosshairs to make it dead on, because you're calibrating the scope. So I didn't know all of that. He taught me all that, man. Yeah. These are old couple, man. They doing pretty good there. He was in Vietnam and they doing pretty good. They got a really big property and they have people out there that come shoot. So I usually go out there every now and then. It's usually in the summertime. Their kids will be cooking out and I go up there. No, 100 yards, excuse me, 100 yards is a football field. 100 yards. Yep, he taught me how to do it. It's not as easy as it sounds. You think like all I got to do is line up with the crosshairs. And I did that and I still kept missing. And then he also told me you're pulling the trigger wrong. He said, you're pulling the trigger. You're not squeezing it. You're pulling it. So he said, when you pull it, you think you're on sight, but now you're off sight because you're pulling it. So now you're not on target no more. He said, you have to do it in between breaths and you have to squeeze it. You have to slow your breathing down and you got to squeeze it. It's a smooth succession. Just squeeze it and let go. Just squeeze it. Let go. We waiting, the state. We only missed about 5 minutes of the closing, but the state went first. The defense is up next. See Papa Mac, and that from watching this with me in the past, the state goes again. I don't know if you remember, see Mac, was you in here when we followed the Robert Dersh case? I believe you were. Well, the same prosecutor is getting ready to close, John Lewin. Yeah, he said, yeah, you got to control your breath. Now, man, if you ever, okay, here we go. Hold on.
Good. All right, we're back on the record. Our jurors are present, all parties and counsel are present, and Mr. Perlman.
Thank you. All right, well, just to pick up briefly where I left off, we were talking about the police search at the scene when they initially respond to these calls. And I point out these calls because we heard from Sergeant Zizzo, who did his best to describe for you their response to what was, not necessarily a clear situation. They received multiple calls and they talked to multiple people on the scene that pointed them in 3 different directions. Did this happen at Selma and Argyle? Did this happen at Selma and El Centro? Did this happen at Vista Del Mar in Selma? Was it in the street? Was it in the parking lot? What exactly happened? They show up, they do their best. That was the testimony from him, that with this conflicting information, they did the best that they could, but they went to these multiple locations, sometimes receiving conflicting information. What Mr. Tacopina did when he stood up on cross-examination was play videos from another officer to show, look, there's 7, 8 officers on the scene. They're doing this thorough search of the street. He tells you in an opening statement, it's a thorough search, spotlights involved. But what he's not told you is why the police then don't find the fired cartridge cases from the defendant's gun, this prop gun, that's gonna fire prop ammunition, why they don't find those cartridge cases either, because they're saying that's also a semi-automatic firearm. So 2 cartridge cases also would have come out of that. Mr. Tacopina also made a similar error to you when he stood up in opening statement, and he described how you were going to see Mr. Efron returning to the scene. He put up part of that grainy surveillance video of a person with a white top coming back to the scene at 11:10, and made a big point of telling you that's going to prove that Mr. Efron's a liar, because Mr. Efron said he came back with his girlfriend, and these were his words, unless she's a ghost, she's not on that video. But you know now, because you've sat through the evidence and the testimony, that all the evidence points to that not being Mr. Efron. Mr. Efron, when he came back, took photographs of the cartridge cases. When LAPD went to collect this video, in the day after they were notified of this, they were told by Mr. Efron an approximation of when he turned. He didn't have an exact time. He gave them an approximation. They went, they collected the video, they saw someone returning, and they thought, okay, that must be him, and they collected it. That error that they made back in November of 2021 has certainly been flushed out in the years since this has happened. And what you know from the timestamp on Mr. Efron's photographs of those cartridge cases is that he actually came back closer to 11:45. The video stops at 11:20, so obviously we don't have video of him actually coming back. It certainly does not contradict Mr. Efron's detailed statement to you that when he came back, he had his girlfriend with him. She wouldn't obviously be on video. It's not collected and not played. It's also clear the person who comes back is wearing different clothing than what Mr. Efron was wearing at the time. And you also heard Mr. Efron testify at the preliminary hearing. When he was first shown that video, he looked at it and said, that's not me. So all that together, you know the person that you see on that video was not Mr. Efron. Mr. Tacopina, I'm sure, made a big point pointing out why Mr. Efron returning to that scene, not having his girlfriend with him, and proving that Mr. Efron was lying with those details, was all to get you to believe his next big point, which is that Mr. Efron planted those 2 fired cartridge cases that he found at the scene. That's what the defense needs you to believe in this case. But the idea that Mr. Efron planted those cartridge cases, when you really think through all the information that you have, does not make sense. One reason, consider that Mr. Efron, as he's telling people what happened to him over and over and over, I mean, I could go 9 times over, he's telling everyone that the defendant shot at him 3 or 4 times, including the night he brings those 2 cartridges into the police station. He tells that police officer 3 or 4 shots. This is important because if you assume that what the defense is trying to argue to you, that Mr. Efron planted those cartridge cases, you have to ask yourself, how, within reason, how would that happen? what you'll find is that none of the things that you would reasonably expect to happen actually happened in this case. If he planted those cartridge cases, what would you expect? First, where did those cartridge cases come from? How did he actually, mechanically, how did he have 2 fired cartridge cases to plant? The defense wants you to believe that apparently he knew in advance that Mr. Mayers, the defendant, was going to shoot at him. And that he was going to shoot at him with a semi-automatic pistol. So Mr. Efron, the mastermind that you saw testify here, hatched this elaborate plan. And weeks before this crime, he went to a gun range and he got a 9mm Glock 43 and fired it multiple times. By some miracle of a coincidence, Mr. Efron must have known that ASAP Lou accidentally bought a magazine for a Glock 43. Okay? And that ASAP Lou, somehow Mr. Efron learned that. He's also going to intuit or know ASAP Lou's going to load that magazine, fully loaded, and he's going to leave it at the defendant's bedroom closet. Now, if you're already thinking this sounds completely unreasonable, I'm with you. It makes absolutely no sense. At this point, just to go back to jury selection and the example that you were given with Boomer the dog, and Mr. Lewin asked you, well, how can you be sure that a tornado didn't come down the chimney and just trash the house? How can you be sure? I mean, honestly, that sounds more reasonable than the idea that Mr. Efron knew in advance that he was going to be fired at and knew to go get that specific kind of gun to fire at a firing range.
We don't know, JJ.
Cases that he could plant
It could go either way.
When this shooting happens. There's no way that this scenario would work without Mr. Efron knowing in advance that this shooting is going to happen and that he's going to need cartridge cases to plant at the scene. Under the defense scenario, too, he would not have time to get those cartridge cases any other way. He has a limited amount of time at 10 p.m.
I think a quick verdict means that's a good thing for Rocky, a quick verdict. A long verdict is not good.
Go find a gun,
long deliberation.
Fire it off 2 times. The gun he's going to find also is going to be a Glock 43. So not any gun, but that specific gun. And he's going to fire it off multiple times, and then he's going to go back to the scene. I guess, by 11:10, when that person in the white shirt, so he changed his clothes, he's going to go back and he's going to plant those cartridge cases at the scene. He would not have enough time to possibly do that. So second point to consider, how it doesn't make any sense that Mr. Efron planted these, is that, as I pointed out, Mr. Efron told literally everyone who would listen, including Wally on those tapes, that the defendant fired more than 2 shots. Now, you all, I'm sure, can appreciate how stressful this situation would have been for Mr. Efron, and that as the defendant's firing at him, he's not sitting there counting exactly how many shots. So as he's telling the police how many shots were fired at him, he's doing his best to recall a stressful situation, and he genuinely believes 3 or 4 shots are fired at him. That's his sincere belief. That's what he tells the police. If he is going to plant those cartridge cases, though, and come up with the crazy scenario that I told you, he intuits the shooting's going to happen, he gets these cartridge cases in advance so he can come back and plant them at the scene, wouldn't you reasonably expect Mr. Efron to tell the police the defendant only fired at him 2 times? Wouldn't that be your reasonable explanation? If he's making this up, he planted these cartridges, he's making up how many shots were fired at him, wouldn't you expect him to walk into the police and say, no, it was only 2 shots? He would match his story with the physical evidence that he's walking into the station with. Now, to this point, here's another way that Mr. Efron would have had to have used his, telepathic powers, because he's going to know, or he would have to know, that after he tells the police, I only got 2, but there were 3 to 4 shots that were fired, he's going to know the police are going to later go collect a video that has audio, and that audio is going to definitively show you that, in fact, there were only 2 shots that were fired. I want you to consider, when you're considering how reasonable this scenario is that Mr. Efron planted these cartridge cases, consider the alternative, which is, what if Mr. Efron had walked into the police station and he said, the defendant fired 4 shots at me, and he walked in and he was holding a bag with 4 fired cartridge cases in it. And then the police went out and collected video, and you found out there were only 2 shots. Then you'd have a major, major problem. It could not be true what Mr. Efron would be saying. But that's not the evidence you have. You have the inverse. You have him saying, I genuinely believe it was 3 to 4, but I only found 2. And then you have independent evidence, independent of him, that shows you it was actually only 2. Third problem with Mr. Efron planting these cartridge cases. If what the defense was telling you was true, that Mr. Mayers fired a fake semi-automatic gun, and Mr. Efron planted these 2 real fired cartridge cases at the scene, wouldn't you expect other evidence to contradict his story? I mean, Mr. Efron specifically sends text messages that night to the defendant's manager, Bills, and Twelve, all of which, in sum and substance, accuse the defendant of firing a real gun at him. Wouldn't you expect?
I'm not sure this time, Matt.
Even one of those
If they think it's a real gun, he's getting
respond back to
convicted.
him and say,
If they think the gun is
"What are you
fake
talking
and
about?"
not sure, he's
We
walking.
all know Rocky carries a fake gun. It doesn't happen. It doesn't happen. That's their moment to contradict him, to confront him, and they don't. While we're on the subject of his text messages,
Well, you didn't hear from John Lewin yet, Audrey.
really
He's sitting down right there. See him? He go last.
kind of locking himself into this being a real gun that's fired at him. Those text messages are important because they also betray 2 other major flaws in the defense theory of this case. Those messages.
Yes, it's agreed to on both sides to seat the jury,
The
yes.
defendant, certainly the defendant himself, but all the other people in his inner circle on notice that Mr. Efron is going to accuse the defendant of.
If you believe it was a real gun, Nikki, he's getting convicted.
So I've already told you, wouldn't you expect him to respond back with, hey, you know that that's not true, this was a fake gun. That's not what happens with, the text messages you saw from the defendant were to deny anything happened. But second, the defendant.
I'm not sure, Mother
needs
Bird.
to understand that prop gun that he used, right, that real prop gun that he has, that is not only his get out of jail free card, that is his.
According to TMZ, they think it's odd to see a white jury
So he needs
and not somebody of,
close tabs on that.
more of a mixture.
Right?
They think it's odd. TMZ said that.
So your reasonable expectation was.
But
Mr. Efron
the
texted
defense
the
also
defendant,
helped pick the jury as well, so
with your
they
real
were
gun.
okay with it.
The defendant's response would be, I gotta keep that gun. Now, what is the actual response you received through Lou? ASAP Lou comes in here and tells you that the defendant came up to him with the prop gun and said, get rid of this, I don't want it anymore. Is that reasonable?
Yeah, get rid of
This
the
is
prop gun,
kind of where my job
even though
is
it's
hard,
fake.
because I have to explain to you how their version of how this prop gun disappeared doesn't make sense. But we know that none of this actually ever happened, because this is all a made-up story. So when I talk about the prop gun, understand that there never was a prop gun, okay? Never to begin with. I'm sure what happened was Lou took that Glock 43, the real one that was used, with the modified slide, and got rid of it. And when he did that, he forgot that there was an extra magazine for that gun in the defendant's closet. Now to that point, and oh my gosh, this is a new magazine. I'm not saying that that magazine that we have in evidence, that magazine specifically was the one in the gun that was used at the time the shooting happened. Guns come with multiple magazines. You can purchase additional magazines for guns. But the defendant knew he had to get rid of that real gun. He can't have that, because that's going to definitively tie him back to this crime scene. So either he or Lou, his right-hand man, get rid of it. And they get rid of it with the magazine that's in it. But they forget there's that backup magazine in the defendant's closet. But either way, let's assume their prop gun theory is true. Why would the defendant get rid of the one thing, the most important thing that could definitively prove his innocence? Why would he do that? You received an instruction about someone, either the defendant or someone other than the defendant, trying to conceal or destroy evidence, and using that as actual evidence that the defendant was aware that he was guilty. Why would the defendant get rid of that gun unless he knew it was going to prove he was guilty? Unless he knew it was a real gun. It literally makes no sense that he would not keep the prop gun so that when Mr. Efron goes to the police, he can turn around and say, here it is, here's the prop gun. This is the one I used. Anyway, if you're inclined to accept Lou's story that he flew across the country on a private jet and gave the prop gun back to the co-director of the DMV music video shoot, there's still yet another problem with Lou's story. Why doesn't Lou get the gun back? So they haven't explained why would the defendant get rid of this gun in the first place. He needs to keep this. This is very important in this situation. But for whatever reason, he gets rid of it. Lou flies it back and they give it to this co-director. Lou knows this is a crucial piece of evidence. This would prove that his brother is innocent. So what does Lou tell you? What efforts did Lou make to get that gun back? Because he needs it back now. Oh my God, I can't believe we got rid of it in the first place, but now we definitely need it back. But what does he do? He makes one phone call, and he's basically told, I don't really know where it is. And so he decides, just let it go. Doesn't make any other inquiries, doesn't do anything else to try to get that gun back. Does that sound believable for even 1 minute? It's certainly not reasonable. We're bordering on insulting to your intelligence. Also consider the timing of when Lou comes up with this idea that he gave the prop gun back to the co-director of the music video. That was literally something he came up with the day that he testified. Why does that matter? Well, we don't have an opportunity to go find this co-director, bring that person into court, call them as a witness. But Lou's known about him for years. They could have called him. They could have had him come in and testify and tell you all about it. Certainly, They would have known about it when Lou tells his story in August of 2024. So where is he? Where is this co-director? Where is his testimony? You didn't hear from him because his whole story is made up. On top of that, has the defense proved to you that this prop gun ever existed? Ever existed? I mean, you would want to hear from the co-director that has it now, right? But wouldn't you also want even a single piece of paper that proves to you that that gun ever existed? A receipt for it? This was on a music video. Where are the call sheets about it? Is there a safety coordinator that could say, yeah, I was there, we had prop guns, and I haven't warned people about them? Was there a video of the gun, even at the music video shoot? Is there literally a picture or anything? We found a picture of Ilse's face from the day after this incident. This they're saying is a prop gun that not only was it in the music video, but it was so widely known that the defendant carried it. Where are pictures of him with it other times? There's literally been no documentation provided to you that that gun ever exists. No purchases, no receipts, no paperwork, anywhere. Lou says he took that prop gun, right? And what did he do? He modified it. He put a belt clip on it, he modified the magazine. Did he bring in any proof of that? Receipt for a belt clip? Receipt for a magazine extender? Nothing. On top of that, this is an item that the defendant carried around all the time, right? He had to. This was his security. When the police search his house, do they find literally anything that supports the idea that a prop gun was there? Do they find any other prop guns? No. Do they find prop ammunition? No. Nothing. Literally nothing. You literally have zero proof except for the testimony of Lou and the testimony of 12. And I've talked to you about why you should view their testimony with a healthy dose of skepticism. That's literally the only thing. There's no independent proof that that prop gun has ever existed. And equally insulting is this idea that there is like a cone of silence within the ASAP collective relating to members who knew that the defendant always carried this prop gun, which they only speak about, only ASAP 12 and only ASAP Blue, they only speak about this on the eve of trial. And that they're gonna hold this information inside them, knowing that the defendant, their brother, is facing criminal charges. They're gonna hold this inside and they're only gonna really present it to the 12 jurors. Does that make any sense to you? As soon as the defendant's arrested, what would you expect them to do? You'd expect them to be beating down the doors of the police station to tell the police officers and detectives, you guys got it all wrong. This is a fake gun. That's not what they do though. They hold it inside. They let him have criminal charges hang over his head. They let the preliminary hearing come and go. They literally wait till the day before jury selection to finally reveal that there was the gun that was used was a prop gun. It's, again, defies all reason. They claim, 12 and Lou, they both claim that the police never tried to talk to them. It's not true. You heard that they both refused to talk to the police when asked. That the judge specifically asked both of them, will you sit and talk to the police? They both refused. But even more, that's not really the expectation you would have, right? They had this information that would exonerate their friend, their brother, their meal ticket, the guy they rely on. You'd want them to seek out the police. At least that's what you'd expect. Not wait for the police to come knocking on their door, knowing that they have this secret information. Ladies and gentlemen, when you decide that the gun in this case was a real gun, for any one of the many reasons that I've given you, This case is over. Let me address really quickly, though, the new defense. It goes something like this. If you don't believe this was a prop gun, try to believe that when the defendant fired his real gun, he was only doing it either in defense of Hills or in defense of 12. Now, right off the bat, you have to acknowledge that that defense is completely contradictory, completely incompatible with the other defense, which is, no, actually, this was a prop. It cannot be both a prop gun and a real gun. The problem with that defense is very similar to everything else I've talked to, which is this whole case is on video. What the video in this case shows you is that Mr. Efron was not the violent person in either of these incidents. And especially at the corner of Fisk, Del Mar, and Salmon, you can see that initial interaction. You can see that he's feet away from Hills as the defendant charges towards him with a gun. The defendant was not protecting anyone. He was not doing anything but initiating an attack, which he legally cannot do and then claim self-defense. I want to finish my argument with you by telling you a story. The story I'm going to tell you is the story of the defense in this case. If what they're telling you or want you to believe is true, this is essentially what would have to happen. Now, Rocky, he's a famous rapper. He's in his house and he's just hanging out with his good friend Lou. Lou would do anything for him. They meet in a crowd. Lou becomes his personal assistant, his tour manager. He's a DJ. He has his own clothing brand. He's a security consultant. Lou does it all. You need to know that even if you need someone to be at your house while the police are searching it, Lou's got your back. You need someone to come to court, lie on your behalf, provide a false alibi, Lou will do that for you too. Lou is Rocky's right-hand man. Now Rocky's having security problems. He's constantly being victimized by scary people. He's in a nightclub, he's stabbed with a real knife. It was violent, it was scary. Not only was he stabbed, but his good friend Twelvey was also stabbed at the same time. That's the kind of violence that he's faced. Not only that, scary people break into his house. He's had his home burglarized. He's had stalkers follow him. On top of all that, which has happened to him directly, that violence that Rocky's experiencing doesn't happen in a vacuum. Other rappers around him are also the victims of violent crimes, some even being shot and murdered with real guns. So faced with this violent world, these violent people, Rocky does the only reasonable thing he can think of. Does he hire extra security? No. He turns to Lou. And Lou, his security consultant, and a professional security person who will remain unidentified, jointly came to another reasonable conclusion, which is that when someone needs to defend themselves against real guns, real knives, like Rocky does, what they should do is they should carry a fake gun. Lucky for Rocky, he just so happens to film a music video, and on that music video set, they just so happen to have such a prop gun. Does he have to go out and buy a prop gun? No. That would have created a paper trail that could have proved that he had this prop gun. Instead, what Rocky does, he uses his ability to see in the future, where he sees that he's going to need this prop gun. And so he takes one of the prop guns from the music video shoot just in case. This is going to be very handy. His good friend Lou suggests to him that he should carry the prop gun to defend himself against, again, scary people with real weapons, real knives, real guns. Lou, you gotta understand too, in this story, Lou also loves guns. He owns a bunch of guns, he loves to shoot them, and he's very knowledgeable about guns. Specifically though, Lou owns a Glock 42, which uses .380 ammunition. Very important, you gotta understand this for the story. Neither Lou nor Rocky own a Glock 43. That has to be true in order for their story to make sense. Because a Glock 43 uses 9mm ammunition. But back to Lou, the other thing that you need to know about Lou is he's also apparently very clumsy. He's not detail oriented. And when Lou goes to the gun store one day, he just so happens to purchase an extra magazine, and wouldn't you know it, golly. Even though he owns the Glock 42, he just so happens to grab the wrong magazine. And he accidentally buys a Glock 43 magazine. Now remember, totally wrong magazine, will not fit in any of his guns, totally different caliber, totally useless to it. And around the same time, Lou and Rocky decide they're gonna go to a shooting range together. And Lou comes over to Rocky's house and he brings his guns and his new single useless magazine he's just bought for the completely wrong gun. And only then does Lou realize his mistake. While he's in Rocky's house, of course. Even worse, Lou calls around trying to find a gun range that they can go to, but he can't find one. So they don't go shooting. Now he has his guns, that's why he has his guns at Rocky's house, but that's why they don't go shooting. So what do they do instead? Well, they're gonna hang out, they're gonna drink alcohol, and they're gonna talk. Lou's not only clumsy though, Lou is also fidgety. That's his word, fidgety. And instead of fidgeting with literally anything else in the house, maybe the label on beer, literally anything else, what Lou's gonna fidget with is that magazine that he bought for the wrong gun. And Lou's fidgeting is basically going to consist of him loading that magazine, that completely useless magazine, with his real ammunition. The ammunition, by the way, is difficult to purchase, regulated, but Lou doesn't care. Lou fidgets and also apparently stops fidgeting when the magazine is fully loaded. Doesn't unload his 9mm ammunition. For some reason, keeps it in this useless magazine. And Lou, because he's responsible, is going to leave it at Rocky's house. By the way, the first time Lou's going to mention that he's fidgeting and that he has to do that is when he's on cross-examination at trial, and the fact that his useless magazine was fully loaded is pointed out to him. Convenient detail. Anyway, because Lou's been drinking, he leaves his guns, he leaves his magazine, including that useless one at Rocky's house overnight. He comes back the next day and he collects most of his stuff. What Lou doesn't collect, though, of course, that useless, fully loaded magazine. You also have to understand that even though I told you in this story, Rocky, he's been told, carry a fake gun, he doesn't really follow that advice when it comes to his house. And even though he's told he should carry a fake gun, he's going to disregard that advice and he's going to have real guns in his house, including chrome 44 Magnum Desert Eagle handgun. He's going to have a rifle. He's going to have a shotgun. But importantly, none of those guns use 9mm Luger ammunition. And Rocky keeps those real guns right next to his bed. Somehow, and Lou doesn't really explain this, after Lou leaves this Glock 43 magazine at Rocky's house, the magazine miraculously is going to end up not just in Rocky's bedroom, but in his bedroom closet. And it's going to be in a box with a bunch of stuff that actually fits the guns that Rocky has. Rifle ammunition, shotgun ammunition. And again, it's just a total coincidence Lou's useless magazine is going to end up, the one he's been fidgeting with is going to end up in Rocky's bedroom closet. Now, at this point, this is where I need to introduce yet another character to the story. This character, he's a cartoonesque villain. He's hulking, hugely muscular. He spends most of his time in the gym, except for when he's using his cartoon villain powers of seeing into the future and mind control. What do I mean by that? Well, this figure, I'm going to call him Relly, is going to set up Rocky to make it look like Rocky shot at him with a real gun when everyone, including Relly, knows Rocky only carries fake guns. So how does he do this? Well, he's going to go to a shooting range, Relly. A few weeks before, he's going to set up Rocky. And he's going to fire guns, and of course, because he can see into the future, and he's going to set up Rocky, he's going to shoot a Glock 43 handgun and just collect those cartridges. Now, because Relly is such a mastermind, even though he's planning on setting up Rocky, he's going to film himself while he does this. For whatever reason, he wants to have proof, I guess, of his master plan. While he's at the gun range, he's going to use his power to see into the future and see that Lou has bought the wrong magazine for a gun he doesn't own, and that Lou is going to leave the magazine at Rocky's house, and it's going to end up in Rocky's bedroom closet. And with that knowledge, Relly is going to intentionally fire that Glock 43, collect those cartridge cases, and carry them around just in case he happens to be in a place where Rocky shoots at him with his fake gun later. Relly's going to fly from LA to New York, to North Carolina, back, repeatedly taking commercial flights. And somehow he's going to keep a hold on those fired cartridge cases that he's going to use to frame Rocky. Now here's where the mind control comes in. Relly somehow gets Rocky to provoke a confrontation. It's Relly's idea, but Rocky's going to do it. And he's going to make Rocky reach out to him with threatening messages and propose that Relly meet him when it's actually Relly's plan all along, right? It's brilliant. So Relly meets up with Rocky in Hollywood, and Relly gets Rocky to pull the gun on him as he's attacking Rocky. Now I say attacking Rocky, but what I really mean is that Relly's using his non-dominant left hand and casually reaching out. This is where I have to introduce our next character, Twelvey, to the story. And Twelvey's going to have the good fortune to be able to see and explain that.
If it starts to cut off, I'll find a different stream. It'll come back. What do y'all think
In this
before?
story, Rocky isn't that.
What do you guys think so far?
Remember
Oop, here we
12
go.
told you, oh, these were casual messages. Why are you ducking my calls? Let's get to it, you know? Very friendly. Relly, when in reality, successful in his plan just yet. Even though Rocky has the gun in his hand, Rocky's going to walk away. And since he hasn't satisfied his objective, Relly's going to follow Rocky and the other members, and he's going to call them a bunch of bad names. Relly, he knows that Rocky's going to attack him. But Relly's going to attack Ills first, and Relly's going to throw haymakers and punches at Ills, repeatedly punching him in the face. Now, shockingly, despite Relly
Oh boy,
Relly knows that
the
the gun
speed is
fake.
crazy.
Relly's going to start acting like Rocky's using a real gun. And as is Relly's just fantastic fortune, Rocky and 12B are also, for unknown reasons, also going to act like Rocky is firing a real gun. Rocky's going to chase Relly, which he doesn't have to do because the gun that he's using is fake. He doesn't fire anything. 12B too, he knows it's fake, but 12B's also going to run away across the street and hide behind a wall. Really though, he's just playing along because he actually knows the gun's fake. Relly's fortune's getting even better because there will just so happen to be a camera that captures all of this brilliant acting by Relly, Rocky, and 12B. Okay? As is Relly's plan. Now, he's been successful. Rocky's fired that gun at him twice. He knows he's got those cartridge cases to frame him. So after everyone leaves, what does Relly do? Of course. Does he plant those fake cartridge cases that he's been carrying around to frame Rocky? And then stay there, point them out to the police. Hey, look, you guys find these. No. He's just going to leave. And he's going to wait for the police to search, not find anything, and then he's going to come back. And he's going to plant them for reasons that are unexplained, because he's then also going to pick them up again, and he's going to walk them into the police station himself. And then when he reports this to the police, he's going to tell the police that Rocky fired 2 gunshots at him so that his story matches the evidence found, right? That's what he's going to do? No. Actually, what he's going to do, this is brilliant, he's going to tell the police that it was 3 or 4 gunshots. And in fact, he's going to repeat that over and over and over and over again. Why? Again, Relly's got that power. He knows, he can see into the future. He knows that there's going to be video that captures the sound of only 2 gunshots. And Relly also knows that when the police search Rocky's house, they're going to find Lou's magazine for that Glock 43, which will miraculously be consistent with the fired cartridge cases that Relly planted, but which it's all miraculous because Relly was, using his future-seeing power. Now, Relly's going to make a mistake. That night, he's going to accuse Rocky of firing a real gun at him. Specifically, he's going to accuse Rocky directly, and he's going to tell Rocky's manager, and he's going to tell other people that were with Rocky, who all know that the gun is fake, via text message that Rocky actually fired a real gun. Now, even though Rocky knows that Relly is going to say that he used a real gun, even though he knows he actually fired a fake gun for some unknown, still unexplained reason, Rocky is going to tell his good friend Lou that he needs to get rid of the fake gun. That fake gun is Rocky's best proof that he didn't shoot at Relly with a real gun. But for some reason, Rocky tells Lou to get rid of it. And Lou does. How does Lou do that? He flies back to New York on a private jet, and he just gives it back to the co-director of the music video where Rocky got it after the shooting. Now the police are going to get involved, and the police are going to arrest Rocky for shooting a real gun at that mind-controlling, super muscular Relly. And all that Lou has to do is go back to the co-director of the music video and ask him for the gun back. But unfortunately for Rocky, that gun's been misplaced. And Lou isn't going to follow up at all. He's to decide one call's enough, that's it. Even though Lou and 12B love Rocky like they're brothers, for some reason, they're going to decide not to tell the police that Rocky's innocent. They're going to wait until Rocky goes to trial, and then at the very last minute, they're going to tell the jurors that it was a fake gun. Because obviously, that's the rational thing to do. Wait for your brother to have charges hanging over his head. Wait for your brother to go to trial and then spring it on the last minute. Ladies and gentlemen, if that story sounded like it was not just unreasonable, but literally impossible, Literally impossible. That is the defense story in this case. When I started, I told you that there's one key issue you need to decide. Was it a prop gun or a real gun? The overwhelming evidence in this case was that it was a real gun. Here's why. The defendant provoked that conversation with Mr. Efron via text message and phone calls. He was clearly
Let's
upset with
see.
Mr.
Let
Efron.
me see if I could.
When
I
they
think
met,
Motherbird wanted to do a
the
poll.
defendant was
Let me
clearly
see if I could do it
angry.
on the other site. Hold on.
He pulls a gun, which Mr. Efron and Ills immediately respond to by backing away. That's consistent with a real gun, inconsistent with everyone believing this is a fake gun. When they reach the corner of Vista Del Mar and Selma, the defendant pulls that gun for a second time. Immediately, he's making aggressive moves with the gun. He's making actions towards Mr. Efron. That's consistent with a real gun, inconsistent with a fake gun. Mr. Efron immediately dives behind Ills, uses him as a human shield, while the defendant's making active, furtive movements, trying to get a line of sight around Ills. That's only consistent with a real gun and inconsistent, completely inconsistent with this gun being fake. The defendant fires off 2 rounds, or loud, they set off car alarm. 12 retreats behind a wall. That's only consistent with a real firearm, completely inconsistent with a fake gun. After
Okay, the
shooting,
poll is up, guys.
the defendant gets rid of the gun. That's undisputed. That's completely.
Is Motherbird here? She wanted. If is Motherbird here, can somebody reach out to her on Discord? Because I think she wanted a poll to be done.
The defendant still has that Glock 43 magazine in his bedroom closet.
Hey, Christy, are you on Discord? Can you go
On
to
top of
Discord really
ammunition
quickly
with
for me,
other
Christy? If
real
you
guns that he owns. Again, that magazine, consistent with the type of firearm that fired those 2 cartridge cases that are found at the scene. Those real cartridge cases. That real.
oh, we're gonna keep it up, Audrey. We're gonna keep it up.
That gun, the Glock 43, only fires 9mm. None of the other guns in the defendant's house fire 9mm. He has nothing else in his possession that that magazine would go to. It's completely consistent with him getting rid of the Glock 43 after the shooting because that's the real gun that was used in this case. Clear, definitive proof the defendant fired a real gun that night.
Hey, Christy, never mind. Motherbird is
The last
here.
point I'll leave you with, on the other side, there's literally no evidence of a prop gun. No evidence that it ever existed. The actual prop gun has never been produced. Definitely not to you. There's no prop ammunition found in his house. The rationale, this whole security thing for carrying a prop gun,
Wow, so far 79% say guilty.
totally unreasonable.
Wow.
The rationale for pulling that prop gun,
79%?
who knows it's a prop gun,
Oh, you've been here the whole time? Okay.
completely unreasonable.
Yeah, Christy, sorry about that. She's here.
There's no prop ammunition found at the scene.
If you guys want to
There's
wait until it's all over, I
not
understand.
Not one piece of paper, not one shred.
I know you
of
wanted
documentation
a
that
poll.
could prove to you the existence of this gun.
To
All
Jolly,
the
you said it's blue or
actions
red.
on that video.
Jolly's a blue state.
Completely consistent.
If you break
with
it
a
down by
real gun
precincts,
being
it's half and
fired.
half.
Inconsistent with this
Mostly
being
red.
So left with that, clear evidence that the defendant used a real gun. And a complete.
Oh, sorry
lack
about
of
that, Rose.
evidence
I didn't know
that
she
he
was
used a
here.
prop gun. Your job, as I started in my opening statement, as I started here, is simple.
Motherbird was in the bushes.
The evidence compels you to your decision. And it compels you to find him guilty. That is the only just verdict in this case. Thank you.
All
Okay.
right, folks, we're going to take the break now, but it's going to be shorter than usual. 1:15, please be outside the courtroom doors at 1:15, at which time we will resume. Again, please don't discuss the case.
Okay. So they're gonna be back at 1:15, which is 4:15 on the East Coast. So we got an hour, a little bit over an hour. So now the defense is next. Okay. We know that. And then after the defense rests, not rest. They already rested their case, but after the defense, then the state goes again as a rebuttal. And you know who's up next after that. I mean, you know who's going to come up for the state. John Lewin. He is what we call the closer. He's the closer. He's the closer. When I think of him, I think his record is a perfect one. You know, when they used to announce Floyd Mayweather, they said his record is a perfect one. 42 fights, 42 victories, no defeats. His record is a perfect one. He said, I can't wait. Oh, man, you are in for it. And I guarantee you when he gets up there, the defense is going to start objecting. What about Diddy new lawsuits? Christian, they coming so fast. I don't even know how to keep up now. Every day it's a new lawsuit. I'm going to do it after this. After this day is over. Then I'm going to come back. He is what we call the closer. Diddy Duck said last night, Enterprise letter being sealed. Yeah, I said that. We're not going to know. We're not going to know. We're not going to know the witness list. We're not going to know the Enterprise letter. Nothing. You know why it's being sealed, Christy? Because they don't want Diddy to see it right now. Now, I'm curious to know if they're going to make it attorney eyes only. Rocky's fate right now is not in the hands of the jury yet. They don't have the case yet. They're still hearing the closing. Right now, you see how Joe Tacopina was locked in when Rocky was talking to him? Joe Tacopina is what we call, he's in a zone. He's locked in. He's locked in. That's the way you want the attorney to be. He's locked in. He's ready to go. He's a fine attorney. He's great. And he's now what we call, he's in championship mode. That's what we're talking about. He's in championship mode. He's looking at this case in 360. Okay. What he has to do, he has to create doubt in the jury's mind. He has to spend time on what reasonable doubt means. He has to spend time on it. What reasonable doubt mean? Okay. What reasonable doubt mean? He has to do it. And he has to take the full time allotted to him because the closer is coming after him. When I tell you John Lewin is what we call the cold case prosecutor. He solved cold cases. He's undefeated. His record is a perfect one. I don't know why he's on this case, though. Oh, yeah, no more witness. Yeah, it's over. They closed their case. Yeah, they rested their case. Both sides have rested their case. Yes, his fate is now in the hands of the jury. Yes. I wish him Godspeed. I do. I wish him Godspeed because I don't wish this on nobody, especially he ain't kill nobody. He didn't assault nobody like Diddy is being accused of. I wish him Godspeed because he needs it. I wish him Godspeed because John Lewin, he has a rendezvous with destiny. He has not seen a prosecutor this damn good ever. Ever. I have never seen a prosecutor this good. Ever. Ever. Like, he's the best ever. This guy is the best ever. And he's on this case. The best ever, man. Well, there's another prosecutor as well. The prosecutor that was, how much time does each side argue? Well, how long was he up? He was up for about, let's see. This prosecutor he was given 2 hours, a little over 2 hours. So, I don't know if we're going to hear from John Lewin today. I don't know. We're going to see. We probably will. And then after that, the jury may go home and do it tomorrow, or they may deliberate tonight. They may give it to him tonight. They may give him the case tonight. Already, if you believe there's reasonable doubt here, Evelyn, then he's walking. He's coming home. So my thing is on this, I predict a quick verdict is good for Rocky. A quick verdict. A long verdict, he needs to, whatever deity he prays to, he need to start praying. He need to start praying now. He should have started praying even before. You said he's too cute to go to prison. He wouldn't do too well. They have him segregated. He'd be in segregation, Audrey. Because he's high profile. Yeah, he's high profile. He wouldn't survive in prison. Actually, he would, because he didn't assault nobody. He's not in there for like assault on women or children. So no, he should be fine. He just have to worry about getting extorted. He'll have to worry about that. But he'll be segregated. He's not going to face, like a Darrell Brooks did. But his fate is he now has to rely on Joe Tacopina. He has a good lawyer. He's locked in. I could tell he's locked in. He's locked in. He's what we call in championship mode. And because he's going against the world's best. I'm telling you, this guy is the world's best. He's going against the best ever, man. This is crazy. But another prosecutor, hey JC, another prosecutor is the prosecutor that was on what's that woman name? She got convicted of deleting her boyfriend. Jodi Arias. The Jodi Arias prosecutor, he's good too. He was a great one. But this guy is the closer. He's up there, man. I have my Mount Rushmore of lawyers. He's one of them. Obviously at the top of Mount Rushmore is Thurgood Marshall. He's at the top. A close second is Johnny Cochran for me. And everybody else. It's them and everybody else. You know what I mean? It's them and everybody else, man. Come on, man. I studied Brown versus the Board of Education, man. I read that thing 3 or 4 times, man. The transcripts 3 or 4 times. Thurgood Marshall was great, yo. He was great. Great. You ain't getting no greater than that. Thurgood Marshall, he became a Chief Justice of the United States. Thurgood Marshall. He was so good, race didn't matter. That's how good he was. Everybody knew it. He was great, man. He was a great attorney. Great. Johnny Cochran, too. Johnny Cochran performed a lot of miracles in his lifetime. Jose Baez is another one. Another one. Yeah, he got to be in prayer mode, man. I think Rihanna is there. She's there. She's in the courtroom. He's the closer, JC. I nickname him the closer. the closer. He actually put Robert Durst away. Robert Durst, you know how hard it was to put that man away? He put him away before he died, before Robert Durst died. You say your brother went to Thurgood Marshall School of Law? Your brother's yeah, he's great. I shared his post today. Yeah, he's great, man. The way he breaks down these cases is easy to understand. Actually, I'm going to use his commentary for later on when I talk about Puff, because Puff is suing NBC, and that's a big deal for him to sue. Puff is now what we call on the offensive. He's on the offensive, and he has money to do it. Oh, that's your cousin. I'm sorry. Yeah, your cousin. Yeah, Puff is now on the offensive. He has to sue, and they have to prove, because you can't say that he deleted Kim and you don't have no proof. He gonna win that. Puff is gonna win it. You can't do that, and it's not going to be used against him when he go to trial either. You can't say if he killed her, you have to show proof. You can't just say in that thing that he killed somebody, he did this and that. You ain't got no proof. Yeah, he better sue. He's like fighting for his life right now. He's gonna win that. I don't have no proof that he killed her. Do you? He has to sue. I was waiting for it. I'm like, what's going on? How come he not suing? He can't just sit back like how R. Kelly did, because you're gonna get convicted. You can't just sit back. R. Kelly just lost his appeal. No, it can't be hearsay. You have to have proof that he killed her. If he had proof that he had her killed, well, let's see it. And then he gonna be in trouble. Then he gonna be murder charges are coming. If he didn't kill her, he need to fight. Just like Tekashi told him, you need to stop sleeping and start fighting. He's right about that. Them people will put you away, man. So now he's officially on the offensive. You see how Jay started fighting? He has to fight like that. You're not going to sit up here and willy-nilly say, I did this and that, and you ain't got no proof. Yeah, I'm going to fight it. Because people, let me tell you something. We're in a time now where you have to fight accusations. You know, back then it was better to not say anything. You know, bad press is better than none at all. No, it's not like that anymore. We have social media now. And the jury pool is on social media. You have to fight it. So yes, he better fight. He better stop sleeping up in jail and start fighting. He got too much money to get buffaloed around. He got too much. He got too much money. If he don't have at least 10 lawyers at his table when it come to trial, he doing something wrong. I named all the lawyers he should get. He need to get Tacopina as well. The lawyer right here with ASAP Rocky, he need to have him at the table too. He's a great lawyer. He need Jose Baez. He need Leonard Kenny Bodden. He need Joseph Leontire. He need Ronald Sullivan. He's the head of the Harvard Law School. He needs him too. He needs all of them. He needs Barry Shep from the OJ case. He needs all of them. He needs all of them at that table. He'll come home. I promise you he would. He'll come home because basically what's happening is, no, he won't come home. He'll have a 50-50 chance. I will give him a 50-50 chance to come home. Right now, I'm not giving Puff that. I'm giving Puff no hope. But now that he's starting to sue NBC, okay, now he's in the ball game now. Now he's fighting. No, you got to put up a fight because it's going to make me feel like you're guilty. So that case going to last a long time, folks. If he go to trial, it is. It's going to last a long time. I said I'm going to be up there. It's going to last a long time. I have to look into getting press credentials because that's going to be a long time, and I'm going to have to be up there. I'm going to have to temporarily move. I can't stay here. I'm going to have to move. Because I think it's going to last more than a few months. I don't know. I don't think so. Wait a minute. Hold on. Let me think about it. I don't know. I don't think so. At least more than 3 weeks. at least. Maybe 4 or 5 weeks. At least a month. Yeah, he needs to sit there and fight, man. Don't sit up there and sleep all day. Tekashi told him, you're sleeping too much. He said people saying all types of stuff about you, man. And he said, you're right. And now all of a sudden he's suing now. Yeah, he better sue. They sitting up there saying you deleted Kim and all this shit. Okay, well, show me the proof then. I can't get on this this YouTube and say he killed Kim because I don't have no proof. And I would go after the YouTubers as well. I would sue all of them. I would literally sue them. Like, y'all not gonna do that to me. And then everybody vibration will change until the case start. It's nothing wrong with talking about the case and reading the case. But no, don't clickbait, yo. Don't clickbait me. Because if I had $1 billion, I'd be suing everybody. But facts. I'll be, the people that's bringing lawsuits against me, I will countersue them and sue them too. I will spend every last penny I got to get my freedom. Every last penny. And I will hire find a lawyer in the United States. They will be at my table, period. At the end, I think I would probably spend at least $300 million to try to get out. I will spend that much money to get out this thing. But here's the thing, though. Is he guilty? We don't know. Was he putting stuff in people's drinks? We don't know. If he did, he got a problem. He has a problem if he did. If he did, he has a problem. But I don't know if he did. I wasn't there. I was not there. Like, if I get on here now and say, yeah, he was spiking people's drinks, they'll have me shut down quicker than before I say my last name. They'll have me shut down. Oh, R. Kelly is in South Carolina. They moved him. It's either South Carolina or North Carolina. Queen Brielle is North Carolina. Yeah, he got moved out there because that's one of the, that's the second best prison system for healthcare. And also they have a section out there for people with crimes like his. So that's where he is. Medea's daughter works there. You see him almost every day. And he sings every day too. I guess he's trying to keep his voice together just in case if he gets out. Yeah, start suing people. He better. And Chopper says something. He says something he wasn't supposed to say. That's why everybody coming after him now. He said that Cassie was just as guilty as Puff was, and she crazy. He said that. And then he said that she came to him and said, I didn't mean it. I didn't mean for this to happen, right? I tried to help him. She didn't mean for this to happen. She didn't. She didn't want him to go down like this. She got her money already. She wanted to move on. But guess what? Once that thing went public, it's not her fault. Once it went public, now the folks in his business. That's not her fault. See, I think Puff thought this was a money grab because they said she allegedly went to him about a book deal, said, hey, listen, you could buy the rights to this tell-all book and just give me $30 million. I believe he thought it was a money grab. That's why he objected to it. But you can't have yes men in your corner. Like, if I'm a billionaire, I need legal people to chastise me. I need somebody to tell me, like, look, you better settle with her before it go public. You need to settle with her. And I would have settled with her. You got to have people in your corner that's not yes men. That's what ASAP and them are finding out now. You have to. ASAP needed somebody in his corner to be like, yo, if I was ASAP uncle or something, if I was with him that day, he wouldn't have had that prop gun. I said, no, you gonna sit up here and talk to him or go fist the cuff. Give me that damn gun. I got your back. I got you. Or give me the damn gun. Give it to me. But I guarantee you no gun would have been pulled out. They would have sat up there and fought each other. And then I'm not going to let them get pummeled. I'm going to break it up. That's what I would have done. There would have been no gun produced. None. Where the fuck was his bodyguards at? This man is ASAP Rocky. He's like a high fashion model. He's a rapper too, but he's known for being a model too now. He's a model. I mean, this dude don't sit up there and model for Louis Vuitton, all types of people. So where is your bodyguard? Your wife is a billionaire. You need a bodyguard. So I would have made sure he wouldn't have pulled that gun. I said, Rocky, give it to me. If you run into any problems, I got you. You're like, all right, cool. And I'm not going to let him get the best of you. I will pull him off of you. That's what I would have done. If he was still insisting on having that gun, well, me and him would have been fighting then. I would have fought him. I will risk you not ever talking to me again, but you're not going to go down for this gun. I'm not going to let you do it. I remember one time my brother wanted to drive home from the club drunk one time. He was fighting everybody. I had him in a chokehold. I choked him out. I was like, you're not going to drive, yo. He didn't talk to me for a few days, but he was like, yo, man, thank you, man. He called me. He said he was emotional. He said, thank you, man, for not letting me drive that car, man. I said, I didn't want you to go back to jail. And my brother's petite. He ain't but a $105. He gained weight now since he got older. But back then, I said, damn, I used to say, damn, you petite. You like a size 3, man. You better eat. So I had to yoke him up. So you need people like that in your corner. You don't need yes men in your corner when you got that much money. You got to have somebody to tell you what the real deal is. Because, you know, he's human. He was acting on emotion. I get it. We've all done it. But I'm not going to go out there and brandish my firearm because I know the law. Did you know? Check this out. In the state of Virginia, I don't know how it is wherever you live, you got to know the law. Did you know if I carry my firearm, I'm talking about if it's concealed, in a bar, and I consume drinks, you know I can go to jail for that, right? Yes, I can go to jail for that. I need to keep it in the car or keep it at home. Now, people do it all the time. They have it concealed. You never know. But if something happens and you get in a fight and you brandish that firearm in that bar, you are going to jail. Yes, out here. And check this out. Say if somebody break in my house right now and I startle them and they start to run out the house and I shoot them, I'm going to jail. That's what I'm going. I'm going to jail. But if he comes in my house, he or she comes in my house and they got a weapon, they coming at me, yes, I can open fire. I don't want to do that because I don't want to be in here after somebody been laying in here. No, I don't want to do that. I have the, so you don't want to do it. But God forbid, if you have to do it, you have to do it. I told you guys before, I learned this in the class. There's 2 types of gun owners. There's responsible gun owners, and there's I wish a MF or would gun owner. You don't want to be around those gun owners. The wish a MF or would? No. They're going to eventually get in trouble in their lifetime. But Rocky, it didn't call for a gun because I could see if the whole group was there to beat him up, then I could see he's justified to pull out. And not only to pull out, he has to use it, right? But it was only one guy that he had a conflict with. Those guys weren't going to, and the guy was breaking it up. He was breaking it up. He wasn't going to let Rocky get pounded on. So he didn't have to pull it out. It wasn't called for. There was no threat. Now, he might have thought it was a threat. He being all hard. You know what I'm saying? I'm ASAP Rocky. You know what I'm saying? You sitting up in my face? Pew, pew. Okay? Pew, pew. Nah, man, it didn't call for that. And then, during the trial, he told one of the people on the stand, don't say. He said that in front of the jury. He yelled it out. Don't say. The jury heard that. And I think he's worried because the jury is looking a certain way. He's worried. They worried, man. They got people studying the jury. Each side does. Because Lewin keep looking at their reaction. They looking at the jury to try to get an idea on what's working and what's not working. When I'm gonna tell you something, I'll never forget. I get emotional when I say this. I'm so into this stuff, right? When Jose Baez was representing Aaron Hernandez, we know Aaron Hernandez lost his first case and he was away for the rest of his life already, right? But in the second case, in the closing statements, Jose Baez, before the closing statements, before they called him up, he was praying. I saw that. The jury saw it too. He was praying. And then when he got up, it was his turn to go. He went to the judge. He said, "May I please the court?" The judge didn't hear him at first. He waited in attention. That showed discipline. He waited. And the judge said, "Oh, you can go." He said, "Yeah, I was just asking, may I please the court?" And then he looked at the jury. He said, "Thank you for being here. My name is Jose Baez. I represent Aaron Hernandez. I'm here to talk to you today." And he went into what reasonable doubt was. After he was done, I said, "Oh my God, this man is innocent. That this man is not guilty." He performed a miracle. I told people he's not guilty. They said, "Max, you crazy." I said, "No, he got the doubt. He brought it home." And guess what happened? The judge said, "I understand we got a verdict." He said that to the bailiff. "I understand the jury has a verdict." He said, "Yes." "All right, bring the jury in." He admonished the crowd, no outbursts. Jose Baez wasn't there. I believe he was nervous. He said he was having back pain. He was at the hotel. I think he was so emotional he couldn't be there. But he said he was having back trouble. But Ronald Sullivan was there. I mentioned him earlier. Ronald Sullivan, Lena Kenny Bodden. You may know that name because her husband is the world famous autopsy person, Dr. Bodden. So Leonard Kenny Bodden was there. Ronald Sullivan was there. Joseph Leontire was there. And Michelle Medina was there. They're some of the best lawyers on the planet. They were there. Aaron was there. He was nervous. And the jury came in. And I don't know if one of the jurors looked at Aaron, but he looked at one of the jurors and he kind of smirked. I think they said they nodded his head to him. On count one, the state of Massachusetts versus Aaron Hernandez. We, the jury, on count one, find him innocent. Find him not guilty. I said, "Oh my God, this man performed a miracle." He performed a miracle. Not guilty on all charges. But check this out. The reason why I said he performed a miracle, because that was the case he may have got convicted on. The first case, there was doubt there. But Jose Baez, before Aaron killed himself, he was working out a way to get that back in court. If Jose had got that back in court, Aaron would have been home now. He would have been home. That's how good he is. And, but he killed himself and his case is not on the books anymore because they have an old law on the books saying that if you deceased before all your appeals are exhausted, your case is wiped clean from the books as if you never did it. So his case is not on the books anymore. That particular case. All of his cases, actually, all of them, as if he never did it. It's an old, antiquated law in the state of Massachusetts. So that case is history. Now, Robert Dersch trial, I covered that here. And when I saw John Lewin give his closing statements, I said, "Oh my God, he got it. He nailed it. He nailed it." I told people he nailed it. Dersch is going to be found guilty. He nailed him. He finally was the one to nail this guy, because this guy was very elusive for so many years. He killed Susan Berman back in the 80s. And his wife, Robert Durst, is also accused of killing his wife, but her body was never found. And he never stood trial for that. But John Lewin was working on it before Robert Durst passed away. But that never did get to trial. But I believe John Lewin was going to solve that as well. But the body was never found. And that was back from the 1970s. So that's why they call him the cold case prosecutor. And Robert Durst had some of the best lawyers money could buy. He did. They don't lose cases, right? So this is what John Lewin was up against. He was up against a team of lawyers, and he single-handedly beat every last one of them. He did. He beat the hell out of that case. And his closing statement is something of legend, man. I've never seen that. I mean, it was really good. I remember there's another great attorney out of the state of New Jersey. He was Scooter Libby's lawyer, Ted Wells, his brother, Ted Wells. And he said, they asked him, what makes a good lawyer? He said, what makes a good lawyer is a lawyer that thinks outside the box. You got to be able to paint that picture and prove your side to the jury. But he said, law school ain't going to help you. You learn that just by being a lawyer, by getting your hands dirty. You learn how to think outside the box and become creative. That's what made Johnny Cochran so great. So I never forget that what Ted Wells said, what makes a good lawyer. And these guys are really good, man. They're really, really good. They're really good. They're like the gold standard to me. And also there's another lawyer that's really good out of the state of Georgia. That rapper, what's his name? That is getting accused of murder from Chicago. He has them. And I can't understand why Diddy don't have them. Maybe Diddy don't know about these lawyers. He don't know. He don't know, maybe. But these lawyers command attention in that courtroom. Also, the Michael Jackson lawyer was good too, Tom Mesereau. He's another good one. Puffy do have a lawyer on his team whose father is like excellent. So I think he should be on it too, but I think he might be retired. And I believe everybody should have a fair playing field. They should get a fair trial. That's why I don't think that I think they should have waited for that documentary to after he got convicted. I believe Puffy should have a fair trial. I believe it should be fair. The reason why I think it should be fair is so that you won't have innocent people getting convicted. It has to be fair, but the playing field is not fair. It's not. That's the even though our judicial system has some beauties in it, because it's very transparent, more so than other countries like Canada. Comparing to our neighbors, Canada, they're not as transparent in the media with their trials, but we are. And we're a fairly young system that was patterned after England, after their system. So that's where we got our system from their system. But we kind of remixed it a little bit and made it our own. But we're very transparent and it's open to the public. That's what I love. It's open to the public. But however, the federal trials, it will not be televised. But however, if you're there, you can go sit in. It's open to the public. You can sit in. It's like that in Canada too. It's open to the public, but you have to go. You're not going to really hear about it in the media though. That's why you get a lot of people from England and all that stuff. They're interested in this true crime here in the United States. The reason why they're so interested in us because we're very transparent in the media. That's why. And sometimes we televise our trials. But unfortunately for Puff, it's not going to be televised. It's going to be like the trial of our time, but it's not. It's like, I believe that trial might be a little bigger than OJ's. It might be. But it's not going to be televised, though. You're going to have to be there. If I get in there and I give you the minutes, Yeah, man, it's just going to be all the way up. I'm just telling you. It's going to be up for sure. And like I said, I don't have a side here. I don't have a dog in this race. So I'm just going to tell you how I see it from my notes that I take, because I can't bring my cell phone there. They collect it. They put it in give me a number and they put it in a box. So I can't even take the cell phone in the courtroom. Only old school pen and pad. That's it. You can sit there. Only certain media can bring their phones in, because they have to bring their computers in to type and give us the minutes on Twitter or X. They can bring their electronics in, but I would have to get a press pass. But even if I get a press pass, they still going to take my phone because I'm not a traditional media. But I'm still media, though, so I can get a press pass. I'm going to work on that. So that way I ain't got to wait online. I just wait on the press line. I go straight to the press. That way I could guarantee myself a seat in that courtroom. But we'll see, though. But if not, I'm thinking about if I can't get in the courtroom, I'm definitely going to be outside of it. One way or the other, I'm going to be up there for sure. Because one day I get lucky. If I get in there, if I wait long enough, I'll get in. So if I have to be there at 5 o'clock in the morning, that's just what it's got to be. Because in my mind, only thing I got to do is wait 3 hours. That's how my mind, I just wait 3 hours. Online, that's cool. I don't know if this is going to start in May, though. I don't know if that trial is going to start in May. I don't know. But he has a lot to lose to put this on the jury. So if he got any information, because I heard he was an asset. If it's true that he was an asset, then he need to give us some information, man. If he was an asset, he need to give it up. But if he is giving up information, it's going to be sealed. We're not going to know about it. But we will get indications of it, though. Let's say if he decides to cop a plea, and that plea is less than 10 years, then that I'm going to assume that he talked. But you're not going to see the effects of his conversation until years from now when people start all of a sudden getting locked up. So we'll see. And then Keefe D situation, with Tupac. He going down for that, just to let y'all know. Keefe D not getting out of that. His lawyer tried to bring up a motion saying that, listen, you can't just have a trial just on him having interviews. That can't happen. Guess what the judge said? Nope. She said, Tupac, there was a murder here. Okay. There's a subject here that was murdered. Okay. So we have a trial. Yep. She said that. So sorry. Okay. Strike down your motion. Well, the Menendez brothers, their case is a little different. If they can get those charges down to a lesser charge, they are now free to go because they served all their time. If it goes down to manslaughter, they can come home. They served over 25 years already. They're done. They can walk out. That's what they're hoping for. And what's the status on that? Anybody know? I do see them coming home at shortly. He said OJ allegedly deleted 2 human beings. Did he having orgies with his girlfriend does not compare. Well, OJ got acquitted. And he was found guilty in civil, though. OJ was found guilty there, liable in civil. Whatever OJ knew, we would never know. It died when he died. We would never know. But now people are saying, oh, after the fact, this happened, this happened. No, the man is dead and gone now. It don't count for me. You should have got him when he was alive. But I'll tell you who might know. His friend, A.C. Cowings, that played football with him at USC and also the NFL. They were so tight with each other. They had the same damn Bronco. Did you know that? Yeah, I'm not watching that new Netflix documentary on LJ. I'm not doing it. They should have got him when he was alive, yo. Don't come with that now. But they were such good friends. They had the same Bronco. That Bronco Chase, OJ had one just like it. But that was Al Cowling's Bronco that you saw on the OJ Chase. They both played at USC together. They both played on the same team in the NFL. They were really good friends. That's a real good friend there. You on the run, and I'm driving you, and you got a gun talking about you gonna delete, and that's a friend right there. That's a friend. I told my brother, I said, I don't know if you come knocking on my door 12 o'clock in the morning talking about you deleted somebody. I'm like, look, Godspeed to you, but you're gonna have to get out of here. I ain't gonna tell nobody you came here, but God bless you. And when you get locked up, I'll see what I do about getting you an attorney. But that's it. I don't know if I could run with you now. I don't know about that. I don't know. I don't know if I could do that. But as far as ASAP Rocky is concerned, I'm still giving the defense the benefit of the doubt. I'm going to say 50-50. But I'm telling you, when John Lewin comes on, it's going to be something crazy. They're going to start objecting to him. Watch. And then they're going to have to approach the judge. It's going to be crazy. You think Robert Kardashian knew also? It was, let me see. So let me see here. I got Alan Dershowitz. That's his name. He was on the OJ Dream Team. You know what he said? He was like, so he was talking about the Brian Kohlberger case. He said, how would you defend Brian Kohlberger? He said, simple. I'm going to think he did it. He said, I have to know he did it so I can defend him. He said, I'm going to treat him as if he did do the murder. He said, because he's doing it in the reverse. I'm going to think my client is guilty so I know how to defend him. He said, I can find ways to defend him if I know he's guilty. It's crazy he said that. He said, I can create doubt like nobody's business. He can. It's Alan Dershowitz. Can Puff get him out of retirement? I'm not sure. Puff needs a dream team. He definitely does. I'm not saying his team not good now. OJ had a dream team, man. He had a dream team, man. It was the best ever. Let's see. Let's list them. Let's see. The lead attorneys: Johnny Cochran, Robert Shapiro, F. Lee Bailey, Alan Dershowitz, Robert Kardashian, Gerald Ullman, Carl E. Douglas, Barry Shep, Peter Newfield, Sean Chapman Holly, William Thompson. Guys, you see how many lawyers I just named? Johnny Cochran, that's 1. 2, Robert Kardashian. 3, F. Lee Bailey. 4, Alan Dershowitz. 5, Robert Kardashian. 6, Gerald Ullman. 7, Carl Douglas. 8, Barry Shep. 9, Peter Newfield. God damn. All of them were great. Did you hear me? All of them were great. All of them. He had the best lawyers ever assembled. That's crazy. Even the law students went on to become lawyers. Even the law students that were on the team, they went on to become great lawyers. He had the best ever. Now, let me see. Aaron Hernandez had a now Aaron Hernandez the second best. So lead attorneys, Jose Baez. Number 2, Ronald Sullivan, Harvard law professor. Leonard Kenny Bodden. Joseph Leontire. Yes, he had the second best. I'm saying he had the second best ever. The second best. Ronald Sullivan is a Harvard law professor and the head of the Harvard Law. Jose Baez got Casey Anthony off. Leonard Kenny Bodden is, everybody knows she's great. So will Puff be next? Well, Puff already had Johnny Cochran. Did y'all know that? Johnny Cochran got him off of that shooting, the club shooting. That was Johnny Cochran. And then Snoop was the last person he got off before he died. Remember Snoop? Murder was the case they gave me. Remember that? That was Johnny Cochran that got him off. And then Johnny, that was the last high profile trial before he passed away. Man, I gotta read off that team again, man. That gave me chills, man. Johnny Cochran, rest in peace. Robert Shapiro, F. Lee Bailey, Alan Dershowitz, Robert Kardashian, rest in peace. Gerald Ullman, Carl E. Douglas, Barry Shep, and Peter Newfield. Okay, so Barry Shep, why was he so great? A DNA expert and co-founder of the Innocence Project. He was key in challenging the prosecution's forensic evidence, casting doubt on how DNA was collected and handled. Peter Newfield, another DNA specialist who worked with Barry Shep in challenging the reliability of the prosecution's forensic evidence. Gerald Ullman, a law professor, expert in criminal procedure. He was the best ever at the time. He helped with legal arguments and jury selection strategies. So Gerald Ullman was the jury selection strategist. He was the best ever at the time. OJ had the best. He had the best lawyers money could buy, yo. So what we call it is the dream team. You know how the NBA dream team, it was the best ever with Michael Jordan on there. You know what I'm saying? Dream Team 1 was the best ever assembled. In fact, Dream Team 1, their only competition was in practice. That was the only competition. That's these lawyers here that I just named. Every single one of them were the best ever in their particular discipline. The best ever. I don't know how OJ got them. I think you know who did it? Okay, so originally when OJ and all this happened, Robert Kardashian put it together. So Robert Kardashian, he knew a lot of people because at the time he was a high-powered lawyer, right? And he was a friend of OJ's. So what they did was they brought on Robert Shapiro. Robert Shapiro, he knew F. Lee Bailey. So F. Lee Bailey was the OG of the team. He was the confidant. He was the OG. He was the oldest, right? So that's F. Lee Bailey. So then he brought everybody else on. Then they said, we got to get Peter Newfield and Barry Shep on. Once they got them on, the team was assembled. As soon as they got them on, they formed like Voltron shit, man. The team was assembled at that point. It's as soon as Barry Shep and Peter Newfield signed on to the case, the team was now assembled. That was it. And they had a jury strategist. The best ever. It was the best ever, man. He had the best team ever. ever. That's why the case lasted so long. You'll never see that again, I don't think. That many great lawyers coming together, like you'll never see it again. That was a one and done situation. The second thing, the closest to it was Jose Baez and his team. Yeah, it was Cochran and Ben Braffman. They represented Puffy in the club shooting. And he created doubt, and Puffy came home, didn't he? Sean had to do the time. Puff came home. Now, believe it or not, ASAP Rocky, his lawyer is really good. He represented the president. He represented Trump. So he's known in legal circles as well as a very fine attorney. So I can't wait for his closing. It's going to be like an honor for me to watch it. I want to see him with his closing. And then afterwards, we got the closer. We got John Lewin. Man, I get excited about it, LaShane. I study a lot of their cases, but the best ever for me was Thurgood Marshall. He's like on the Mount Rushmore of lawyers. Thurgood Marshall. And what's her name is up there too. What was her name? She was the Chief Justice. I forget her name. It's slipping me right now. What's her name? Oh my God. Hold on. What is her name? She passed away. She was a Chief Justice. Ruth Bader Ginsburg. She's up there too. She's up there too. She's on the Mount Rushmore. She's up there too. John Paul Stevens is on there on my list. Ted Wells is on the list. Jose Baez, Johnny Cochran. Well, for me, it's Johnny Cochran and Thurgood Marshall. They're on the top. Then it's everybody else. A close second is probably Ruth Bader Ginsburg. All the OJ team, they're all on there too. They're all under that, on that pyramid. And what's his name? He was Chris Brown's attorney. And his daughter is on Puff Squad right now. He's on that list too. What is her name? But her dad is on the list. Garagos, Mark Garagos, yes. Michael Jackson's attorney, the one with the platinum hair, he's on the list. There's a lot of them. And I just go back on Pacer and look at their cases. I go back and look at it and try to find videos on their court cases. He was Unicorn before he passed away. He was going to win that too, for sure. Now, you might have some little doubt on how he passed. That I don't want to talk about. But yeah, he was. I'm surprised. Dan, you just found that? Or you knew that already, huh? Yeah, he for sure did. He was investigating it. There's a couple lawyers that I didn't mention, but I have a lot of them on the list. I got them all written down, and I follow their cases. As it stands right now, Jose has never lost a case. As it stands right now, never. He don't know what losing is. That's crazy, isn't it? You know how difficult that to be. There's I forget her name. There's another one. I had this judge reach out to me one time. She was like, I've never seen somebody like you that's so into this. I'd never seen that before. I was like, and I knew a lot about it. Yeah, I started researching lawyers after the OJ case. I was young then still. And I started like doing research on it. I did a whole term paper on Thurgood Marshall. I can't remember the lawyer that represented Muhammad Ali. He was good too. And he was so good, he had that case went all the way to the Supreme Court. And Ali's case has set precedent in the Supreme Court because, you know, he used his religion saying he didn't want to go into the war. So that set precedent, actually. Yep. You can go on Pacer and read it. United States versus Muhammad Ali. He's not going to serve jail time in New York, Christy. He's the sitting president. He's not going to do it. That's not going to happen. They're not going to do it. It's a matter of national security. They're not going to allow it. In fact, we never see, the thing is, we never entertained this before. We almost entertained it with Nixon, but he got away. We call him the one that got away because he got pardoned by Gerald Ford. So we would have gone through actually, we kind of did go through it with Nixon's vice president. We did actually go through it, technically, but not to the magnitude of the sitting president. I was thinking about posting some old cases, LaShane. I did one on the Browner versus Board of Education. That was a really good one. Really good one. Brown versus Board of Education. That case stands out to me. Actually, that stands out to me the most, actually. That desegregated the schools. And check this out. Did you know that there's still segregation going on? But it's not what you think. It's according to economics now. They started redlining, like out here, in some of the inner cities that they developed. Well, they changed, they redressed the schools. So certain kids go to certain schools now. They redid it so that the money won't be in these bad schools. That's what they did. When all they got to do is improve all the schools. But they don't want to do that. My mother ran into that problem when I was a kid. The school system that I was supposed to go to was bad at the time. Now it's good. That area school system is really good, actually. It's called East Orange Campus now. But when I was coming up, the school system, she said, wasn't as good. So she had to put me in private school. That's why she did it. And she was able to afford it because she was a nurse at the school. And she did substitute teaching. That my tuition was virtually free. And then, so that's how she did it in grammar school. But now that public school system is not too bad. It's not too bad, actually. There's still some problems, they got a gang problem, but for the most part, the education is pretty good. It's pretty top notch. I believe she is there, Christy. I believe they said she was. They're not going to show her on camera, though. Oh, she might not be. She definitely going to be there for the verdict, though. Or she may not be, though. She may not be able to take it. So she may, I wouldn't suggest she might be there for the verdict at least. But I don't know, though, because she's on a schedule, so I don't know. She's pretty busy. I don't know. She'd be there as best she can. Yeah, she, I don't know. I would think she would at least be there for the verdict, though. I would at least be there for the verdict. I would never forget when my cousin, he was going through a federal situation. His case was a little different because they caught him dead to rights. But his lawyer said we could still fight this though. He was like, "Nah, yo." He said, "I don't want to take that risk," because he was facing 20. He's like, "I don't want to take that risk." So he wrote a letter to the judge, and they had a hearing on it because he was pleading, he's copping out. So when you cop out, they got to have a hearing over it. The judge has to hear you say this. Nobody coerced you, right, into this situation, because you know what you're about to do, right? You're copping out. You're pleading guilty. He said, "Yeah." And then right before the sentencing, he stood up before the judge and wrote and read his statement. I heard his statement before she let me hear it. I said, "Yeah, man, you're gonna get sentenced under the guideline." He said, "I don't think so." I said, "Yeah, you are. The judge's gonna sentence you under the guideline. You're gonna get less time." And he sat up there and read that letter. And he said, also another friend had said this too, but he said to the judge, I didn't make the mistake. I made a poor decision, and I own up to it. The judge was in tears. I never forget that shit, yo. I'll never forget it. Everybody was in tears. And she was like, "As smart as you are and as educated as you are, you could be sitting where I'm at." She said that to him. She said that to him. She said, "You could easily be sitting in my seat." And she said, "This is the first case where I have a hard time sentencing somebody like you. You're not supposed to be here." She said that to him. And when she gave him the time, he was happy about it. I was like, "Damn, that's a lot of time, yo." Because I was sitting there like, damn. He was like, "Whoo." He said, "Thank you." And then she allowed him to talk to his family before they let him out, before they took him off. She allowed him to talk to us. And he was like, "Yeah, man, she was fair. And I got my time." It seemed like yesterday. He home. He been home. And have multiple businesses right now. So she was right. She said he's never coming back. She said, "I know when you get out, you're never coming back." She was right about it. Yeah, I'll never forget that, man. He had a really good attorney, too. His attorney was in tears, yo. She was in tears. I believe she is there, Floss. I believe she is, man. I did hear babies in there crying. I believe so. I believe she might be there. I heard that she was there. And she's been supporting as much as she can because, she's running a business, too. And I didn't know that Fenty business is really going well for her. That's what made her a billionaire, I think. It's doing really well. Her line is doing very well. But, she still has obligations and stuff, but she's there. I believe she's there today. But you're not going to see her, though. The camera is not going to pan to the crowd. But her presence, I think she is there. Sure. Diddy has a lot of lawyers in total. He has about, let's see, you got Tenny Garagos, that's Mark Garagos' daughter. He has Mark. He has the 3, 4. He got about 5 or 6 right now. In total, he got over 20. In total, when you're counting the civil cases, he got at least 20 different lawyers. Close to it, all together. So you know how that money is, because before I think he knew something was coming because he started liquidating assets so he can have hard cash on available. Remember, he sold out that network. He sold his shares in that network. And he sold some other shares that he owned. So he had some hard cash on him. And he made sure he paid off the house in Florida, so he can have that on deck, if need be. So he do have hard cash available. And also he's trying to sell the house in Los Angeles. So yeah, he had more than enough money to do what he had to do. He's lucky though. But yeah, Revolt. Yes, Revolt. I couldn't think of it. Yeah, Revolt. He sold his shares in that. And he still has some shares in Twitter, or X. You remember when Elon Musk was buying it? He had something to do with that as well. So I think he was trying to sell those shares. I'm not sure. Maybe Elon will buy them from him. I don't know. But he has his hand in a lot of stuff. You said call him Brother Love. Yeah, that's love right there. Brother Love. He said it's love, man. Don't you want love? He said, I'm out here spreading love. Don't you want love? You trying to change? He said, really trying to steal my energy right now? And I'm like, Puff, he didn't know it was you, man. Like, damn, he didn't know. He really didn't know at first. You got a problem with me? He said, you know who this is? I'm Puff, man. I'm Puff. He's like, oh my God, that's Puff. But yeah, he definitely got a lot of cash on deck right now to do what he got to do. So he'll have some more lawyers, I'm pretty sure. And I don't know if I'm in agreement with what ASAP Rocky did. Don't testify. Because ASAP Rocky elected not to testify. And the jury cannot hold that against him. And the judge will admonish them on that. You can't hold that against him. If, he has the right to remain silent. So, because like I said, that prosecutor would have tore him up on that stand if he got on the stand. It would have been brutal. But right now, his lawyer is locked in. Tacopina is locked in. So I've seen Tacopina on the Law and Crime, give his commentary and stuff like that. I respect his opinion. So he's gonna put on a good show. He's locked in right now. So look for him to put on a good showing, and let me know how you feel about that. Let's look at okay, so right now, 40. Let me see what this look like. Damn, okay. Okay, so it says 44% say guilty, 39% say not guilty. Okay. And 17% say hung jury. So the numbers is okay. It's almost getting close to 50-50 right now. It's not bad. Most of you think not guilty. That's good. Some of you think guilty. I can't argue with you either way. If you think he's not guilty, then I'm okay with that. I'm okay. There ain't no argument there. I'm okay with it. That's good. Somebody got to say not guilty. Come on now. So it's close to 50-50. Yeah, 17 hung jury. So a hung jury, what's going to happen if it's a hung jury? Okay, well, the judge may give them the Allen charge. Now, what is the Allen charge? So basically, he'll just tell the jury to reconsider, go back, look at the evidence again, reconsider to see if you come up with a verdict. And if they can't come back with a verdict, then they will rule it a mistrial. It's a hung jury. The jury is hung up on the charges, right? So the judge will thank them for their time, and that's it, and say, I'll talk to you in a little bit, and you're now free to talk about the case, right, after I talk to you. And the state is going to have to decide whether they're going to try this case again. Are they going to waste resources to try this case again? I think they might. If it happens a third time, I think that's it. They're not going to continue. Well, the poll results right now, It says guilty 44%. This is out of 66 votes. 44% of you said guilty. 39% said not guilty. 17% said hung jury. So it's getting close to like 50-50. Because people had that third option, a hung jury. I should have put a fourth option, undecided. I should have said that, undecided. Because some people might be undecided here. They don't know. Like, but it's, you guys represent the jury because it's regular men and women on the jury, right? They don't have a legal background, anything. It's regular people. But they are the most important people in that courtroom. You said the jury will deliberate for 4 hours to reach a verdict of guilty. And you think it's only going to take 4 hours? Man. So they could possibly have a verdict today. That's what you're saying. Yeah, I don't know about 4 hours. Maybe, I don't know. It could. You said a 1 hour verdict, a 1 hour verdict of guilty? Damn. Okay. So that means we could have the verdict today. You heard it means all witnesses get executed? Well, damn. He would have definitely been found guilty then. If that man had said that on the stand, because Rocky said don't say. So I knew it was something bad. If he had said that on that stand, it would have been over. Over. It would have been over. Oh, they said 1:15. So where are they at? They might be coming back on now because they said they had lunch till 1:15. It is now 4:18 on the East Coast, 1:18 in the West Coast. We ready to go. All right, Takapinas, he's up next. He's up next. And who's a weirdo in here? I saw that. Why I gotta be a weirdo? Let's see. Yeah, it should be starting soon. Takapina, Mother Bird. What do you think, Ryan? What you think his lawyer gonna do? What you think, King Floss? What you think his lawyer gonna do? He gonna represent? Because he's good. He gonna bring he gonna bring attitude, everything. I'm just messing with you, Sherry Red. We gotta have some type of laughter up in here. Because now it's kind of dry. You know, this stuff, to be honest with you, this stuff is dry. So we gotta come up with something, Sherry. To bump our gums about. But it's interesting because it's with ASAP Rocky. Everybody know him. People in that's following. Okay, here we go. That's following hip hop. We know him. So what I'm gonna do is for Takapina, I'm being silent. I might have to say a few things here and there because I got to provide commentary, but I think I've done enough so far. And the Law and Crime Network, they know me, so they don't beef with me too much. I remember them when they first started. Look where they're at now, doing their thing. Guys, it's defense lawyer Howard. What's up? What are you thinking? King Floss, what you thinking? He said, no, okay. King Floss said, New York, stand up. Okay. He representing Rocky from New York City. Okay. Tacopina's up next, y'all. New York stand up. He bringing him home. He gonna bring this kid home, folks. Let's see. You said Ye and Bianca just broke up? Oh, Lord. They trolling, Howard. She's a troll, too. Because you know how she be looking all serious? No, she be laughing a lot. But she try to look serious for the camera. They both trolls, man. I didn't think that was going to last long anyway. I didn't think it was going to last long, Howard. It seemed fake, yeah. Like they did it for the, clicks. He was down with it. They both are mess. They both are good for each other. Tacopina up next, folks. What y'all think he's what's on his mind right now? He locked in. He is definitely locked in. He like, Rocky, I got you. Don't worry, I got you. I'm locked in. Because he know the state go again after him. That's John Lewin. He knows that. So it's him and Lewin now. That's it. They're gonna spar. It's just a sparring match. They sparring. We're gonna see, may the best man win. You got to create doubt. Yes, Mother Bird. You got to create some doubt. And then we'll see if these numbers, Christy, what you think gonna happen with Lewin? I mean, with Tacopina, what do you think is gonna happen? You said Ye is just operating off his other personality. He'll be back. Yeah, he trolling, man. All right, here we go.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Yes. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
There you go.
The defendant, Rakim Mayers, now has and is afforded an opportunity to argue the case, if you will. I'm not going to argue to you, ladies and gentlemen. What I'm going to do is try and discuss reasonable inferences that we believe can be drawn from the evidence. What I'm going to do is something a little different. I'm going to cede the floor to the transcripts in this case, the testimony. So it's not in dispute, what I'm going to say. Ultimately, what will determine the facts and what's going to be important is you. And we can all live with that. You're empowered to do justice here. This is a great system of ours that works. And I'd like to, first and foremost, I'd like to commend and compliment Mrs. Chris Womack on what I thought was a fine argument. I don't agree with much of anything he had to say, but I did listen intently, and I hope you'll do the same with me. There's a few things on what he said, though, I do have to just address immediately. And during his argument, because I didn't object doesn't mean I agreed. I didn't object once. I thought there were some misstatements of facts. I'll deal with that. But I'm not afraid of anything that was said or anything he had to say. I didn't want to interrupt him. I didn't want to object. I wanted you to hear where the arguments are. Let's see if they give me that same courtesy. He did, during his 2+ hours first summation, they get 2 summations, you'll hear about that later. He didn't once mention the fact that their only witness in this case committed perjury again and again and again and again in this court. That wasn't mentioned once, not even dealt with. That's an important issue in this case, as you're going to see, because the case does rise and fall in its credibility, without question, without question. Detective Flores, their case detective, testified, and we'll put up this testimony in a bit, that without Relly, the 2 videos and the sounds, there's no evidence of a shooting. Could be, could not be. That's certainly not proof beyond a reasonable doubt. So Relly's testimony is in fact everything. And Mr. Preslomov seemed very worried about what I'm going to say about Mr. Efron and his credibility. He understands that that case rises and falls with him. And he spent a lot of time anticipating what I'm going to say about it. One thing he said I would do, but I promise you I won't, is I'm not going to go through every inconsistency of Mr. Efron. We'd be here until Christmas. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to go through the major lies he told, the admissions of perjury, the important facts that he told you that turned out to be lies. I'm not going to worry about some inconsistency he told about some statement he made 2 years ago or 3 years ago. We would be here literally for days on end, and I'm not going to do that. Mr. Preslomov said there's no evidence of a profit in this case. Again, we'll get to all this. There's definitely a lot less evidence of a real gun in this case than a profit. The facts scream out that it's impossible for what he had that night to be a real gun. The DA spent much of that argument, 2 hours and 15 minutes or so, repeating himself, repeating the same arguments again and again, sometimes in sarcastic tone, because the evidence isn't there. Look, together, hopefully, these discussions that we're going to have are going to be helpful in trying to arrive at a decision where you don't compromise, where you don't do violence to your conscience, where you do the right thing. And you're the ones who are empowered to determine what, in fact, is the right thing. It's you. Let me ask you a question. Have you ever in your life been falsely accused of it? Ever been falsely accused of it? Have you ever just sit there and take watch proceedings or watch how it played out and wait, knowing that you're innocent, knowing that you didn't do it? All you can do during such a process is maintain your dignity. Isn't that right? All you can do is maintain your dignity. Knowing that you're innocent, but maintaining your dignity and remembering always that you're left in a crisis because you're contradicting. That's another reason why I am so proud to represent Rocky. He's a man who's maintained his innocence from day one, 3.5+ years ago, who's conducted himself with dignity throughout these proceedings from day one. I started off telling you about this case was all about my first lines out of the bat in the opening statement, it seems like 1.5 years ago, was that this case was about Relly's jealousy, lies, and greed. I said that you'd see the kind of person he was in this courtroom, an angry, pathological liar. That he, and he alone, is the source of all the evidence that they are relying on. And this case would rise and fall in his credibility. You take him out of the picture, there is no case. And as I promised, Relly showed you who he truly was when it came time to cross-examination. He's a man who told you without hesitation, I can tell people whatever I want. He said that. That's what's true. I was right out of the box, the first one to line, please.
You want the audio-visual person? Please, Alex, I'll mark this.
I'm gonna, you're out of one.
That's fine.
Yeah.
We have an audio-visual person in the court. We'll have him come up. Go ahead.
But
And Sure.
Okay. What you would have heard, what you may see one day, hopefully after Mark comes up and saves us once again, is him literally saying to you, I can tell people whatever I want. He's their witness, who you're being asked to believe beyond a reasonable doubt. I can tell people whatever I want. He's a man who literally gave 4 different answers to one question. 4 answers, one question. He said, yes, no, I don't recall, I don't know, in one question. That was a first for me. I've been doing this for a bit. That was a first for me. 4 answers, one question. Yes, no, I don't recall, I don't know. He's a man who committed perjury before your eyes over and over again. A man who snapped, cursed, threw a water bottle while he was testifying, cursed in this courtroom. Threw a water bottle out of anger while testifying in the light of the court with the judge, with the jury, with these terrific sheriff's deputies and bailiffs. That's how you had to hear. Imagine what he's capable in the dark of night. Well, here's the thing, was watching. The evidence in this case has shown you that this case indeed rises on his credibility or falls on his credibility, and it is falling hard. Before we start, I do want to thank you all. It's right to thank you all for your commitment and sacrifice in this case. It's not been an easy case. It's been a long, long case. It's been odd that not one of you have ever been late. Another first for me. Been doing this for a while, both as a prosecutor and defense attorney. Not once have we been waiting for a juror. So your commitment and your sacrifice is extraordinary, especially in a 4-week trial. So we both sides thank you for that. I know that. But this is what this is about. This is why we love what we do. That's why I love what I do. It's an opportunity to come before people who are from the community, who are the conscience of the community, because you are the conscience of this community. And when I say community, I mean you represent the community of Los Angeles. Every part of the community, parts that are represented here, and parts that aren't represented here, Compton, Englewood, you represent all parts of this community. You set the standards, you tell us what's right and what's wrong with your work. Use your common sense to do that, and ladies and gentlemen, your work goes far beyond these courtroom doors. The evidence isn't there in this case. It's not even close, again. Appreciate Mr. Breslow's argument, but we're gonna dissect the evidence now. Apart from Relly's testimony, the prosecution, just his testimony, I'm not talking about his physical evidence, apart from his testimony, the prosecution's evidence consists of videos, shell casings, and knuckle scrapes. And I don't know what else to call them but knuckle scrapes. I know they said, oh, he's gonna call them knuckle scrapes. What am I going to call them? Bullet wounds? I mean, they're knuckle scrapes. Videos don't prove that case, they prove the opposite. Relly was the aggressor in both videos, and we'll show you those, and we'll show you them slowly. The shell casing is not, sorry.
Mark says it's set up right, but he needs to.
Yeah, I'll stop for a second. You want to try it? Let's try it. Thanks.
Go ahead. You need back here or over here?
Yeah.
Tell people to.
Thank you. You want to hang around for a little bit, or? I know, right? Stick around. Okay.
Don't go far.
Thank you very much. Well, he was one of the videos. Michael played that. See,
Right.
Yes, no, I will. They want to. I don't know. It's been so long. I can tell people whatever I want. I don't get it, but no. Yes, no, I will. They want to. I don't know. It's been so long. I can tell people whatever I want.
Okay. I think we already discussed it, I don't have to go back to it, but you can get it once. You could take that down, please. Anyway, the shell casings and the knuckle scrapes mean absolutely nothing without believing Relly's story about them. They mean nothing without believing his story in whole about them. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about how the evidence or lack of evidence shaped up in this case. Before we do, I want to make clear what Rocky is charged with. He's charged with 2 counts of assault with a semi-automatic weapon. One for the altercation by the parking garage on Argyle Avenue. The other for the altercation Piece Del Mar, that fuzzy video that you see. The DA said you only have to decide if it's proper or not. That's it. That's all you have to decide. Person. Nothing else is in dispute. That is not true. That's not true. And the judge just told you this just the other day. He said, as a matter of fact, that's not what you just have to decide. It completely ignores the self-defense and defense of others law that the judge instructed you on. But they see what they want to see. They say what they want to say. They hide from you what they don't want you to see. Which is why they cut off the end of the video on Piece Del Mar. I'm going to show you what they cut off. They cut off after Rocky's gone. After 12 is already running away. They cut off the part where Welly goes back and gets Ills one more time. The guy who's only using for a human shield. They cut that part of the video off. We did. We'll show you. The judge will instruct you. Each of those charges requires the prosecution to prove beyond a reasonable doubt, another term I didn't hear much, in the 2 hours plus summation of this result. Beyond a reasonable doubt that Rocky possessed a real operable semi-automatic firearm and that Rocky did not act in self-defense or defense of another. Beyond a reasonable doubt. And the evidence just isn't there. It's not even close in this case, guys. It's not even close. I'm here to gain respect for the undeniable fact that even now as we sit here, Rakim Mayers is presumed innocent. He's presumed innocent as we sit here now. I'm here to point out the numerous reasonable doubts that lurk in the evidence in this case. Because folks, please remember, the judge didn't tell you, he did already have some charges. All you need is one. All you need is one. I submit to you, there are hundreds of reasonable doubts. There's hundreds. You just need one. And the case is over. And we have this idea of a reasonable doubt. It's not what we do in our daily lives on the street when talking to our friends or analyzing whether our kids have been truthful or our friends have been truthful. But it's something that's really important in this setting, the courtroom. Because it seems, as a country, that it has served us very, very well. People who founded this country, who are no strangers to controversy, and certainly no strangers to social danger, have created some of it themselves even. They knew that the surest and best way to guarantee the liberty of citizens was to make sure that if the government brought charges against one of its citizens, they had to prove. And if there was a doubt based on reason, there was a reasonable doubt, there had to be an acquittal. Had to be. What a reasonable doubt isn't, and the judge says to you in the beginning, like, again, 4 weeks ago, whenever that was, what a reasonable doubt isn't, it isn't he may have committed the crime, it isn't he probably committed the crime, it is I'm almost certain he committed the crime. That doesn't carry it. It's I have no reason to doubt he committed the crime. What was proven beyond reasonable doubt in this case? Terrell Ekron is a compulsive liar and perjurer. That was proven beyond reasonable doubt. He lies without remorse. Folks, he even bragged to you about committing perjury. He literally did. And you're going to see it. As long as Martin is Mark is close by, the video where you're gonna see him literally bragging about the perjury. You know, this reasonable doubt, proof beyond a reasonable doubt, you're gonna hear me talk about it again. But the prosecution told you just now, Mr. Rosalman said, that the defense story is impossible. They have to prove that beyond a reasonable doubt. You can't just say it. They have to prove that beyond a reasonable doubt. They have not met their burden here, not even close, because they can't. It's a very heavy burden, and they've not come close. That's why they resort to making excuses, playing games, relying on possibilities, which is really funny, because you were all here for jury selection, because you wouldn't be here if you weren't here for jury selection. See how smart I am? You were all here when Mr. Lewin in jury selection said, we'll never ask you to look at what's possible in this case. Remember that? It's like the closing remark in jury selection. We'll never ask you to look at what's possible. He said that. Yet, as we walk through the evidence together, you'll see all the possibilities they presented. Starting with that first witness out of the gate. Right here at the jury selection. Boom! First witness, Zizzo, right out of the gate. Is it possible you missed the shell casings? They didn't say, you never say anything about the word possible. You won't be asked what's possible in this case. First witness out of the box, Officer Zizzo, was asked, is it possible you missed the shell casings? Possible is not proof beyond reasonable doubt, nor are excuses. Why were there no fingerprints on those shell casings that really claimed to have found that night? Remember what the floor said about that? The excuses. Well, you know, if it rained, if there was water, if there were cars, if there was wind. We'll go past that. We'll review the evidence together, and you'll see that their excuses for not having proof really start stacking up. And in face of only possibilities and excuses, they resorted to playing games in an effort to win at all costs. And it's not about justice. It's not winning. Plain and simple. And they played games in this case that should offend you. I'm not just saying it, I'm going to take you through not showing you evidence, embracing perjury of this relic, trying to deceive you. Remember something I said to you in the opening. I said we're here to make promises both sides, but not like politicians' promises. You know, the thing where we promise you the moon, you vote based on our promises, and you see if we fulfill them. And here, we make promises in that opening statement. You get to see if we fulfill them, then you vote. Let's see what they promised compared to what we promised. They told you Rocky was the aggressor. His text messages show he was the aggressor. We got deleted text messages, we'll get to that. They told you that Rocky shot Relly with the real gun. We told you that Relly was manufacturing the story, deleting and destroying evidence. He was trying to extort Rocky, which came through. That Relly was the real aggressor. Rocky used the problem to defend himself. There are two hurdles that they have to overcome to get a conviction in this case. Two hurdles. They cannot overcome them. One is that an object in Rocky's hand on November 6, 2021 was not a prop gun, beyond the reasonable doubt. Second is that Rocky did not act in self-defense and pulled your ills. The judge instructed you, if the prosecution failed to prove the object in Rocky's hand was not a prop gun beyond a reasonable doubt, the case is over. It's over. Beyond a reasonable doubt. You can stop there. It's over. The judge also told you that regardless of what Rocky had in his hand, if you find that he acted in self-defense or defense of 12-year-old ills, he's also not guilty. That's the law. It's not our argument. They had the heavy, heavy burden of disproving self-defense or defense of another beyond a reasonable doubt. And that's a burden that they cannot carry in this case, not even close. Relly threatened Rocky, Relly threatened Schwelby, Relly repeatedly punched Ills and ragdolled Ills. And we're going to show you that again on the video, slowly. You had it narrated to you, but you can see it on video. Before we do that and talk about it, let's discuss why they can't overcome that first hurdle. First, beyond reasonable doubt, that the object in Rocky's hand was real, was not what we're firing on, because they absolutely cannot overcome that. There is incontrovertible evidence and testimony in this case, and other evidence that shows you the object that Rocky was possessing was a problem. Unimpeached. Not a real firearm. And they asked why. First of all, remember, there's no evidence in the record Rocky was licensed to carry in 2021. He wasn't. But Twelby and Lou told you it wasn't a real gun. Two people came here, took an oath, and told you it was not a real gun. Lou Levin told you where it came from, that B&B music video. He identified it with Rocky and Rihanna from July of 2021, right before. He told you he put a clip drawer on it, essentially a belt clip, to clip the piece onto a belt to make it easy to carry. And he extended the magazine with a clear magazine to make it look more intimidating, because the Glock he had prop gun Glock with 26 sword fits in a pocket, which was really small. So this was meant as a deterrent. Mr. Sloman told you that Lou Levin couldn't name the security guy who advised Rocky to carry prop gun. He was never asked. And he didn't say security guy, he said Rocky's security team. Testimony you could, by the way, you can always have the testimony read back to you at any point. If there's any dispute, I know you guys can take crazy things, but if there's any dispute, you can always say, can we have that part read back of the testimony where Mr. Lemon talked about the security people who advised Rocky, or whatever, hypothetically. So he never was asked who, but he didn't say a security guy. He said security team, and he just said he concurred. He wasn't pretending to be a security advisor that they mocked him. They didn't ask him that, yet they just tried to argue that to you. Mr. Levin also told you that the prop gun didn't serve its intended purpose on November 6th, obviously, 2021. And Rocky gave it back to him, and he gave it back to this co-director from the DMV video when he went to New York next. He didn't remember, it was December, January, or whatever. By the way, we didn't bring a picture of the DMV video. They're the ones with the burden of proof here, folks. They have the burden. The DMV videos were all to see. It's out there. They could have, if they wanted to, subpoenaed it. They could have burned it in. Put it on YouTube. They didn't do that. They didn't want you to see that video. Lou Levin told you he asked the co-director, this guy Haji, where the prop gun went. He did call him back after 5 months later when Rocky was eventually charged and then sued. And Haji, this prop gun guy, the director, co-director, said he didn't know that. He explained he had a studio, a big studio in common with other directors of these videos and films and whatnot. And he said it was a common space that had cameras, lighting equipment, prop equipment, and everything else that was borrowed in exchange and whatnot between a bunch of people. That's uncontroverted testimony. And it was gone. The guy Haji couldn't find it. Don't think Lou didn't try. He did. The guy Haji said it was gone. And you heard the DA, oh, they told you, they told Lou, they spoke to Haji. They reported it, they told you. And you know, if Haji said anything inconsistent with what Lou said, you're going to hear that thing.
Your Honor, we found out about it that day. It's improper.
There are no speaking objections. There are no speaking objections. I told you that. You will have an opportunity in your rebuttal argument.
Objection, improper argument.
Overruled.
Because if he says it loudly, it's going to get sustained.
Objection, improper
Sustained.
argument.
That is sustained. Don't do that, Mr. Chairman.
Anyway, you were heard. You know, they knew about Lou Levin prosecution before this trial started. They knew before this trial started, he said that the prop gun came from a music video that could have looked like, and they could have put prop houses, the music video, whatever else. They could have done it too. But they didn't say, oh, we didn't do it. Again, you have absolutely no burden to do anything. We did provide live witness testimony. You cross-examined. It wasn't a surprise to them. They didn't want to do it, because they knew they were going to find it. That's why you didn't hear anything.
That's a proper argument.
Reveille's words and actions on November 6, 2021 show you it wasn't the real gun. His words and actions show you. All the prosecution's objective evidence in this case, everything that doesn't come from Reveille shows you this was not a real gun. Common sense also shows you it was not a real gun. On that last point, the prosecution would have you believe that Rocky, you saw that video, shot a real gun at his friend Ills, who was right there. I mean, Ills was right there. According to them, he shot the gun, a real gun, at his friend Ills. That makes no sense. You saw the video. The second shot, Ills was right there. There's no way, even if that was a real gun, that Ills wasn't getting hit. That was real. There was no way. DA then said, well, you know, why? Why would he get rid of the prop gun? He said, we haven't explained that. I think we did. I think Lou Levin explained that pretty well, pretty clearly. Remember, they didn't know 5 months later the police would come. They weren't thinking, oh, we better save this in case, I don't know, next year at some point I get arrested. That was the furthest thing from Rocky's mind. They did know that it did not serve its intended purpose. They did know that. So that was the end of that. Rocky got rid of that prop gun that didn't work and instead beefed up his security. So now he had to have security all the time instead of just going to events, even when it was his friends on the street. Of course, he didn't know the police were going to be involved 5 months later. As for Twelby and Lou Levin, you heard from each of them. And before we get into what they said, let's talk about the process. It's supposed to be about the search for the truth. That's what it's meant to be. It's not supposed to be about just trying to win. That's what it's not supposed to be about. Especially when you have the power of law enforcement government behind you. You know, it's the prosecutor's job to make sure that innocent people go free also. And it makes sense that all the witnesses come to your attention. All the witnesses come to your attention, as we had to do in this case. You can see that responsible citizens came in here as witnesses who were often treated roughly and ridiculed, attacked by Mr. Lewin, an obsession to win. You don't treat witnesses who came in here, don't get paid to tell the truth, have no financial motive, you don't treat them like that. Just purely and simply because they're not saying what you want them to say in your version of what the truth might be. You don't do that. Mark Twain, way off, once said, to a man with a hammer, everything looks like a nail. That came to life. The prosecution embraced Reveille in this case, though. Embraced him. He didn't even once mention to you all, okay, he perjured himself before you guys many times. The whole thing's fake, that weren't fake. He lied to your faces. That wasn't even mentioned this morning. They defended him despite his despicable acts and his despicable conduct. And with our witnesses, Mr. Lewin carried them like they were serial killers. And I mean Twelby and Lou Levin. They were the polar opposites of Reveille in every way. How they conducted themselves, how they answered questions. They weren't argumentative. They weren't disrespectful. They were compliant and they were responsive to both sides. To both sides. compare those human beings to what you saw the week before that. They weren't belligerent, they didn't throw water bottles, they didn't curse. I mean, really, who couldn't answer any question straight, admitted to lying, and when he didn't admit to lying, got impeached with prior inconsistent statements. I'm not gonna go through them all. You know, when you know the truth and when you tell the truth, you don't have to rehearse the truth. You don't have to get your memory refreshed. You don't have to be reminded of the truth when you know the truth and tell the truth. You don't have to be coached on the truth by the prosecutors. You don't have to have someone telling you how to answer questions, like Relly was told in this case. You always get the truth right when you tell the truth. All witnesses answered every question without incident, without problem. They were consistent. They didn't get tripped up once. There was not one inconsistency. So the response to that is, they were coached very well. I think you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't, I guess. Because if they had been caught up and tripped up and been inconsistent, and their truth was inconsistent, well then they're liars. Or they weren't consistent. But because they were so consistent and they didn't get impeached, they couldn't lay low on them. Oh, they must have been coached. They were not coached, they were consistent because they were telling the truth. You saw that demeanor. They both told you, Lou and 12, both told you he previously carried a problem for that 6-month period. Being the victim of acts of violence. And Rocky had it with him on November 6, 2021. And now Rocky's friends knew he had friends. They didn't announce it to the world. Of course, that'd be stupid to say, you know, put a social media post out, carry a prop gun. In case you want to attack me, it's really only prop gun. No, Lou said, and 12, he said, it was an immediate group of friends. The prosecution peppered 12 with questions, not a summary of what he told us, the lawyers. As if that summary contained his prior sworn testimony and prior recorded statements, but it didn't. That's why the judge said it was irrelevant to what 12 saw in that document.
That's an improper argument, bro.
Read that. That's why the judge said it's irrelevant what 12 saw in that summary document.
That is the improper argument.
Instead, the summary was simply something that lawyers have to provide as procedural discovery in this case. Look, when I hear this, they're going to try and pretend like we just came up with this prop gun defense. Rocky has been saying that since day one. Here's the testimony of Detective Flores on this petition. Detective Flores was asked, was this something, when he was asked, because he was asked on direct about when did he first find out about the prop gun defense? And he said, there were no deposition in criminal cases with the question before. Then I said, all right. So basically, what you were being asked when we're talking about that, he just found out about this prop gun. What you're being asked are questions related to discovery disclosure in a criminal case, correct? And he said, yes. So Detective Flores, who's very honest, and I think I tried to do a good job here, told you what that was about. See, if you just listen to the direct in this case, it would make it sound like only 2 weeks ago, oh, there was a prop gun. That's been since day one for Rocky. Discovery in a criminal case is what he was being asked about. I mean, you also heard that it was revealed before jury selection, the day, I think, before jury selection, no, sorry, the day before opening statements, that we got a ballistics report from them that was done over a year before. The day before opening statement, that you guys were empowered. Okay. Whatever. And goes crying and screaming. A year after they did it, Detective Flores said, we got it after you guys were empowered in 2025. Detective Zizzo, Sergeant Zizzo, now former police officer Zizzo, said on the witness stand, yeah, we may have missed it. We didn't search the whole street. I said, really? Looking at his report, like, when did you say that for the first time? He said, today, this morning. He told them that for the first time. Okay. I'm saying, oh, they just came up with it. This is real life. This is a trial. This is what happens. Sometimes witnesses remember things later, sometimes they don't. But I'm not accusing anyone of perjuring themselves as police officers is because he's just remembered that today, 5 years later. You know? I mean, sort of odd. 5 years after that, he remembers they may have missed it. But that's okay. Look, more importantly, as Schwelbe told you, what he testified to here in this courtroom is what he told us previously and what he saw that night. Period. He was consistent, he was credible, unlike Relly, who actually contradicted his own recorded statements, and unlike Relly, who actually contradicted his prior sworn testimony over and over again. He committed perjury, he bragged about committed perjury. And the fact that the prosecution tried to make you believe that a summary was Schwelbe's actual statement when it wasn't. It's a game. It's another example of a game. Here's another one. The prosecution asked Schwelbe how he knew it was a prop gun if he never spoke to Rocky about it. That was completely misstating what Schwelbe said on direct testimony. Completely. Schwelbe didn't say he never spoke to Rocky about it. He said the opposite. He said they did speak about it prior to November 6, 2021, in September of 2021 in Harlem at that governor's ball thing, and after he first saw it at the DMV video. He said they spoke about it. But he was ripped apart. Dude, never spoke to Rocky about that, you said. He didn't say that. Well, other games they played with Schwelbe? You heard this one. You heard Detective Flores tell you that before 2 weeks ago, neither he nor any member of law enforcement ever tried to reach out to Schwelbe. 2025. This event happened in 2021. Before 2 weeks ago, before January of 2025, neither he, the lead detective in this case, or any member of law enforcement tried to reach out to Schwelbe. They knew who he was, obviously. But that still didn't prevent Mr. Lewin from asking Schwelbe if before those last 2 weeks, didn't you get a message from us? Didn't you get a message from us? No, Mr. Lewin, you didn't get a message from me. Detective Flores already cleared that up pretty clearly. He didn't get a message from you. They knew he didn't contact Schwelbe. They knew he didn't try to contact Schwelbe before 2 weeks ago. But he asked him that question. Why give a false impression that somehow Schwelbe ignored a message? That somehow Schwelbe ignored a message? Oh, I'm sorry.
Disparity counsel.
Yeah, there cannot be any disparaging, personal attacks.
So it's not personal attack. The question was asked that.
There are,
Okay,
do not debate with me
Sorry.
about a ruling.
Yep.
Objection sustained. Go ahead.
okay. Well, you heard the testimony. You saw what happened. You figured out what it was all about. But Schwelbe was asked, didn't you get a message from us in the past? When Detective Flores said, no, no one left him a message. No one tried to reach him. So I don't want to disparage anyone, but you just got to ask yourself, why was that question asked if it didn't happen? Look, you know, what I said, games, they're a constant theme in this trial. Here's another one. Prosecution asked Schwelbe about photos taken in Rocky's bedroom which showed Rocky's registered firearms and not a pop gun there. Those photos were taken during a search of Rocky's residence in April of 2022. 5 months after the incident on East Del Mar in November of 2021. 5 months later. So the fact that there was no prop gun there means absolutely nothing. You heard what happened to the prop gun way before that. And here's this also, think about this. And why was there no prop gun in the house? You heard why Rocky, for that 5-6 month period, carried the problem on advice of security. Because he'd been subject to episodes of violence. He had a stalker, his face was slashed. And home invasion, okay? But he'd been subject to violence on the street, he didn't have a carry. Okay? So when he wasn't with security, he had this thing to hopefully deter people. At home, he had licensed firearms. Now, because a prop is meant to deter would-be attackers, if they're already in his home, much less in his bedroom, they aren't would-be attackers anymore. They're in fact attackers. And a prop gun would be useless there, obviously. Also, with the registered guns found in Rocky's house, I guess the floor is if they were legally registered to Rocky, and they objected. They objected to that question.
No, that's an improper argument.
Well, those in fact were registered to Rocky, legal. Others were registered to Lou, legal. Everything in that house was legal and given back to Lou Levin, who was there at the time of the search. They mocked Lou like he must have made that up. Not just Lou's magazine, the guns were legal too. They were, 2 of them were Lou's. One of them was Lou's, and 2 was Rocky's. You heard that from Pick. It was legal and registered. Detective Flores made it clear that the weapons found in Rocky's home were legal. So there should have been no dispute over that at all. Search for the truth is what this should be about. I'm trying to win at all places. It's not a game. It's not a game, certainly to him and his family. It's not a game. In fact, the prosecution did absolutely nothing, ladies and gentlemen, to impeach the testimony of Rolling. Nothing. Yeah, he got loud and yelled at them a little. But saying liar, liar, pants on fire is not impeachment. He didn't move them off their story once. They were consistent. They stayed exactly consistent with their story the entire time because the truth is easy to remember. The truth is easy to tell. They were not impeached, not once. The fact of the matter is, by the way, it wasn't lack of trying. I mean, they were yelled at, they were berated. I mean, at one point, 12 spoke a dialect from his upbringing, from the street where he's from. And he said this thing, and I personally, I think he's one of the nicest guys I've ever seen. He said this thing where he's like, "You feel me? You feel me?" That was just a matter of speed. But Mr. Lewin had to take that and say, "No, I don't feel you. I don't really mean I feel you. I can't feel you."
It's an improper argument.
No.
Overall.
There's no need to mock a witness who came in here and was compliant and respectful. No, they were grilled both 12 weeks, and they were grilled about many, many things, including the financial motives of being here. And again, they don't contradict their testimony. I mean, Mr. Preslomic this morning spent a lot of time in their testimony, not about their misstatements or their inconsistencies or contradictions or their impeachments, but just repeated their testimony, but in a sarcastic voice, as if that makes it not true. That's not proof. That's definitely not proof beyond reasonable doubt. So anyway, the financial motive that they were both crushed on in their cross-examinations, Schwelby and Lou. Schwelby said 0. He went 0 from him. For Rocky, nothing. He's got his own career, actually, pretty well. Lou said he makes a portion of his salary from Rocky, and he does. And he loves Rocky. They both love Rocky. So no one's trying to pretend their peer is unbiased with it, so they love it. But it's an interesting thing, though, that they were so concerned about his both of their financial motives. Not once did the prosecution take issue with the fact that their own witness, Relly, was here because of his financial motivation, and only his financial motivation. A $30 million financial motivation. But they're asking Lululemon, don't you get 20% of your salary from him? Or that poor IT guy who had to fly from Paris did. You made $20,000 last year from him, huh? I mean, that guy's looking $30 million for that. No disgrace. By the way, Relly got his $30 million that he wanted, that he said repeatedly. They had no witness in this case, as you now know, because he'd be on islands somewhere relaxing while they were searching for him. Instead, Relly wants to use law enforcement as a money collector, because he didn't care about the police. You heard him say that many times. And if he got his money, police has to go pound sand. They'll notify him he's going to be on an island. And he told you how that process works. I didn't hear that thing. But talk about extraordinary bias that they just want you to ignore. They don't even mention that. It can't be, and it shouldn't be. But it's why we're here in this courtroom. It's why we're all here. What else should be ignored? Despite all the prosecution's efforts, despite the blistering questions posed to them, both Twelby and Lululemon established these incontrovertible facts. They're not controverted, they're not contested. That Rocky was known to carry a property by his friends. They didn't controvert that at all. The object in his hands on November 6, 2021 was a pump gun. Relly's own actions on November 6, 2021 confirmed that. Twelby testified during the first altercation. Relly said something to the effect of, shoot that big ass gun, which explains his later conduct, by the way. Now, Relly said he didn't say that. So, now you have to see, who's more credible, more trustworthy, Twelby or Relly? Essentially, you have the words to it in that regard, in that one thing. And consistent with his knowledge that it was a fake gun, look what he did after the first altercation, which is impossible to get around for them. The first altercation by the parking garage, where he's claims he's pulled a gun, is pulled on a real gun that he doesn't know is a fake gun. He continues to follow the guy who pulls the real gun and according to him tried to kill him. So think about that for a second when you talk about a reasonable doubt or a doubt based on reason. Think about that. That was so odd. I mean, he said, yeah, the guy pulled out a gun on me. I thought it was a real gun, and he threatened to kill me. So after he walked away, I decided to follow him. I don't follow him, berate him as I'm following him. Almost begging him to shoot me. Well, let's see if Detective Flores, but anyway, Detective Flores told me what he thought about that. He testified. He said, that would be an odd thing for Relly to do. It's testimony from his trial. Mr. Efron, on December 2021, you asked him why he continued to follow Mr. Mayers if he knew he had a gun, right? Answer yes, Detective Flores. Question, because according to you, you told him that would seem to be an odd thing to do, right? Or odd thing to do, I didn't say right. And Detective Flores said yes. Of course it's an odd thing to do if you know it's a real gun. Not so much an odd thing to do if you think it's a fake gun or a pump gun. And of course, when Relly was questioned about why he would do that, about being an odd thing to do, his answer was, according to Detective Flores' question about it, Relly said, I don't know. That was his answer to Detective Flores early on in the question. When you asked Mr. Efron why did he continue to follow Mr. Mayers after seeing the gun, what he said was he didn't know why. So, Detective Flores, and he said correct. Detective Flores questioned him about it, and the best Relly could do at that point, he said, I don't know why I followed him. obviously, I don't know, was all Rutland could say, because he knew he couldn't tell the truth. That was a problem. He knew that. That alone is reasonable doubt. That is a reasonable doubt. Whew. That's it. Just name one. Just one.
That's an improper statement of law.
In fact, the lack of evidence further shows that this was a problem. And you heard that the police found absolutely no evidence of a shooting at the scene whatsoever. Officer Zizzo told you that there was no sign of a shooting, there was no blood, no bullet holes, no shell casings, no physical evidence at all. That's from the testimony at this trial interview from Officer Zizzo. Just recap. There was no blood, no bullet holes, no shell casings, no physical evidence of a shooting was recovered at all. No, sir. So that was the guy who was there within 15 minutes. And you heard from the body cam footage from one of the other responding officers, turned out to be Sergeant John Cook, Officer Zizzo said. Sergeant Cook said, there's going to be no evidence for now. We have no victims, no hits, no evidence. That's the sergeant body cam footage. That's Officer Zizzo's testimony. Also captured on Sergeant Cook's body cam footage is him saying, as of now, or no victims as of now, unless it pops up in the hospital, probably just a warning shot. That's testimony in front of you all in this trial. Again, so no victims as of now, unless it pops up in the hospital, it's probably just a warning shot, right? That's what he said. Sergeant Zizzo said to us. Well, Sergeant Cook was close. It was actually 2 warning shots from the problem. Ladies and gentlemen, the prosecution can prove otherwise beyond a reasonable doubt. They cannot. Beyond a reasonable doubt. Not without Relly being totally believable. Not without Relly being totally believable. And he is not worth it. I don't think I need to spend much time arguing that. That's why, in addition to asking him about November 6th, 2021, which we spent some time doing, we spent so much time questioning him about his credibility. And I'm sorry he was on the witness stand for 5 days. The reason he was on the witness stand 5 days, I was only 2 total days with him. But the reason he was here that long is because he didn't answer questions. Like, the questions had to be asked on course anyway. 3-4 times, the judge had to get involved. That's why he was here so long. Well, because without him, when you question his credibility, it's not because I was having fun speaking to him. I wasn't. But when you question his credibility, it's because his credibility is at issue. Because without him and his credible testimony, the prosecution has 0 evidence of a shooting. They even have to prove, they have 0 evidence to prove that it was an operable gun, let alone shoot. Consider that. What's the prosecution's evidence that the object in Rocky's hand on November 6, 2021 was not Brockton? What's their evidence? Relly's shell casings, those. Relly's knuckle scrapes, and the videos from parking garage at 1616 Vista Del Mar and 6200 Hollywood Boulevard. But remember what Detective Flores said about those videos. First, he said, there's no evidence from 1616 Vista Del Mar of an actual gun being discharged. I asked him that question, and he said, correct. From that view by itself, no. Well, that's the only view we have of 1616 Vista Del Mar, that video. And they're all there, and so but. Then, second, I said the only time you could see a gun in any video was the parking garage video. And in that one, you can't tell if it's operable, whether it's operable gun or real gun or not, right, Detective Flores? And he was honest. You first cited the fact the gun was displayed, right? Which you already told this jury that gun that was displayed, the only time you could see a gun in any video was the parking garage video, correct? You already told the jury, by that video, you can't tell if it's operable, right? Correct. So if he can't tell it's operable, how are you supposed to do it? Detective Flores can't tell you it's operable, how are you supposed to tell it's operable? You have to believe Riley's story. All of it. And his credibility. Then, third, what else did it have? Well, sounds, those two sounds. Okay. The gunshot sounds heard at the 6200 Hollywood Boulevard video could have been made by some kind of replica firearm, according to Detective Flores. He said, aside from a gun, I asked him, what else could make those sounds? An operable gun, I should say. And then he said, the sound I heard off the camera, I mean a firearm, some kind of replica firearm. He also acknowledged that a replica firearm could also make that sound. A starter pistol could make that sound. That's Detective Flores. It's a case detective. Let that sink in for a moment, folks. Please. The prosecution's case detective told you the sound that they're relying on to prove that Rocky had an operable firearm that night. Beyond a reasonable doubt, could have been made by a non-operable product. That's it. That's it. Ladies and gentlemen, that's it. That's all you need right there. In other words, the videos in and of themselves don't prove that what Rocky had was an operable firearm. Beyond a reasonable doubt, the case detective could reach that. What else does the prosecution have to rely on? Willie's knuckle scrapes. But even they don't believe that's a gunshot wound. What they said in the opening statement about Willie's knuckle scrapes. Perhaps they were bullet grades, perhaps they were not. Well, perhaps they were not. That's what they want you to accept as proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Perhaps they were not. What else did they say when they were opening up those scrapes? Whether the victim or not the victim in this case was actually shot or injured by this will not be something that you will have to decide at the end of this case. They told you in opening statements. Really? Says who? Says who? They told you that because they themselves don't believe those knuckle scrapes.
I've already read the jury instructions to you, and one of those jury instructions lists the elements of what assault with a semi-automatic pistol is. Each of those elements have to be proven beyond a reasonable doubt. What those elements are, that is the law in California, as to what an assault with a semi-automatic pistol is.
One of the objections actually to what you said, what the prosecution wants you to do.
That part's over.
But anyway, regarding the law, this is not about an element of the law, ladies and gentlemen. This is about the credibility of the only witness in this case, the prosecution. That's what that argument was about. Now, the credibility, I mean, you have to. So whether it was a bullet shot or not, or a scrape from the floor, it does matter. It does matter. Of course, they don't want you to consider that. Because first, whether Relly was truthful about his injury goes to his credibility. Credibility, not about the elements of the law. It goes to his credibility, whether he was truthful about the nature of the injuries. And second, whether or not Relly was actually injured by a bullet is something important to consider in deciding whether Rocky had an operable firearm or a prop gun. Those are the two reasons I just brought that up to you. Those are the two reasons. So I disagree with you. You do have to consider whether he was hit by a bullet or not, because he said he was. At first, anyway. Because obviously a prop gun can't cause that injury. So was that a gunshot wound? Of course not. Of course that wasn't a gunshot wound. Even Relly couldn't tell you those scrapes were definitely from a bullet, at least at trial. Look at his testimony when discussing whether he was grazed by a bullet. I guess whatever is left from the bullet or the floor or whatever, I don't know. I can't see. Okay. So it's either what was left from the bullet or the floor. Well, I guess it could have been the floor. I don't know. I can't see. That's not what he said in his lawsuit. Lawsuit, he said the shot. And he wants $30 million because he was shot. Now it's maybe it was the floor. I mean, does the truth mean anything to him? Does an oath mean anything at all? He really doesn't believe what he said to you in the beginning. I can say whatever I want, do whatever I want. That's that. And that's what they want you to accept as proof beyond a reasonable doubt of the truth. Relly said proof in the floor. Of course it was the floor. When he was punching Gills, of course it wasn't the floor. It's on his left hand. Relly said he was left. But regardless, there's no bullet in the world that could have done that. I mean, think about it. It scrapes the top of one knuckle, does a bit of a dive to the second knuckle, does a real deep dive to that third knuckle, and then scoots along. And that would be one heck of a magic bullet to do that. Just looking at those knuckle scrapes, no one has to be an expert in anything to know they are not from a bullet. You want to put them up or something? Yeah. Bullet. $30 million. Give me. There's no one with eyes in the brain that thinks that's a bullet wound. That's what he said. Raised by me. But now he said bullet floor. Bullet floor. I mean, he still brought a lawsuit against Rocky, claiming he required necessary medical attention from that bullet wound. Bullet wound, like he said. Ridiculous. And it, by the way, it's the same knuckles you saw in his Boomerang Instagram video we posted on his manicured hands, which I think we showed to the jury. We have that? Yeah. That's a permanent injury that only $30 million would take care of. He first told the police that he treated the scrapes by himself the day they occurred. That's what Officer Anderson testified to. But then days later, after traveling all the way back to New York cross country, he first went to a hospital in New York for medical treatment. Here, he said, because he doesn't trust anything there in Los Angeles. Why did he go to the hospital in New York? Not because he required medical treatment for those scrapes, but because the detective on November 9th, 2021, told him during an interview that he needs to get treated because this is the type of case this is. Here's the type of Ford's testimony. Her statement, Detective Manfred, was that he needs to go to get medical treatment because of the type of case that this is, correct? I believe that's correct. So a detective is telling him on November 9th, you need to go to a hospital to get treated because of the type of case that this is? Normally you tell someone to go to the hospital because they need medical attention, not to manufacture a thing in a case. That is offensive, and it should be offensive to you because the type of cases that you go to the hospital. Maybe looked like he required a hospital visit. You know, it's bad enough that the prosecution may, and I say only witness, manufactured evidence in this case. You don't need to manufacture a hospital visit. But he did just that with shell casings also, manufactured evidence in this case. The only evidence they presented trying to establish that Rocky had an operable firearm. I'm going to take you through this. It's not going to be a stretch, and certainly it's multiple reasons of doubt in this. You heard a lot about those shell casings in this case. What you didn't hear was what the police found. You didn't hear that because that didn't happen. The body cam footage introduced at the very beginning of this case, first witness Officer Zizzo showed that the police responded to that scene at 10:32, less than 15 minutes after the incident. Officer Zizzo told you there were 7 police officers there. You saw them on body cam video. And you saw, Officer Zizzo told you, 7 officers were searching the scene for any signs of a shooting with flashlights. Those big police searchlights. For how long? Detective Flores told you, about 20 minutes they were there for searching. That's 7 minutes. 7 officers times 20 minutes. That's 140 minutes of manpower right there. 7 officers for 20 minutes of trained police officers searching with flashlights for any signs of a shooting, including shell casings. They found nothing, absolutely nothing. You heard the stipulation at the end. The stipulation needs to be agreed to the defense and the prosecution. At the end of the case, just before the judge's instructions the other day, it's Tuesday, right? It's the last day of Tuesday. The stipulation between us and the prosecution that a prop gun would also have ejected cartridges. But importantly, that stipulation makes clear that the shell casing recovered in this case did not come from a prop gun. That's for sure. And of course not. Lou explained that as well. That prop gun ejects blank cartridges. And bear this in mind, this is important. This part is important. The police came looking for evidence of a shooting. They were looking for those steel metal jackets, those shell casings. There was 0 evidence on this record. 0. I can find to say, show anything on this record whatsoever regarding what those blank cartridges look like or how they were ejected from the prop gun. There's 0.
That's the improper argument. It misstates the evidence in the case.
Oh, it does not?
I don't recall every word that has been stated by every witness during the entire trial. So I don't know if it misstates the evidence or not. If this is something that's important to you, then you can ask that the court reporter read back. All right?
Thomas stating the evidence, they get to speak last. I asked him, show the evidence of what the casing from a prop gun looks like. Show the evidence of that to you. Because I don't want him to state the evidence. So there, I lay that challenge down. Show the evidence. I say, show it. There's no evidence whatsoever regarding what blank cartridges look like or how they would have ejected from a prop gun. No evidence of what they would look like, okay? There's no evidence regarding what material those blank cartridges would have been made of. You heard about paper and plastic from Lou Levin. Paper and plastic, or how far or in what direction they would have been ejected. There's no evidence of that at all from the prop gun. Or whether they would have still been intact or not from a prop gun. You heard no evidence of that. In other words, there's been no evidence whether the blank cartridge from Rocky's prop gun would have been observable to the police as the shiny metallic shell casing from a real firearm. No evidence of that. And they had plenty of opportunity. They had a ballistics expert in here. He could have told you, oh no, blank cartridge shell casing look exactly like non-shell casings. They're steel. They could have done that. They didn't ask one question about that. They didn't ask Detective Flores one question about that. They asked our witness, Lou Levin, about it. who's not an expert, but he knows enough, he gave an honest answer. He said, yes, they do eject. Talk about paper bullets in the front, describe what the casings look like at all, or how if they would have split or not split, or were they shiny metal things that like those 9mm shell casings? In any event, police found nothing, no evidence of a shooting whatsoever, no bullet holes, no blood, no damage to any one of those cars, which would have almost been impossible. No damage to any one of those cars that were walking on right there. And of course, no shell casings. This bears emphasis. The police found no shell casings whatsoever in 140 minutes worth of combined searching with searchlights. But really, I want you to believe he found it by himself with a cell phone flashlight in 2 to 3 minutes. An hour and a half. Flies in the face of common sense, provides reason. And what does the prosecution do to try and get around that devastating fact in their case? They suggest that the police didn't know where to look. They actually asked, is it possible to use the shell casings? As you sit here, can you say to a certain, that's them questioning their witness. Can you say to a certainty that there was not a fired cartridge case in that street on Vista Del Mar? Answer, I can't say. I may have missed something. It's possible. Again, it's possible. We've already discussed jury selection, what you were being promised about never hearing that word here. They broke that promise on the very first witness. Possible is not proof beyond a reasonable doubt, but neither is their exercise trying to excuse the officers possibly looking in the wrong place. Possibly looking in the wrong place. They actually told you in their opening statement that the officers didn't know exactly where to look. They said that in their opening statement. They didn't know exactly where to look. But the one problem with that excuse is there's a video. There's a video and body cam footage that show the police in the location exactly where to look. Exactly where to look. Here's the side-by-side images. Okay, there's the goal. Right, jump up your own. Does everyone see my blocking? Anyone? Okay, so here's the officer searching. Yeah. There's that orange wall I keep saying. This is where it will happen, right here, right here. And they're searching right there with these flashlights. Now there's this person who really first swore was him. He swore was him at 11:09, and then said it wasn't him, but it was him first. But some news coming back here at 11:09, right across that orange wall where they're searching. Anyway, you also know this is where the tussling happened and the Proctor was shot. Do we have a shot of from the video where that was? Or you have to do that? Yes. We'll do that later. But anyway, you remember the wall here. We'll show it's near the corner of Vista Del Mar and Selma. And this is where, at one point, you saw 12 we run into. What happened right here? They're looking in the exact right spot. But we didn't know where to look. They actually said that, you know, they had these videos. They're videos. So regardless of how far blank cartridges may eject or what they may look like after being fired from a prop gun, one thing is certain. The police searched that exact same location that Relly said he was at on that video when he returned to the scene. Well, now he didn't return to the scene because now there's no evidence that he returned to the scene at all. Thanks. Well, it's in trouble. It's just a sign of breaking something. 5 minutes. Right there. Anyway, It's the same exact location. I don't know why they said the community said they didn't know what location was. They were there. They got lucky because they hit the exact spot where Relly Rocking Hills could be seen at the moment of the shot. Police didn't find Relly shell casings. Impossible for them to miss that. 7 officers, 20 minutes, searchlights. Impossible. Those were not there 15 minutes after this event. They were not there. So what does the prosecution do? And Relly then, what does he do? They change their story and say now, maybe that wasn't actually Relly on video after all. They did it right here in front of you. That was all right in front of you in 2025. Because in the first part of his testimony, and I wasn't even involved yet, that was all Mr. Brzlovic, he said, yes, that's me, 1109 guy. That's me. Yes. And this was all right, huh? You sure? I'm sure. Well, you know, weren't you wearing a black hoodie before and that looks like a white hoodie? Yeah, I probably went and changed. So it was only had to impeach his own witness. And you'll see what happens. Once again, they say possibly. It was possibly additional. So the solution to that not being him now, because he swore he came back. So I asked Detective Flores, is this guys? Oh, this is Brothers. Okay. Right, that's where he said, yeah, that's me. Okay, I just said all that to you, but there it is in the transcript, just in case I thought I was just making that up at a whole cloth. I said, yeah, I'm sure. So, they said, just to you just now, I'm shocked a little bit by this one, I'm shocked by this one, that I made a mistake to you in my opening by saying that was Relly. I made a mistake to you. Relly swore on the oath it was him to you. But I made a mistake in my opening. He swore to you on the oath it was him until he changed. Until they impeached their witness and got him to change testimony that, oh no, it wasn't me. In fact, that same person in that video was there between 11:09 and 11:11, which is about 2 minutes, the same length of time Relly said he had returned to the scene for. You also heard Detective Flores talk about that. And he told you that the time of 11:11, when the person in the video enters, is consistent when Relly told the police he returned to the scene. Of course, there were multiple problems with that story. First, he said that his girlfriend, Lydia Parker, was with him at the time he supposedly searched the area and recovered those shell casings. You know the video doesn't show you that, not that video. What other problem does prosecution have with Relly's story about picking up shell casings? The photos, which Relly claims he took at the scene, were timestamped on his phone. And they showed the photos were actually taken at 11:40, between 11:45 and 11:48 p.m. That's more than a half hour after he said he was there. Half hour after he said he was there. So, make no mistake about it, the prosecution realized they had a problem with their evidence here, a big problem. So despite that fact, they took the position for years that that guy who came back 11:09 with Relly returned to the scene in that video. And despite the fact that Relly told you at this trial he was sure it was him, the prosecution then impeached their own witness to get him to say, no, that wasn't me. And because Relly, let me see, hold on a second, I know you want to break. Maybe about 5 more minutes, do it one side.
No.
Okay.
2:45 is when we break.
Let's do it now.
All right, folks, we'll take a break until 3 o'clock. Please be outside the courtroom doors at that time. Please don't discuss the case, and we'll see you in about 15 minutes.
I missed the last few seconds. Are they done for today? Are they done for today? Are they done for the entire day? Well, let me go back. I didn't hear that. Oh, on a short break. Look at Lewin. He is beside himself. He beside himself, man. Yeah, they don't have no sound. I have it unmuted. They don't have a sound. So whoever the cameraman is, he need to unmute it so we can hear it. No, they don't have a sound. I unmuted it. It's not on my end. You say you expected more from the defense? Yeah, the defense got a serious situation because this guy is going to be last. So yeah, I guess they don't want us to hear it right now. Let me see. So they got it muted, so they don't want us to hear this part, I guess. Or maybe he forgot to unmute it. That's what I'm thinking. I want to hear this. Man. Let me see if another page is no, that's the pool camera though. That camera we see, that's the actual live pool camera. So yeah, it's muted all the way around. There's only one camera in that courtroom, and that's the pool camera. Yeah, Neek, her feed is mute as well. Yeah, the pool camera is muted. I don't know if he forgot to unmute it. No, this is the court TV feed. There's no sound. It's only one pool camera in the courtroom.
The court knows who I am. The court knows what my.
And they got it muted.
I'm not going to sit here and tell the court that I'm objecting when he didn't say it. He said repeatedly.
And this is the original feed we were watching. Yeah, the pool camera is muted. Okay. Let's see. Yep, still muted, man. They don't want us to hear it, I guess, unless he forgot to unmute it. I don't think he made it. Usually we hear this type of stuff. Maybe they told the pool camera to mute it, and they don't want us to hear it. Just in case if the jury goes home and listen to it, you know. So yeah, I could see them muting this. And the lawyers are gonna need a vacation after this. At least a few days off. ASAP Rocky is standing. I guess he wanted to get up, stretch his legs. He'd been sitting there all for a minute. Yeah, I've seen them argue back and forth as well. But I guess since it's close to the jury getting the case, they don't want, because after he finished his closing, then the state go again. I don't know how long they're going to take. And I don't know if the jury is going to get it tonight. So, but for sure in the morning, they get in the case for sure. I just checked Court TV. The sound is not on Court TV. It's only one pool camera in the courtroom. I checked Court TV. There's no sound. There was sound, but before this. But yeah, there's no sound. How long did they say they were going to go on break for? $3:45. Oh wow, 3:45. So 6:45 my time. Damn, this is really dragging out. So let's see. So they said 3:45. Okay. They said it's on a short break. So I guess that means did they say 3:45? They said that? That means 6:45 my time. Let me see what the poll says here. Okay, so let's see. it's kind of even. Guilty and not guilty. Guilty 40%, not guilty 43%, hung jury 17%. So it's fairly even. Nobody, it's like it can go, like I said before, it's like a 50-50 situation. And that's 116 votes. Out of 116 votes, it's fairly even on what you guys think will happen. Yeah, it's fairly even. Okay. So yeah, it's fairly even there. You said they said 3? I don't know what time will they be back? Is it 3? Okay, so we don't have that much time then. It's almost 3 now on the West Coast. I'm gonna set up. What is your vote now, Ryan? What do you think the outcome will be now? You say Court TV has a poll to its 57 guilty and 43 not. Yeah, it's rather close. Which means that this could end in a hung jury. It could end in a hung jury because it could mean that some of the jury might not know. And some of the jury might say guilty and some might say not guilty. If they stay like that, it could be a hung jury. And also a long deliberation is a short deliberation. That I think that's in favor of a not guilty verdict. A long verdict, it can go either way because they could be hung up on a charge. They could be hung up on that major charge of discharging that firearm because they don't have the gun. Like, do you put this man away for almost 20 years and you don't know? So I think he might skate on this one, folks. Rocky, he gonna skate on this one. But it's 50-50, really. If they believe he had a real gun, then he's going away. It's going to come down to Lewin, though. Because his defense attorney is getting a little dry in his presentation. What you think, Ryan? You think he can beat this one? You said 57 think. You said 57 think it's a prop gun and 43 think it's not. See, it's rather even almost. Yeah, I think they could be hung up on this one. And if they are, then the state going to have to decide whether they're going to do this case again. They're going to say they're going to have to decide because they don't have the gun and that's problematic. But here's my thing, though. I personally think it was a real gun. I personally do. And yeah, I personally think it's a real gun. But the thing is, because all you gotta do is produce the gun. If the cops come to your house, it's not real. It's not a real gun. So maybe he panicked or something. But no, I think it was a real gun. Because a fake gun, at best, he would have been given fines, a citation, and maybe a misdemeanor charge. You know, something like that. Something like nothing requires jail time, though. Okay. Nothing requires jail time. But now the question is, how did he get those scrapes on his hand? You know, there's some doubt there. It is. I have to say that there's some doubt there. Because he could easily scrape his hands on the ground and he didn't go to the doctor until he went back to New York. So yeah, the defense got dry, man. Yeah, I could see people holding their ground on this one too. But you don't know though. We don't know with the jury though. That's why I say it's a gamble. But if they come back hung up on these charges, then if they tell the judge we can't come up with a verdict, then, you know, now they have to decide whether they're going to try this case again. But we're going to see, wait until Lewin make his final closing. Now, if Lewin doesn't, if that other guy gets up and do the second closing, then I'm going to say 50-50 because Lewin could close this thing. I think he might get up. He might, because he's being extra animated. He probably will work the closing. If he worked the closing, we're going to see. Because the thing is, when they were having a conversation via text message and on the phone, nobody mentioned a prop gun. That was a real gun. That was a real gun. Like if I'm on the jury, I'm voting guilty. That's a real gun. But if I'm a part of a jury, they say, look, Max, like we really have doubt on this. I know you think it's a real gun, but I may go with the side of the jury. I don't think I'll be the one to hang the jury. I would have the jury convince me, and I'll be open to it. Yeah, he guilty. He don't have to fire the gun to be guilty, Ryan. He already, him producing the gun makes him guilty. He don't have to fire it. He just have to show it in the state of California. So that's what it comes down to. Do they think that gun is real? But we did hear fires in the recording. That gun was fired. We heard it. It's fired at least twice. And if it was a real gun, like I say, he had no regard for their safety. No regard. But here's the other problematic situation. When the cops got there, they didn't find any shell casings. So, yeah, I would say I'm going to say the outcome is a hung jury or maybe acquittal. I don't think so, though. I think it's good. He's guilty, but you know, I heard somebody say that too. You said one juror is an expert on guns. I've heard that. If that's the case, then he in trouble. If that's the case. Who said that, David? Did TMZ report that? Ooh, that's a problem. Ooh. If that is true, that's a problem. If he's an expert, he gonna say it was a gun. He gonna say it was because it looks like it was to me too. And then also they didn't mention a prop gun in all their conversation. They didn't mention it. Oh God, yeah, he's in trouble, man. Oh God, he don't even. Oh, his lawyers know. His lawyers know he in trouble. But they're doing the best they can do. Oh, you heard on Law and Crime? Okay. Oh my God, that's a problem. And what if he's going to be one of the jurors to deliberate? See, now if he's on the they selected alternate jurors. He better hope that's an alternate. He better hope that person is an alternate. Because they only have 12 jurors that go in the deliberation room. And they have 4 alternates just in case if something happened to one of the jurors. You better hope that person's an alternate. You said bringing kids to the court was diabolical move. Who had kids in the court? I heard somebody in the court with a kid. The kids are allowed to watch. It's open to the public. They're part of the public. You see, if he's a gun expert, someone could still have doubt, but he may convince them though. Like, this is why it's a real gun. Okay, let me find a video. Let me find a video of a prop gun going off. All right, let's take a look at an example. And look, when I said look for example, you know what I found? Everything is Alec Baldwin. Lord have mercy. All right, let's say example. Then everything went to Alec Baldwin. Okay, local farm. Let's see.
Fe, New Mexico, after Alec Baldwin was handling a prop gun which fired, killing the film's cinematographer and injuring its director.
We spoke with a local prop artist to get his perspective on what happened on the set in New Mexico. Danny Zanoletti oversees weapons which are used during filming and says this tragedy could have been prevented. He believes Alec Baldwin violated one of the basic firearm rules by putting his finger on the trigger without his sight being properly aligned with the target. Zanoletti also pointed out that there's a misconception that prop guns are not real firearms.
It's a real round, but it has far less gunpowder. They might put 10 or 20% gunpowder. But with that, they have certain distances that they can shoot at, and nothing. So if you're too close, like in the case of this or Brandon Lee, he was too close for that squib round, and they actually penetrated the body.
It's good information. Zanoletti says the person who oversees weapons on set is ultimately responsible for what happened.
What's your understanding of what a prop gun is?
So a prop gun can actually injure you. I thought so. I've heard that before when we was going over the Alec Baldwin situation. If it's fired close to you, it can actually do damage. It won't, I don't think it'll be fatal. It could put an eye out or something like that if it's close enough. But for this particular trial here, he wouldn't be facing any time for that. This would not be a trial if they produced a prop gun. It would not be a trial. He would, I didn't see Rihanna kids today. I just sent the link to the video of her and Rocky coming out of court. I didn't see no kids. Did you? Did anybody see kids from that link I shared? I didn't see any kids. Maybe I missed them. Hold on, let's look. I'm not going to do it. I mean, I didn't see any kids, but there's clearly was a kid in the courtroom because I heard it. And Lewin kept looking back. No, I'm not going to show it. I don't want to get hit by that person. That person, copyright people. I don't want to show that. Even though I shared a link, I'm not going to share it here. Okay, Megan Cunniff confirmed they were there this morning. Okay, so they're there. I could see them being there. Had the whole family there, man. You know? He's facing a little bit of time, baby. Oh, she left with them and the nanny. Okay. Yeah, I could see them there. That's that kind of, you know. Man, can you guys imagine? It's going to be intense. The jury has reached a verdict. Oh, man. I already know what's going to happen. Hold on, let me see if they're back. Okay, they're almost back. I see the camera moving. That means they're almost back. Could you imagine the judge say, okay, I understand we reached a verdict. Okay, can you bring in the jury? The bailiff gets the jury. And he said, I want to admonish the crowd, no outbursts, just to let you guys know. And I have confirmed that all parties are here, even the defendant. Okay, let's rise for the jury. All rise for the jury. The jury comes in. And then the jury is seated. Okay, everybody may be seated. And then the judge is going to say to the jury foreperson, I understand the jury foreperson, I understand you reached a verdict. Yes, Your Honor. Hand over the jury forms, please. Okay, here we go.
Yes.
Hand over the jury forms, please. And he looks at the jury forms. Okay, publish the verdict. The defendant, please rise.
To check her notes, and she's able to do that. And there is an indirect reference, and it's not even clear, to Relly and embracing perjury. So far, Kathy has not found the word suborn. Embracing perjury, I don't even know what that means, but from here on out, if any counsel wants to state that a witness committed perjury, that's fair game. But I do not want, either directly or indirectly, any counsel accusing the other one of suborning perjury, encouraging perjury, touching on perjury. I don't want the word counsel and perjury being used together.
Attorney Blondie?
What?
Attorney Blondie?
He didn't think that was funny. He's tired of these people.
Stay away from that. They're only, they're winning at all costs.
Well, it's very common on the evidence. They can say on the evidence, they cannot say prosecution is all they care about is winning their case. All they care about justice. That there's authority that says that.
Yeah, no, that's
a judge.
Stay away from that.
You don't believe it's true.
No, I don't.
So,
and I know it's not.
All
right, so stay away from what the prosecution's motives are. Talk about the witnesses, don't talk about the prosecution's motive. And when Mr. Lewin speaks, you're not to talk about the motives of Mr. Tacopina or Mr. Siegel.
Joe, you're free to come and comment on, hey, they didn't call this witness, et cetera, just not that extra step.
All right.
Well, my explanation will be much shorter now.
What's that?
My explanation will be much shorter now, so.
Like that. Bring it together.
Yeah, could you imagine? He's like, let's publish the verdict, and then they start going down. It's going to be intense.
Start at 9 o'clock. Folks, 9 a.m. Woo!
All right.
I think I can hear her in the background talking. My headphones catching everything. I think I heard her. She laughed. You said they don't reach verdict already. No, they still doing closing. The defense is still closing right now. They'll come back again tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.
Tomorrow, we'll just start at 9. 9:30.
Yeah, they're done for today.
I think someone may have a problem.
Who's got a problem with 9?
Aside from me? Aside from me?
Yes.
So,
I don't have a problem, I'm not sure that I can make it by 9. I have to drop off my kids, so I come right after.
Can you do your best?
Yeah, of course.
All right, I'm gonna order everybody to be here at 9, but try to get here at 9, but if, you're late, you're late, I understand, dropping off your kids is important. So, be here at 9-ish. Okay?
9-ish.
Back in the record, all parties and council observers are present. And Peter.
Okay, folks, so I think we left off on our.
Oh, he's still closing.
The whole notion of the person who used to be Relly is not Relly anymore, apparently, who came back at 11:09 to the scene to retrieve shell casings. Now, again, story changed. Ultimately, he said it wasn't him, so some mystery man showed up at the scene at 11:09, apparently. But one of two things happened here. Either that really was Relly, like you first said on the video, coming back at 11:09, staying for 2 minutes, returned to the scene, and he lied, of course, then about being there with his girlfriend, if that was him, and about taking photos of the shell casings while there, because those photos weren't taken until 11:45. Or the prosecution has absolutely no evidence whatsoever that he ever returned to the scene. Ever. Whichever one you choose, the prosecution has no evidence at all that Relly actually recovered those shell casings from the scene. He could have called his girlfriend, Miss Parker, to back up his claim. Yes. She was probably busy doing what she does, but she didn't show up. Their burden corroborated with witnesses. I mean, the word of Relly, I think, is fair to question. There are a lot of things in this case that are going to be easy to corroborate of his word, if they're true. I'm going to show you a little list. Those sort of cool that put together, but not yet. But there is no corroboration, and they couldn't. Lydia Parker could come in here and say, yes, I went back with it. We found 2 shell cases. She's still his girlfriend, apparently. No evidence whatsoever that he took the shell casing while at the scene. While on that point, by the way, the photos taken with Relly's iPhone of the alleged shell casing, allegedly taken at the scene, but not until 11:45, an hour and a half afterwards, they had time date stamps on them. But what you didn't see from the prosecution was the GPS location data for those digital photos on Relly's phone line. I mean, they didn't show you, what else they didn't show you was GPS location data from Relly's iPhone to show you where Relly was on November 6, 2021. That would solve a lot of mysteries here. It's not like they couldn't have done it. GPS location data from Relly's iPhone, which they had. That would have answered all the questions. Could have corroborated or not. After all, you heard that law enforcement, in this case, went out of their way to get a search warrant to obtain GPS location data for ASAP Ill's iPhone, just to show that he was, one, near Selma Avenue and Vista Del Mar about 10:12 p.m. on November 6th. It showed that in his location data. And he was near Rocky's residence at 11:11 p.m. that night. That from Detective Flores' testimony, lest there be any confusion. The question was asked, and specifically, it's important because it showed they could have gotten GPS location data from their only witness who's not corroborated, and whose word may be a little shaky. And specifically, the T-Mobile information law enforcement obtained authorized to search Elijah Ulanger's, ASAP Ill's, his call detail records, and his GPS location. Detective Flores is correct. And the GPS location data, I should say, answer yes, okay. And those records, the GPS location data that you all were able to obtain, showed that Elijah Ulanger, ASAP Ill's cell phone was near Selma Avenue and Vista Del Mar at approximately 10:12 p.m. on November 6th. Answer, I believe that's correct. Question, those records also show that Ills, I'm just going to refer to this Mr. Ills for the purpose of moving this thing along a little bit. ASAP Ills' cell phone was near Mr. Mayor's residence at 11:11 p.m. later that night. Answer, yes. Subsequently after, yes. Well, what that shows you is that not only had they had the ability to do that, they in fact did it. But why just for Ills? Why not for Relly, who claims he came back and found shell casings? That would put an end to this mystery. Was he there? Was he with his girlfriend? Was he not there? You heard again. There was no dispute, by the way, about Ills that he was at Selma, Lisa Del Mar and Selma that night during the incident. You see him on video. And rather than looking to see where Ills was at 11:11 p.m., why don't they use Relly's GPS data to show you where he was at 11:11 p.m.? Was that him? Was that not him? Did he ever go back at 11:45? This would have answered all your questions, either corroborated the story or not. Would have put the lie to it again. It would have also shown you where those iPhone photos of the shell casings were taken. Instead, you have to take his word for it. You just have to take his word. Yes, they could have done it. They did it with Ills for some reason, but not for Relly. So just take his word for it. If the word of any witness ever deserved to be tested in this case, it's Relly. I mean, it's a man whose tongue is a stranger to the truth. And they could have easily corroborated his story or shown that his story was not true. They just didn't do it. I want to pause here so this really sinks in. Detective Flores told you that he wouldn't want anyone other than the police taking evidence from the scene because that could hamper and hinder an investigation. This is obviously fairly important. As a detective, I asked him, you'd agree when conducting an investigation of the alleged shooting, you wouldn't want anyone who's not law enforcement removing evidence or taking evidence from the scene, right? Answer, correct. Because that could hamper and hinder your investigation. Answer, it can. And that makes sense. Because once evidence is contaminated, once an alleged crime scene is contaminated, there's no way to undo that. No way. You never get a second chance at it. If you want reliable information from a scene, it cannot be tampered with, it cannot be staged. If it's staged, it's useless. It's pointless to review it because whatever you see, you have to reject. You have to. And that's exactly what Relly says he did here. And that's why it was even more important for the detectives to test his word by looking to corroborate it, but they never did that. To be clear, the prosecution just wants you to take Relly's word that he found shell casings at the scene. That's it, just take his word. After all, they presented to you nothing to corroborate it when they easily could have. And just ask yourselves, if Lydia Parker, Mr. Relly's girlfriend, could readily corroborate his claim, don't you think you were heard from her? The fact is, Relly didn't want her anywhere near the storeroom. Anywhere near the storeroom. Remember when I showed him a picture of Miss Parker, of his girlfriend? And I said, is that your girlfriend? He said, I don't know.
Is this Miss Parker?
I think Kitty does with 10 pounds on me, but we're disturbed by that photo. But anyway, back to more important things. What he just said was, I don't know if that's my girlfriend. I'm just, anything he tells the truth about? I don't know if that's my girlfriend. That's not, I don't know. That's either yes or no. He couldn't recognize his girlfriend when he said, oh, she had makeup on. I mean, we're not talking about clown makeup, right? I mean, she literally said, I don't know if that's my girlfriend. Why lie about that? Aside from his name, I don't even know if that's really his name. Did he not lie about anything in this case? I mean, you know that wasn't truthful testimony. He didn't want the only person who could or couldn't corroborate his story to be anywhere near this courtroom. That's the end of the day. The judge told you, we, the defense does not have the burden to do anything in this case. They do. They had the burden. We don't have to prove anything. We didn't have to introduce a single piece of evidence. We didn't have to produce a witness. That's because the laws of the United States and the Constitution demand that. But as a matter of fact, we had more substantive witnesses in this case to testify than the prosecution did. We want to give you the complete picture, all the evidence, because we want you to know the truth. And there's nothing to hide. Rocky did not commit a crime, not by a long shot. Why? Again, and need the answer as to why they didn't show you the GPS records in Morelli, or they could have shown where he actually went after the incident. From the incident, where did he go for that hour and a half? And where did he take those pictures from? That would have been important, especially if there's any question that that video may not have been shown to Morelli returning, if that wasn't him returning to the scene at 11:11. So where was he really at that time? Unfortunately, we don't ever get to know these, because they didn't get his GPS location information. We're just supposed to accept his word that he didn't go somewhere else to get GPS. So we just have to accept it. And the judge gave you instructions on this about the credibility of the witnesses, and it's in your, you can take it back with you there. But it says that a witness lies to you on an important fact of the case or this testimony. You can feel free to disregard the entire testimony of that witness, or you can just disregard that one fact and believe the rest. But he lied to you about so many crucial things. I'm not talking about his inconsistencies. Again, we'd be here until the summer. He lied to you about the most crucial facts in this case. You know, by the way, this is not someone who's uncomfortable around guns. You heard he owns a 9mm, posted those pictures on the Instagram. His 9mm sticking out of his waist, he said. You heard he owns 9mm semi-automatic. We've never seen proof or he actually obtained it. Second, he blatantly lied about his access to 9mm shell casings in Los Angeles. That's another account of perjury. And that was a big one. And we have to talk about it. So we have to spend a little time on this one because what happened there was very crucial. He lied about having access to 9mm shell casings 2 weeks before the incident on November 6th. He lied to them. He lied about being in Los Angeles. He lied about having access to shell casings. He lied about shooting. I'm going to show it to you. This next episode is not even one lie or one perjury. It was like a perjury miniseries. This next one. It was unbelievable. One lie piled onto the next one, onto the next one. You got caught with that, then he went for another. It was really was a glorious training. And you're going to see it. I mean, I asked him first if he fired a 9mm weapon before November 6, 2021. Sort of an important fact. Because we need to have access to 9mm shell casings. First he said, no, absolutely not. Then I wanted to make sure, I wanted to almost help him give me a truthful answer. I said, well, how about at a shooting range a few weeks before November 6th? Did you fire a 9mm at a shooting range? Right, hit him off on November 6th, 2021. He said, definitely not. And I repeat this, definitely not? And he got belligerent with me, he says, you heard me, definitely not. I didn't even own a firearm, he said. I only got my firearm license a year and a half later. Listen.
Expressing closer to the time of the incident on November 6th of 2021. A few weeks before November 6th, 2021. Efron of the showcase. He fired 5mm weapons at a shooting range, correct? Definitely not. Definitely not. You heard me? Definitely not. I didn't have a firearm. You got my firearm license a year and a half later.
So, you heard me, I think, because you did not like me, clearly. And of course, I asked him to confirm that answer. You heard me. What are you asking me? You heard me. Definitely not. I didn't even own a firearm. I only got my firearm license a year and a half later. Lies, 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 lies. And that's when we all saw the video of Mr. Efron firing a 9mm semi-automatic weapon on October 19, 2021, 2 weeks before the incident on November 6th. And I pointed out to Mr. Efron, I said, what you just told this jury was that before November 6, 2021, you didn't fire any guns because you didn't have your license. And then he said, no, unless I was at a shooting range. And I said to him, sir, I just asked you, were you at a shooting range? And you said, definitely not. And I asked you again, and you said, you heard me, definitely not. He just made stuff up as he went along. Look at this.
Mr. Efron, what you just told the jury. I don't know what I'm doing, 316, 216, my name's on you. What you just told this jury was that before November 6, 2021, you didn't fire any guns. Because you didn't have guns. You just had a last I went to a shooting range.
I mean, you just saw his testimony, which was about 1.5 minutes earlier, where I said, was that a shooting range, please? Maybe he did that? Definitely not. Twice that. And then he explained why it was definitely not, because he didn't even have his firearms license or whatever. When he got busted with the video that he didn't think anyone had, because it was not brought out on his direct, of course, he said, I said, unless I was at a shooting range. He just thinks he can make that up in front of you. Like, he just told you definitely not at a shooting range, and then just in front of you, like, I don't know, guys. I mean, there has to be a point in time where you have to be so offended by him just looking at you guys and lying. He's took an oath. An oath. You know an oath means absolutely nothing to him. Absolutely nothing. He didn't say it. That was blatant perjury right there. He witnessed another count of blatant perjury. But what happened in his courtroom after that, I think made it worse. After, you're going to see it, what happened. Because this was now all about, okay, so now we got him firing a gun. Don't play that yet, please. We have him firing a gun before November 6, 2021. We have him firing a 9mm. He lied about it repeatedly. And then, so after securing the date of the 9mm firing of October 19, 2021, I tried to ascertain the location of the shooting range. And the prosecution then asked for a stipulation. You're going to hear it. That the shooting range was taken outside of California. And the witness all of a sudden adopted that. Let's look at this.
And where is it? And where is it? This is taken this whole situation. So we have a situation on that date. On that date, this is outside of California.
There was this stipulation, but at the time, I believe all parties in good faith believed that the shooting range was outside of California. No one is at fault. It's what the parties believed at that time.
Well, I didn't believe anything, so I didn't know. I'm not saying it was a fault. I'm just showing how it's played out with the witness. He put on the witness.
Right.
How he adopted.
The prosecution asked for a stipulation based on what has happened so far up until this point. They believed in good faith that it was outside California. The fact that it wasn't came as a surprise, I believe, to everybody. But
Well, except the witness, which is not wrong.
everybody accounts with it.
Yeah, not believing everyone counts it. I just want to, I just let this play out.
New Jersey and stuff like that. Like, you know, I don't guess. It's not.
The same objections, improper argument, that's.
I explained it to the jury, go ahead.
New Jersey and stuff like that. Like, you know, I don't guess. It's not.
Next line. Okay. Last line was not Los Angeles, or not LA. So anyway, the witness then said, at the hearing, whatever we heard in the court, the banter, he then said, well, maybe it was probably New Jersey, something like that, but it's not LA. That was everything, sure, he knew that. So, understand what just happened there. The witness, all of a sudden, after lying about all those things we just went through, and I don't have to repeat them again, then heard argument and said, oh, but it's not LA, it's maybe New Jersey. Because being in LA, that would have been a problem. But something happened over the weekend, little problem for Mr. Rose. See, on Sunday, between 2 p.m., and he was on Friday, that was on Friday. On Sunday, between 2 p.m. and 11 p.m., someone on Twitter posted a screenshot that you saw, heard about, of a video showing Relly at the shooting range that was played before you, alongside a picture of the Los Angeles Gun Club. Locations right there, it would say. Relly was tagged on that, everyone was tagged. So what does Relly do? Sometime between 2 o'clock and 2:50 that same day, immediately, he calls the prosecution and says, oh, I checked my Instagram account and I realized I was in Los Angeles on November 19, 2021. And I realized I was at a shooting range. And what's the reason the prosecution elicited from Relly as to why he made that discovery? Well, he was going back to check his Instagram account on whether the shooting range was in Los Angeles because he wanted to correct any mistakes he made. So it's true. That's literally what he said to you. He really was concerned about making any mistakes, so he wanted to make sure he checked his Instagram account to see if he made any mistakes. First of all, I asked him, see, your Instagram account doesn't have anything about gun range. And he started saying, that's not my Instagram account. Well, aren't you Relly boss? Yeah, but okay. Okay, thanks. I guess you didn't go bother checking all his other so-called mistakes that he made. Just that one that happened to have a post busting him at 2 o'clock. Within minutes, he calls the prosecutor. He was tagged on the post. Within minutes, he called the prosecutor. What a coincidence. You know, what about all the other mistakes? What executives did you get Capitol Records and Universal Records that you no longer commute because of what happened here? You couldn't mention the name of anyone you met with, but he said they were on his phone. He could check his phone. Oh, there you go. He was checking his phone to correct the record here. That didn't happen. How about the Miami property, Mr. Relly, that you invested in? I mean, last year, sir. You invested in Miami property. You posted on your Instagram. I asked him, which property in Miami did you invest in? I don't remember which property. Why? I mean, no one invests in property because you remember which property. Unless you're a gazillionaire, and that doesn't matter. And he's not. And then I asked him, well, how much did you invest in the property? I don't remember. He didn't go back and check that. So remember that, just remember that one, how that all played out here when considering his credibility. Relly told you, it's not that, there's so many things in the Miami robbery thing that was just nonsense. But this was horrific. He got caught live. It's maybe New Jersey, definitely not LA. I went back and checked, it's definitely LA. That's clear perjury. So you know he didn't check his Instagram account, wanted to correct a mistake about whether the shooting range was in LA that wasn't truthful testimony. You've seen him testify in this courtroom. The witness who told you when he said definitely not, he was committing perjury, because that was his then answer. He cleared that up. I'm going to show you this in a second. When he said definitely not to me, I questioned him. I said, you said definitely not. Because then he got busted with the Twitter thing. And he said, well, yeah, I just made that up because I didn't want to answer any of my questions, any of your questions anymore. He literally said to you, he just lied under oath on a very important fact, like whether he had access to 9mm shell casings, because he was tired of answering my questions. I just don't lie to you.
No, that's one. I'm just not. It's rare. Just a few minutes ago. Okay. Okay. Yes, I did. Okay. You said yes. Yes. Did you look like you were confused by that question at all when you said definitely not? And to be honest, I just wanted to stop talking to you.
Okay. So, you look like you were confused by that question because he said he was confused by that also right now. When you said definitely not, I didn't shoot a 9mm at a shooting range before November 6th. Definitely not. So you look like you're confused. Then she goes, to be honest, oh, there we go. There's a watershed moment. To be honest with you, I just want to stop talking with you. So I just said, Jesus. Just give me my $30 million and let's get this over with. He just told him to perjure himself. But you should believe him without corroboration. We all know it wasn't mere coincidence that minutes after that post that he was tagged on, he called the DA. He called because he knew what was coming the next day on Monday morning. He knew what was coming. And that's the prosecution wanting to correct that mistake. I'll hold that. Let me move on. But again, that is not a minor factor in this case. That's not a minor factor. And it's not a game. This is like whether their so-called victim Tyrell Efron had access to 9mm shell casings just a few weeks before the planes were found 2 9mm shell casings in Los Angeles. Yes, he did in the same city. He had access in the same city. Here's a funny thing about facts, because facts weren't getting in his way. But the funny thing about facts is this, as John Adams once said, it's one of my favorite quotes. John Adams said, facts are stubborn things, and whatever may be our wishes or our inclinations, or the dictates of our passions, they cannot alter the state of facts and evidence. And you cannot alter the state of facts and evidence, no matter what Relly tells you, no matter how you want to interpret his testimony, no matter what they say. So with this evidence, ask yourselves, ladies and gentlemen, did Relly first lie to you about going to a shooting range where he had access to 9mm shell casings, and then lie to you again about having access to those 9mm shell casings here in Los Angeles? I mean, why would he do that? Why would he lie about those two things? There'd be no reason for him to lie about that unless it was to cover up something about those 9mm shell casings he claims he recovered. No reason to lie about that. You know exactly what happened, why he lied about it. As the police found when they got there was no shell casings there because he had a cop gun. He had a cop gun, as unimpeached witnesses told you. And he claims that he got these shell casings from the scene an hour and whatever later, half later. And then he held them for 2 days, gave them to the police 2 days later when his extortion attempts failed. One thing's clear, the prosecution has not proven beyond reasonable doubt that Relly did not get those shell casings from somewhere other than the scene. They did not prove that beyond reasonable doubt. That's enough. That's enough. Beyond the fact that Relly had access to shell casings in Los Angeles now that we know, which he lied about, the prosecution presented no evidence, zero evidence whatsoever trying to corroborate Relly's claim that he actually found those shell casings at the scene. None. Not Lydia Parker, not GPS location data, stuff that would have done it. pretty quickly, pretty easy. Got the video. Willie first said that it was fake. When I showed him that video, it was fake. He didn't think anyone knew we had those videos of him at a firing range. And by the way, we're not like master investigators. They were just on his phone. We just looked at every single thing on his phone. They had to. They gave it to us. We didn't hear about that on his direct testimony. It would have been something to bring out to deal with it. That wasn't brought out. If we didn't cross-examine, we never would have known he was in Los Angeles 2 weeks before. 9 of those shell casings popping back into his head as he's firing. And he lied about it, perched himself. There's only one reason to lie about that. Cover it up. You heard about the magazine. I won't get that magazine. But Block 43, Mr. Chris Long spent a lot of time on today. And there was no effort made to test. Now, you heard the judge, he instructed that 2 weeks, I think 3 weeks ago now, he instructed there'll be no testing on that. 3 weeks ago, right after the trial started, 3 weeks ago, no testing. Here, going forward, great. That's January 2025. What about 2021, 2022? Well, not 2021, because they recovered in 2022, let me be fair. 2022, 2023, 2024. 3 years they had to take that magazine that they recovered and test it to the bullets recovered. They didn't do that. They spent their efforts having a ballistics expert come in, show you a very nice PowerPoint presentation, which in the end proved only that the shell casings possibly, there's that word again, possibly came from an aftermarket slide for a firearm frame that could possibly have been compatible with the Glock 43, or not possibly. I mean, literally, that was the import of that testimony. Possibly could have come from an aftermarket slide for a firearm frame that could have possibly, this is his testimony, possibly been compatible with the Glock 43 magazine, or possibly not. That was the ballistics expert's testimony. Possibly or possibly not is definitely not proof beyond reasonable doubt. In any event, Lou Levin told you that the Glock 43 magazine was his. He explained why it was his. Whether they want to mock him, mock his answer, he was in Rocky's house after they planned to go to a shooting range. He told you he had bought it, he owned the Glock 42. And magazines are stored all next to each other, 42s, 43s, and all that stuff. Lou told you. I don't know anything about this stuff personally. But he went to the store to buy accessories. He mistakenly grabbed a Glock 43 magazine because they're all different models of Glock. The magazines are all stored together, he told you. He told you he didn't realize it until he tried to load it at Rocky's house in preparation for going to a shooting range. And then when his .380 caliber Glock 42 ammunition didn't fit, he tried 9mm ammunition from his Smith & Wesson, which he did, from his testimony. And because that magazine didn't fit any of his firearms, he left it at Rocky's house. Why? Why not return it? He told you. It was over an hour away from where he purchased it. It would have cost more in gas than the $20 it cost him for that magazine. But one thing we know, despite all the questions from the prosecution, Mr. Little, they did absolutely nothing to refute or contradict his testimony. Absolutely nothing. Because it was true. I mean, at one point, he told you that magazine was never used. We have it. He told you it was never used. You can take this back. You have all the evidence with you. But the reason he told you it was never used, he just got a picture that he looked at it. There's not a scratch on this thing. It's a piece of plastic. It's a cheap piece of plastic. That's why it costs $20. He told you it was never used because if you put this into a steel gun, a Glock, this is going to scratch.
There's no evidence to support that.
11. This is pure. It's virgin, as 11 said. There's no scratches on this thing. It's brand new. And they had 3 years to test it. 3 years to test this. They didn't do it. Not only did they not connect really shell casings to the magazine in Rocky's house, they didn't connect those shell casings to Rocky himself. And that's important. You heard that law enforcement submitted those shell casings for fingerprint analysis and found absolutely none on there. And I asked the detective Flores, you could line fingerprints on a piece of metal, right? It's pretty easy. He said yes. So they submitted Rocky's fingerprints for fingerprint analysis against the shell casings, and they found none. So they tried to make excuses for that, because that's another fact that's not good. So they tried to make excuses, like, can I hold those bullets? The show is launch recovery. Claim to be recovered at the scene by at 11:45. There's no GPS navigation. Anyway. They claim, Detective Flores said, yes, you do get fingerprints. My fingerprints are all over this thing right now. Okay? He said, yes, you'll get fingerprints on a shell casing. No, it's empty. It's portion. But then they said, well, could there be a reason why you wouldn't get fingerprints? And we said, yeah, there could be. So that's one that was, yes, rain, water, cars, and even wind. Imagine that. Maybe wind wiped the fingerprints off the shell case. Imagine. So now my fingerprints are on this thing. Oh, there goes my fingerprints. Are you kidding me? Wind? Wind knocked the fingerprint off the shell case. That's an excuse. It's not a fact. There was one other explanation by Detective Flores that makes a lot more sense. He said, well, human contamination, like someone wiping fingerprints off shell casings, that could do it. And you know that after those shell casings were, yes. Alex, now where am I? All right, hold on. Human contamination, that's right. Human contamination. The detective said that human contamination, like someone wiping fingerprints off the shell casing, that could do it. And you know that after those shell casings were fired, the only person with an incentive to wipe and clean would have been Rel before he gave to the police. Just like he wiped his phone clean of threatening messages to Rocky. We'll get to that. They didn't bring that out. We had to. So Rel wants you to believe his fingerprints weren't on them because he supposedly went to Dunkin' Donuts to get a bag to pick them up with. And you know that's not true. There's no Dunkin' Donuts open at 11 p.m. at night, especially during COVID.
Objection suspended, objection suspended.
Well, you decide that testimony is credible.
There's no testimony, Mr.
Objection sustained about when Dunkin' Donuts are open until.
That's
The
not.
jury's job is to decide the credibility of the witnesses, including all testimony that is given by that witness.
So here's what the witness said, and it's your job to decide. Thank you. He said, I went to Dunkin' Donuts at 11 o'clock at night, got a paper bag from Dunkin' Donuts at 11 o'clock at night in Hollywood. And that's the bag I used to put the bullets in that had no fingerprints on it. You determine the credibility of that statement. He can't even quote you You also heard that law enforcement took Rocky's DNA. They actually took his DNA, despite Detective Flores saying that DNA was necessary as part of their investigation. He had to swear that to a judge. They never compared it to the shell casings, or even the magazine recovered in Rocky's house. That might help. They didn't do that. For that matter, you know that Relly's 9mm shell casings were different than the 9mm shell cartridges found in that magazine. You've seen that picture a hundred times. Completely different brands. The ones in the Relly said he found were Federal cartridge. Lululemon's cartridges were made by Sig Sauer. Completely different. Again, on that point, you heard the magazine was never used, was fully loaded, meaning 2 cartridges were not missing from it, but they were different bullets anyway, so it doesn't matter. Less than any question that Glock magazine in Rocky's house was not the magazine seen in the video on November 6, 2021. All you have to do is look with your own eyes. All you have to do is look with your own eyes. So get to this part, I think we can stop it, but let me just go through this last thing. The Glock magazine seen in the video is different. The Glock magazine recovered, which we just showed you actually, is a Glock 43 and it's black. Black, that's the magazine. The magazine that you're going to see in Rocky's prop gun on November 6th was not black. It was extended, as Lou Levin told you, to look more intimidating, because it was a little thin Glock. And if you look at it, you're going to see what it was. But don't forget, Trelby and Lou both said, and the prosecution sort of mocked this somehow in their summation, they said, oh, conveniently, they both identified the belt and the extended magazine. So they both could identify, the thing. They conveniently came up with these 2 different things to be able to say it was the same prop. But not conveniently. Look at the picture. That's what it was. Lou put it together and Trelby saw it. That's the magazine, and okay, I know we're doing it now. Thank you, Jack. That's the use that point again, right?
Yeah, you see on the screen.
That's 2 on the screen.
Yeah.
Sorry. On screen. What should do it? Did everyone see here? No. Okay. Anyway, that's the magazine recovered. Here's the prop gun. I'm going to try and do this where. How about now? We're good? All right. That little thing at the end is the belt clip. That's a clip. And that's what Lou Levin described. Here's what you see. This thing, this clear, silvery looking thing, is the extended magazine that Lou Levin described, that Trelby described. It's part of this Glock prop gun, and it's the extended magazine. So it makes this thing look bigger, and they both described it as clear. This is the first time, because if you play this in real time, you'll never see that thing. We stopped it. And so here is the magazine, the extended magazine, to make this thing look bigger, and it's clear. It's not that. It's clear. Okay.
We'll break it.
Yeah,
folks.
all right.
We'll resume at 9 tomorrow. Please don't discuss the case amongst yourself or anybody else. We'll see you tomorrow, 9 a.m. All right, Mr. yours is left, Mr. Siegel, anything? Mr. Zona? All right, see you all tomorrow. Robert?
You're bad.
Oh man, so what do you guys man, so it looked like he's not finished still. What do you guys think? No, it's not jury time yet. Nope. Because Lewin have to go. The state goes again after him. I mean, did he finish or what? Like, I was dozing off just for a little bit. He's still continuing. He has to continue tomorrow. So I think the jury definitely will start deliberating tomorrow. They could have a verdict tomorrow. No, it's not jury time, man. It's not jury time yet. Nope, he's still going. And yeah, he's still going, man. He's still going. Lewin is still going. Craziness. Nope, it's still going, Ryan, until tomorrow. The defense have to finish their closing, and then the state goes again, and then eventually the jury will get that case, start deliberating. I think they'll do it tomorrow. Could have a verdict tomorrow. Could you imagine? Will it be a quick verdict? Will the verdict be quick? We don't know. They're gonna have tomorrow to deliberate, though. Let me see. Yeah, they're gonna have till tomorrow. And I don't know, man. Like I mean, he's doing his job, you know. Definitely doing his job, man. But it was kind of like, for me, it was a little dry. So yeah, guilty 41%, not guilty 43%, and 16% said hung jury. So it's kind of even. I closed the poll there at 150 votes. All right, so it's kind of even, like kind of. It's a toss-up, I'm telling you. If the jury think that gun is real, he has a problem. Because he's still not really explaining. Well, he said the prop gun is gone. The guy turned it back into New York to the guy, and he said it's like a communal type of space. Wait, what's this?
Where's the oh, okay. I
Oh.
can't rely on the tracking app, so there's a good chance that we might have Speedbird on final right now.
Oh, that's LA flights. That's what that is. That went to LA flights. Yeah, the jury, I don't know. We got to see how the jury see this. If they feel like he had a gun, that's it. Yeah, if they it could go either way, Ryan. You know, they could be not guilty. But if they come back and say they got a verdict, it's gonna be intense either way. Oh, it's gonna be intense. Oh man. And if it comes back not guilty, he goes on with his life. He learned from this and move on. He learned from it, move on, and don't do it again. That'll help him in the civil trial too. No, they're not deliberating. It's still in closing arguments. The defense is still going, but they're going to continue in the morning. They said around 9 a.m., but one of the jurors said she got to drop her kid off. She'll be there around 9-ish. The judge said, okay, make it 9-ish then. So as quickly as that juror can get in, that's when it's going to start, 9 a.m. Well, a little after 9 a.m. Maybe 9:30. And then the state, the state has to go again. So they might take a while, and then the jury will get it. Then it's all up to the jury at that point. It's all up to the jury, man. It's up to the jury. How about that? And then I think if they start deliberating, depending on how it starts, they could have that verdict tomorrow. For sure. I would like to see that, like a verdict, then this case is over. But I don't know if it's going to be a quick verdict. Some people telling me, nah, man, it might be a quick verdict. What if they got their minds made up already? What if they're like, nah, man, that was a real gun. It was real. It was real. Because then they probably going to look at the conversations in the text message and also the phone calls. Nobody talked about a prop gun. Nobody. They could have said to him, really, that was a prop gun, right? That wasn't a real gun he was shooting at you. It was a prop gun. It was a prop gun. It was a prop gun. That's all. My bad. You didn't know, but it wasn't a real gun. And then they should have took, if the authorities had come there, here's the gun I use. It's a prop gun. He wouldn't be here right now. He'd get fines, maybe a slap on the wrist, like what do you call it? Misdemeanor charges, and that's it. But they think it's a real gun. You said, I am sure it was real, but the thing did not. You said, but the thing didn't. He did shoot it. You can hear it in the audio. He shot it twice. So if you're sure that it's real, Ryan, okay, you're voting guilty then. If you're on the jury, you're like guilty. Anybody else think the gun was real? Because he didn't have to shoot at Ryan to be convicted. He just had to pull it out. You don't have to shoot it. Yeah, a little community service or something like that, and he would have been going on with his life. if they, you know. Okay, if y'all saying it's a real gun, y'all saying he guilty then? You saying he guilty just me? Yeah. As a prop gun, he would not be in court. All he had to do was say, look, it was a prop gun. All he had to do was consult with his attorney first. Hey, listen, I'm getting caught up here. I scared him with a prop gun. What should I do? Any attorney would have said, yeah, turn the gun over to me. I'll take care of it. Just turn it over to me. I'll take care of it. I'm assuming these people with this kind of money, they would have lawyers on deck. I'm assuming. Listen, I got into a little confrontation last night. I used a prop gun to scare him. Here's the prop gun. So the attorney would have taken that prop gun and contacted the authorities and worked it out. I mean, the gun could have grazed his hand, but then again, it looked like the knuckles were scraped somewhere, you know. But I guess you could say the bullet grazed his knuckles. I don't know. Yeah, I think it's 50-50. I don't know what the jury gonna do, man. We're gonna see. They're gonna come back and we're gonna be like, uh-oh. Guys, they're doing it. He says it's against the law in Cal to use a weapon, fake or real. Yeah, but he wouldn't have gone to trial, man. He would have copped out to the fake gun. He would have copped out. I don't think he would have got jail time. Or maybe he was nervous. He didn't know. I think it was real, dog. And like he said, he did have a point with the clip. It don't have no scratches on it. But then I don't know. It's something to that too. I think they went and purchased one real quick. I think it was a concerted effort to cover this thing up on all the people that was involved. Damn, if they find him guilty, he is done. That's a long time, but I don't think he'll get the whole 20. But he's facing up to 20 though. That's like a huge, he's holding up very well though. Considering he's under a lot of pressure, he's holding up. At least that's what it appears on the camera. I don't know. But now they want to give him 20. Nah, bro. Yeah, he's facing up to 20. He's facing up to 20 years, but I don't think he'll get it. Listen, they very strict with guns out there, so. But think about this, Ryan. Like when the bullet grazed Trump, he got lucky when it grazed his ear. He just turned his head in the nick of time for that bullet to graze his ear. It happens. Straight bullets don't have no name. It could graze you. It definitely could. But I don't know about those knuckles though. I don't know. It looked like he kind of scraped them somewhere, like real quick. Like, look what happened to my hand. But here's the thing though, Ryan. None of his boys said it was a prop gun. None of them. When they were talking to Relly. Yeah, it was a real gun, man. You said the prosecutor recommended 8 to 10 years. That's still a long time. 8 to 10 is a long time. 1 year is a long time for me. Okay. 1 year is a long time. So you thought ASAP Lou said it was a prop? Yeah, man, it's bad, man. Hope that, but think about it though. I think you guys might still have doubt. You guys still have, even though you think you still have doubt, right? You have to say not guilty then. That's what you have to say. You got to say not guilty. If you still got doubt, right? Like, wait a minute, like, I don't know about the gun situation, then you have to say not guilty. You can't say guilty and you don't know. You gotta know. So it's not guilty. That's why I'm thinking it could be a hung jury. I'm thinking my thoughts are they're gonna come up with a verdict. And somebody said somebody in that jury is a gun expert. So that's a problem. Because he's gonna say I know he probably gonna say it's real. And then other people say, well, damn, you know about guns, huh? Yeah, I do. I know a lot about it. So yeah, if he's lucky, it's a hung jury at the very worst. Worst case scenario is hung jury. The reason why I say that because he got to do it again, unless the state don't pursue the case anymore. They just say, "Nah, I'm not going to pursue it anymore." I think that could happen. But man, if they come back guilty on all charges, ooh, oh my God, they'll take him in cuffs right then and there. Make him take his jacket off, his tie. You know? He got to go away. He got to go away. He said no more Chick-fil-A. No more nothing, man. Not for a while. Not for a few years. If he get 8 to 10, he'll be eligible for parole in, I can't remember how much time he would have to do, but still, that's still an inconvenience. I mean, his case is a little bit better than Puff's. Puff is facing life. Diddy facing life. If he get convicted on everything. At least Rocky not looking at life, you know? But still, 2 years is too much. So. Then he got Rihanna on the outside, and I don't know how that relationship will work. Maybe they tight though. Maybe they are. I don't know. So yeah, it's bad, man. He is 36 years old. Yeah, she did have the kids in court. She sure did. I didn't even see that in the video. Yep, she had the kid with her. Reza and Riot. Seen the kid, Reza. Yep, Reza and Riot. They sure was there. She had them with her. That's the kids we were hearing in the courtroom. Lewin kept looking back. Out here playing with a starter gun. I hate to see somebody get convicted over being stupid, man. I really do. Damn. You say you just have a bad feeling he might be guilty. I know, man. I do. Oh my God, that couldn't be me. I'll pass out in that courtroom. Say you sure Drake will be shot out. That's funny. Yeah, they keep talking about Drake and Kendrick and all this stuff. The Super Bowl, you know, that whole performance, if the people were giving it mixed reviews. Some people in the audience were not having a good time with it. And some were, but the majority of the crowd was just like kind of standing there. So yeah, they were just kind of like just looking, but ASAP though. I think I think, you know what? They gonna come up with a verdict. That's what I'm thinking. And he do have like the benefit of the doubt that the gun wasn't produced, you know? They didn't have that to go on. But, you know, for me personally, I looked at the listened to the audio. They weren't even talking about no prop gun. Because when he said, yeah, he shot at me, all they had to say was, bro, he didn't shoot at you, man. He had a toy gun, prop gun. Oh no, man. I don't see nobody carrying a prop gun for safety. Like, yeah, I got my gun, my prop gun. Some people gonna think it's real though, so you might, you know, but what if that one chance that you, God forbid, somebody pull out on you and you pull out, they're like, oh, let's try it then, let's shoot. Then next thing you know, you shoot in the air. Yeah, that's not good. I wouldn't think he would be carrying around a prop gun. Well, how about just get security then? You know, that'll be better. You know, just hire security. No, that's why you think the gun is real. But I'll be back in a few minutes to see what Puff is up to. Let's see what news is on Puff. And yeah, man, we'll come back in the morning for so it started at 9, so 12 my time. All right, I'll be here. 12 my time, but I'm gonna be back for Diddy, see what he got going on. You know, see where he got going on and things like that. I know he's suing NBC, so he's firing back. So I know that much. We'll see, man. We'll see what happens. I'll catch you guys soon. You say you need a nap? All right, y'all.